Well, hello there yet again. You might be thinking to yourself, why is this stream named Part 2? Well, that is simply because the British weather got the best of me yet again, as this game clearly cannot run smoothly on my end no matter what I do. So, hi there yet again. We are back to challenge Kenpachi yet again, while also persisting against Mother Nature, I suppose. Apologies about this, everyone. Hopefully, that was the only disturbance we're gonna get. This is already part of the tradition at this point. I feel like, you know, it wouldn't be Lux's stream without some sort of interference one way or another. Anyway, let's continue. I'll give everybody a moment to join back together while I ponder the meaning of existence and why we're still all here. Just to suffer is clearly the answer. And you know what the worst part is? It's not even that bad of a weather, so I don't know what my Wi-Fi is playing on. I wish I could say yes, Kakura, but unfortunately that is not the case. I'm clearly not okay, and neither is my connection. I have no idea what's happening. Oh, man. Yeah, I'll say apologies about it. Yesterday, it was absolutely fine. Like, literally nothing. And you know what the worst part is? Yesterday was actually a storm outside while I was streaming. And today is a beautiful sunset. No single cloud in sight. And yet... Could be. Could be. I'm honestly unsure. Kakura, I'm honestly unsure. And the thing is, I have a relatively good Wi-Fi as well. It's like 150 megabytes upload and download, so it's not even slow. It's not even a bad Wi-Fi. But like, I really need to look into getting like a cable, because I hate it so much. It's just so annoying. Anyway, as I said, apologies about that, guys. Hopefully that won't happen again. Anyway. Let's see what people are actually cooking with. So they're going Sergeant first, then Kisuke, then Yorichi. That's actually interesting because I didn't think Yorichi would be actually good for this, but I guess she probably is if people are using her. Okay, so let's go Sergeant, let's go Kisuke second, and let's go Yorichi. I actually haven't played with Striker Team, so this is going to be a new experience for me altogether. Because I don't really have any sort of point of reference playing them. The only time I played them was during Gin's challenge in Aizen's event. That's like literally the only time. Ooh, hold up. Hold up, Kenpachi. Hold up. This might take a moment. I'll have to familiarize myself with the patterns and all that. Okay, so I can only get hit once. That's going to be a little bit of a challenge. I can already tell. Okay. Hi there, G. Hopefully you're doing well. You probably can connect your controller. I know that on emulator it has controller support, so an emulator is basically like an upgraded PC version, so I think it might have. You just have to mess around with your settings. I know that on Japanese version, I believe, they have controller support. Not Japanese, sorry, CN version. They do have controller support, but I'm not sure if Western one does. Is it lagging? I think the stream is fine on my end, but let me know if it isn't. Oh, man, I thought he was doing the counter attack first. I guess not. Let me try to learn the pattern. Okay, so dodge first. Oh man. This man doesn't take any sort of punches back. As I said, I know the ONC and they do it, G, but I'm not sure if... Well, I mean, I can probably check, to be honest, on my end. Let's see. Because I remember they were saying that they're gonna implement some sort of control support, but I'm not sure if they have. Let's take a peek. Interface. No, it doesn't look like they... actually... No, it doesn't look like they have actually made it. I definitely know on CN they have. Because I've seen it before, but... Yeah, it doesn't look like on Western part. It's here yet, unfortunately. Yeah. Which does suck, because... playing these kinds of games on your phone, I can't imagine. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I personally just can't play any sort of like hack and slash kinds of games on my phone because my old bones just not used to that kind of rigorous motions. Like my thumb just doesn't work that way. I don't know. I need the good old keyboard and mouse. That's the way, you know. I play games all the time, and that's the way I will always play them. Oh, man. Problem with Kenpachi is that he doesn't get staggered easily. It's kind of catching him off guard more than anything. Okay. Oh, man. Doesn't give you any room to breathe. Okay. I need to get a hang of like the pattern that's supposed to be used. Okay. Oh man, come on. I definitely dodged that. Go to Reason G, couldn't blame you. I mean, to be honest, Aizen is one of the hypest characters, not just in this game, but in Bleach in general, so it is an absolute fair point. But as a new player, you know, you get quite a lot of pulls, so I would suggest if you haven't, like, made your account yet, to try and reroll. See if you can get him for free, essentially. And then just get his weapon. And from there, basically just save until there's a character you want. Oh man, come on. How did he catch me mid-air? That's just baloney. You're going B1, very nice, very nice. B2 is pretty good as well because he gives him a flat 20% bonus damage. I didn't go for any dupes on my personally, just because I'd rather get new characters, to be honest. Ah, very nice, G, very nice. To be honest, B2 is worth it. Like, when you get him B4, he turns into DPS completely. But B2 is absolutely goated as well. Because getting, like, just flat damage bonus out of nowhere is always a good thing. Hi there, Blaze. Hey, I'm glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. Just talking about Aizen and why he is the greatest man to ever grace this plane of existence, you know? The usual. Okay. Block him. Oh. I really wish that Yorichi's skill kind of made him invincible for a second. Hi there, Twilight. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Haven't really beat it yet. Trying to kind of learn the pattern for now. Come on. Listen, are you really gonna tell me that Aizen is not the greatest man that ever graced this plane of existence? Are you seriously gonna sit here and tell me that? Hi, Winter, glad to see you. Come on! Like, catching me mid-animation is so annoying. God. You know what? Hold up. Let me watch how other people did it. Because maybe I'm getting the rotation wrong. Because I'm just going with standard rotation, you know. Battlefield skill into Kisuke, into Yoruichi, but maybe I'm doing it wrong. That's a different kind of determination, but I respect that. I respect that, you know? Fair enough. Kenpachi's a good one. Oh, you're not playing anymore, Winter. Did Where the Winds Meet took all your time? Are you grinding that game permanently now? Ichigo is not a bad one, but I just seen a lot of people getting really high scores with Yoruichi on my server. Like, literally top 4 people all used this team. And I just want to see how they did it. Just to see what rotation they're using more than anything. Because sub 30 seconds is actually pretty good. Okay. Interesting. Blasting music 10 PM is kind of diabolical, not gonna lie. Does he only have one stage? Yeah, it is kind of helpful, to be honest. Okay, interesting. So he only has one stage, unlike Hikaku used to have, because Hikaku used to be with 2 stages, and that was the annoying part. But with 1 stage, that's actually not too bad. Okay, interesting. I think actually going Yoruichi second is not a bad idea. Because Kenpachi does get a block going on his, like, first attack. Thus that could be actually a legitimate strategy. One stage does sound better than 2, to be honest. Also, Blaze A is kind of nice. I wish I had the patience to, you know, reroll again and get Aizen to like B2 or B4 as a free-to-play, but I just can't be bothered. I don't even know what that is, Wince, to be honest. Oh, man. Actually wasn't too bad. That might be the strat. Kinda choked at the end a little bit. Okay. Okay. I need him to do the counter first move. I'll take your word for it, Winter. I'll take your word for it. Oh, there we go. That's what I need. keep walking into it. Yeah, I did notice that, because the best option is basically when he does counterattack first. You kind of hope, because sometimes he doesn't. Like, I'm just aiming for that counterattack first, because when he does first counterattack, that's when you can stagger him and kind of get his rotation going. I mean, you can definitely get B for Aizen as a free-to-play if you spend every single, like, free-to-play Spirit Jade. I think it would be possible, because, like, I have a free-to-play account, and on that account I have Ichigo, and I have Toshiro, and I still have, like, 15k Jades right now. So it's definitely possible, it's just you need to get a little bit lucky. Yeah, Twilight, that's, like, the most annoying part about him. Man, like, it's like, if he doesn't use the counter, it's not even worth going. Because you want to get his spiritual dissipation as fast as possible. Try again. Come on, Kenpachi, cooperate with me. No, Winter, I don't even know who you are. I mean, you can try G. As I said, you probably get, if I had to guess, you roughly probably get about 30k Jades if you complete, like, everything. Maybe between 30 and 40. And also you get some tickets on top of that. So I'd say if you're relatively lucky and you don't go to, like, hard pity every time, I think it is possible. I just like for you, Winter, what can I say? I'm Mr. Worldwide. And I was telling guys at the beginning of the stream that I got approached by some Chinese company trying to get me to sponsor their game website or whatever this morning. So, you know, I am changed indeed. Good luck, G. I think you can do it. As I said, as long as you get your first reroll going and you get Aizen, then you only need 3 copies. Well, 4 copies, I guess. It probably is possible. Okay. Love to see that. Ah, man! I didn't see that. God, sometimes like the animation get blurred in the background. Okay, there we go. I can defeat him, that's not the point, Winter. I'm trying to get into top 30. Like, defeating him is not the problem. Like, the fight itself is not hard. It's trying to get, like, lucky rotation in, because even my lowest, I think, on my server is, like, 40 seconds clear in top 30. Right, you know what? I'll try a few more times. If I can't do it with this team, I'll go to tried and true Torsen team, because with Torsen, I can definitely clear it, because I can rely on bleed and just bleed him out. But Yorichi is a bit finicky. Okay. Like, he can even catch you mid-animation. It's like, if he does, you kind of boned, because you can't do anything about it. I guess I can cancel it, but... Okay. Okay. Oh man, I actually didn't go too bad. Okay. I probably should actually get over a result before I pop that off. Oh, yeah, you probably shouldn't. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully, hopefully nothing will happen to you. Best I can say, I guess. Jeez. Just try to lay low, I guess. Make sure you're safe and all that. Oh man, I missed it. How's it, Justin? Glad to see you. Happy holidays as well, I guess. A bit delayed, but fair enough. Yeah, I had a decent holiday break. I was off work for the past 2 weeks, so had a nice little time off, shall we say. Got a little rest in me, well needed, shall we say, both mentally and physically. And yeah, it was pretty good. And there we go. I didn't really do much on like New Year and all that. Just kind of stayed at home. But I did catch up with my family a little bit, which was nice. Okay. Oh man. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do, Twilight. Because I think the strategy is to make him staggered until you get enough... Ah, man. Until you get enough charge on both your Sergeant and your Ichi. And then you kind of pop off. Come on, Kenpachi, give me a counter. There we go. Oh, come on. Thought I dodged that, but I guess not. Did give like the slowdown of the dodge. I guess it didn't quite work. Every time, come on. The randomness does make it a little bit annoying, but I do understand why it is random, because otherwise anybody can do same rotation. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay. Kind of what we want. Okay, I can only get 10 stacks. Good to know. Oh man. That was better. Not quite there. But at least I'm slowly but surely getting the hang of it. Ah, come on. Okay. It's like Urahara is not the way to go first. Okay, there we go. That's what we need. Come on. I'm slowly but surely getting it. Oh, come on, Kenny. Just cooperate with me. Give me a counter first. There we go. That's what we need. Oh, I didn't get full stacks? Oh, golly, come on. How do you catch me mid-animation? I don't understand that. Okay, there we go. That's better. Trial and error, I guess. The more we do this, the better we get, hopefully. I might try to beat him just first, just to see how long it actually takes without relying on counter, just to compare if it's actually even worthwhile waiting for it. Because it's very situational, and it feels like I'm going to be here forever if I just rely on that. Because at least with Bleach, like the Tossens team, you kind of only rely on his stacks, so you don't really have to wait for anything. And that just seems more time-efficient team, to be honest. I'll try like 3 more times. If I can't do it, I'll just go with Tossens team. Dying Kakura right now. That's what the dog be doing. Oh, come on. Kenny? You know what? Let's go with Tossens team. This team is too RNG heavy. I just can't. It's not hard. Like, the battle itself is not difficult. The problem is getting, like... So, the main reason why I'm trying to, like, get the perfect rotation going is because it's ranked. So I can beat it, like... Kenny's fight is not hard. The problem is this. So, basically, this is ranked event, right? And if you get into top 10%, you get in this tile. Now, the problem with that is that it's server-based. So, any event that's server-based, you're not gonna have a lot of people participate in that. So this top percent, like let's say there's 200 people participating, right? So this is basically gonna be top 20. So the top 10% is just useless. I feel like they just need to make it top 100, like every other event, because otherwise this is just so minable. And you all can only see top 20 anyway, so unless you get into top 20, you kind of screwed essentially. Unless you have a really, really active server, which most people won't. Hi there, Osek. Hopefully you're doing well. Aizen is unfortunately unavailable. If Aizen was available for this, I feel like this would be a breeze. I don't think this would be even... Well, I'm not going for top stuff. I just want the title. I don't care about the actual reward. I just want the title out of, you know, collection sake. Twilight, have you actually completed with this team? Because I was gonna try tried and true this team, because this team is basically what I beat Ikaku with last time, and it worked a charm, just because the bleeds are so good. I'll try to beat it with this one and see like what time I can get, and then if I can breach like sub 30, I'll probably consider going. Ooh, hold up. That wasn't as clean as I hoped it would be. Ah, okay. Okay. Baldman is not strong. Baldman in this scenario, he's just there to allow Tosin to actually use his battle skill, because in order for Tosin to use his battle skill, he needs to thrust characters in his team. So he's literally there to make numbers. Tosin is a real MVP in this configuration, I would say. Oh, come on! Kenpachi, you son of a gun. That actually went much better. Yeah, so basically, in this game mode, you're not allowed to take a single hit. That's what makes it hard. So basically, a single hit you take, your character dies. You basically have to no-hit run this. And that's why it's kind of challenging. Because if that wasn't the case, this would be an absolute walk in a park. Okay, this looks much better. Well, the thing is, I know Tosin's rotation way better, because I spent like solid 6 hours trying to be Ikaku. And it's not as hard as it sounds, Kagura. Like, in this game, it's not that difficult, especially if the boss has only... Last one was much harder, because Ikaku was crazy hard. Because the man was literally... He had skills which home run... like basically track you where you go. So he'll literally just home in on you and just blast you out of existence. So Kenpachi in that regard is like baby mode in comparison. I just need to get my rotation back going, because I had a pretty good rotation before, and I just need to get my mojo back in, shall we say. But I'm much more familiar with this team. I understand why Yorichi's team is better, because they do just more damage in general, but I feel like Tosin is just more safe. I'm not doing it for rewards, I'm doing it for a title. I just want the title. Because, you know, well, let me rephrase that. I want to try to go for title. I'm not going to actually no-live this just to get a title, but I just want to see how far I can get just for funsies. But as I said, I'm not like gonna be obsessed with it. We're probably gonna try it for like an hour. And if I can't do it, we'll just jump on other stuff. You know, I'm not that obsessed with it because I didn't get Ikaku's last time because I was, I think, in top 11% because I was like 3 seconds away from reaching top 20, and I was like, you know what, it's just not worth it. Because I was already at like 30 seconds run, and I was like, I'm just not gonna spend like 24 hours trying to get this. No, I'm not gonna bother Kakarot, because there's probably people that are much smarter and much better at this game than me that can actually tell you how to do it. It's not gonna be my thing. I'm never good at guides. Because it's like, even if I know how to do something, I can just show you how to do it. But I'm not gonna be able to explain you how. I'm not gonna be like, okay, what you need to do here is you need to track, you know, Kenpachi's motion. You see when his arm raises, then when he's gonna counter. So, in the split second that he's doing that, you gotta press your counter button. You see, after that, you switch to your bald man, and you just keep beating him with the stick until he submits to you. Both in body, soul, and mind. Like, I can do that. But I do respect people who can. Okay. No, so because that wouldn't be the case. Because the thing is, as I said, you want to clear as fast as possible. Unfortunately, there's not a single range character besides Uru right now. And even Uru is not that strong. Actually, I do say that Uru kinda worked. Because, actually, now that I think about it, because I believe I actually beat Baldman with Uru originally because he was ranged. But you're not gonna get as high of a score, unfortunately. I haven't completed it yet just because I'm trying to get the high score, but I mean, I can clear it. That's not the hard part, as I said. It's like, it's getting it under the 30 seconds runs. Ooh, come on. Toshiro is a ranged character. Beginner Heather, by the way, hopefully doing well, but he's not available for this, unfortunately. He's not available here. There's no single, like, limited character available for this game mode. You're only allowed to use standard characters, which is a little bit of a bummer. But, you know, just it is what it is. If Aizen was available for this, this would be easy. I would just clear this man outright. He wouldn't even pose a challenge. Why did it not counter? What was that about? Come on. Oh, come on. How did I not block that? God. Split second too early, I guess. Hi, Lady Power. Hopefully doing well. Unfortunately, Aizen is not available here. It is an event, Greg. And, you know, that's just how it is. Ah, okay. I didn't know that. That's fair enough. I see. Okay. I didn't realize Blue Circle was actually part of this. Oh, how did he hit me? I literally wasn't even hitting his attack path. Okay, that's a good tip. Thanks, Twilight. Didn't know that. The bald man always throws wrenches in my plan. Just can't help himself. Okay, there we go. Golly. Getting too ahead of myself. Getting too ahead of myself. Okay. I thought I was out of radius, but I guess no. Nah, it's fine. As I said, these kinds of events, they mostly like luck dependent. It's not really like you can master them necessarily, but you can get your best to like get a solid rotation going. Because I kind of got previous Ikaku's event down to a science. Almost there. Almost there. Okay. I always choke myself out on like the jump in animations because I lose track of where Kenpachi is, and that kind of messes me up. Damn it. Yeah, I'm slowly getting the rotation down. Just need to keep paying attention to Kenpachi's moves. Okay, there we go. Okay. How did I? Oh man, that still could have been actually decent if I got Torsen's bankai going. I do like it. I think it's a nice little you know, distraction from the usual ones. Because just having an event where you basically only get to play with trial characters instead of using your own is a fun idea, I feel like, because then you kind of not really competing with whales. You still are, but like it's more of a challenge of skill rather than challenge of a wallet. And I do like that. I feel like it's a nice break from all the other events where you kind of just hoping and praying to the power above the whale's not gonna overtake you. Like the Aizen event, you kind of relying on trial characters for the most part, unless your own Aizen Toshiro are like juiced to the gills, which for 99% of the people out there that are free to play, that's not the case, because majority of people probably don't even have their cost stamp. Oh yeah, unless you have B4 Aizen bagging. Because you know the secret to this game? It's just whale, because... I'm joking, but it is kind of the secret. The Aizen actually can clear every single trial tower for you, even at B4. B6 he just clears it outright, but like B4, just because he ignores defense, like 65% defense, it just makes him so overpowered that he literally doesn't care about the debuff of him doing less damage. It just doesn't apply to him at all. I got too greedy. But yeah, otherwise Trial Tower is relatively hard, and I think the main problem is the majority of people don't really have like really good strike or PS, especially PS teams. Like majority of people probably have Tossen build, but I really doubt a lot of people build a Kaku for obvious reasons. Because nobody wants to play with him. But until we get like a solid striker and PS team, which we still don't really have, you kind of relying on either your spirit team to clear it for you, in which case that's going to be Aizen, or you're relying on your slasher team to an extent, which, unless you have a really juiced up Ichigo, you probably won't be able to do either. Because I cleared majority of trial towers to like floor 10 with my like slasher and spirit team, but after that it is kind of getting rough. Come on. I'm getting a bit too impatient. I need to recenter myself. Do it again. Ikaku is unfortunately the least powerful character in this game, and it is a shame, but it is what it is. Because the thing is, I go B1 Ikaku, and I still don't want to build them. I refuse outright. I think... Look, I think Sajin is actually not too bad if you have him B1. Because at B1 he gives 40% crit damage, and I feel like that makes him actually pretty good. Unless you have him B1, he's not as good. The problem is he's defensive tactic unit, and you don't really need defense. Like, there's no single situation in this game where you need to, like, survive. You know, there's no dots, there's no, like, elemental damage going on of any capacity. There's no real reason for you to heal, unless you want to. So, in that regard, he is less usable than somebody like Byakuya or Aizen. Oh, how did I miss that? Man. his bankai is cool, and he can do decent damage with his bankai. Like, I don't know if you guys tried him in Aizen event. He was actually doing really good damage in there. So he's not, I wouldn't say he's weak, he's just really slow. Like his bankai especially is probably the coolest actual bankai in a game. But the problem is, it's so slow. Like, it's so slow, so you're wasting a lot of time. If it's on stages where time doesn't matter, he's really good, cool. But if it's on stages where time does matter, he's just not it, you know? He's just not it. You kind of want somebody either like Byakuya, who doesn't take any field time at all, and just kind of is there, but not really. Or you want somebody like Aizen, who, if he does take field time, he just, you know, clears everything and anything out. But Sajin is kind of neither. He takes a lot of field time. He doesn't really do enough to justify for him to be on field as much as he wants to be. You know? That's kind of the problem with him. No, I was talking about Sajin. Ikaku is just, his multipliers are low. That's his main problem. He just doesn't do anything. Like, he literally is the only character that he needs buffing. And he still didn't get any. Just because, as I said, he doesn't get enough multipliers to do decent damage. If he did have high multipliers, or at least higher, he could be usable, but unfortunately as of right now, he's just, like, Tosin does so much more damage than him. It's not even close. So, you really have no reason for using him. Because you can just use, as I said, Tosin as your main DPS, and just kind of rely on him. Oh, God. I need to keep him staggered. I mean, Ikaku is kind of in the same field. I played with Ikaku, like, when I first started this game, I played with Ikaku for first stream entirely. So, I know how he plays, and I just don't really like his gameplay, personally. I think it's slow, and also, his attacks are a bit clunky. Like, his bankai is decent, and he does have that, you know, gimmicky mechanic where he can die in his bankai, which could be cool, I guess, if it's to, like, avoid one-shot hits. Well, realistically speaking, it's not very, you know, useful otherwise. That is true, Twilight, that is true. I mean, the man is kind of like a meme anyway. Because, you know, he's the only guy who gets a bankai and just get clapped and never gets to use it again. He's literally the only one. So, you know, there is that. But I feel like with these kinds of games, you know, you gotta have that one character which nobody wants to use just to balance the cosmos. In Genshin it's Chi-Chi, you know, in Wuthering Waves it's Lin Yan. In Honkai Star Rail, I'm not sure who that would be, but probably somebody as well. Oh man, I'm gonna miss that. Okay, well, come on. As a proud and loud member of C4 Chi-Chi Club, how do you feel right now? Because Greg is a proud member of C5 Chi-Chi, you know? He's up there with the greats. The man is almost at a pedestal of being C6 owner. I know. If they literally just buff his bankai speed, like, give him, I don't know, 35% attack speed buff while he's in his bankai, that would be great. That would be great. That's all he needs, really. Because, like, you're only using him for his tactical skill otherwise. So he doesn't need to do anything else. Or make it like Byakuya, you know, where when you can use his E 3 times, and then when you press, you know, the attack button for long enough, he just kind of stays on the field and keeps attacking by himself. If he can do that, that could be also a solution, I feel like. Kenny, come on. Give me a counterattack. I mean, Chi-Chi is a curse. We're gonna... Everybody here had at least once came across that menace, shall we say. I lost my Reiatsu pulls to her, and I'll never forget it. Never forget it. Yeah, let me try to lock in a little bit. So maybe I could squeak it out. I think Saijin has a lot of potential, and as I said, when he does get his first boundary, he does get flat 40% crit damage to anyone who has his shield. So I feel like that makes him actually really viable for anyone, just as a sub-unit, because you can use Kisuke for everyone. So if you don't have, like, you know, Momo or somebody, you can definitely use him. Get a little bit of shield going as well. I still riding his tail. Yeah, that was on me. That was on me. It's not weird. It's called the Blessing Twilight. You should be grateful for that. Because, I play Genshin since, like, beginning, and the amount of Chi-Chi I got throughout the years was staggering. I never got more than, like, 3 on one account, but overall, I had plenty in my time. Trying to get the battle skill going, because I kind of need it for rotation sake. Come on. Definitely do this. Kagero crying over there in the corner with his 5 Chi-Chis. Oh. To be fair, if you never had Chi-Chi, have you ever played Genshin? Like, come on. Oh man, how did he do that? God, that... I just go Tosen's bankai. Come on. I did level my up to level 50, I believe, just for some interwined fates. That was the only reason. Come on, Kenny. Just cooperate. Tanari, yeah. I don't think I actually had him. Ever. I got him free from, like, one of those anniversaries, but I never had him otherwise. You didn't even activate a constellation. Wow, that's a different kind of dedication, Kakura. I respect it, you know? I respect that. Man, that was going so well as well. I choked myself out on that one. Okay. We can definitely do this. I mean, to be honest, I feel like for at least 80% of people out there who played gacha games, Genshin was probably one of the first. Like, when you think about it, like gacha games in general have been popularized by Genshin at large. For better or for worse, really. Depending on how you feel about that. But before Genshin, like, gachas were relatively niche genre. Like, I'm trying to think if there was any, like, big gacha games before Genshin. And, I mean, Fate, I guess, was one. Bleach Brave Souls was also one. Honkai Impact 3rd, I guess, technically. But none of them were, like, massive, you know? To the point where they became, like, mainstream. So Genshin kind of popularized the genre, and you can argue that, you know, if Genshin never came out, technically we would never probably receive like games like Wuthering Waves, for example. So you never know. Arknights, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'll be fighting Kenpachi 1.5 hours. Rough. I'll try for another half an hour, and if I can get a decent score going, I'll just beat him, and then we'll do some other stuff, and then come back later probably, just see how they're going. Oh, come on. I just keep spamming the block, and sometimes it doesn't work. Again. It's a bit of a shame that Urahara doesn't have his weapon stamp on here, like the trial one. Kinda, Kagura. I mean, to be fair, like, Genshin in its infancy was not a bad game, like, by any means. Like, when it first came out, it was actually pretty good. Like, comparatively to what was available on the market at the time, it was not bad. Like, you can all put it past it that it did kind of pave the path for other games to, you know, take footing and kind of become a thing. But the way they went about it, maybe not the best, because now we have a lot of crappy practices like 50-50 and, you know, and stuff like overpriced gacha currency and all that stuff. But, you know, you can't have good without the bad, I guess. It's all about the yin and yang type mentality. Got me miss switch, unbelievable. Are they, Jesse? Hopefully doing well. Welcome back. Block that. Oh, come on. How did he get me on that one? Oh, gosh. All I needed was Torsten's ult. I guess. It just... Personally, 50-50. I don't think it's, like, the worst thing in the world. But, like... When you take games like these, for example, where you don't have 50-50... And it's still, like, 80 pulls to get a character... I just feel like that's much better. And the thing is, it wouldn't be a problem, 50-50 existence, if the game actually gave you enough ways to, like, earn the currency to, you know, justify having 50-50. Hi there, Blaze. I do remember you. Hopefully doing well. Oh, man. Come on. Quality of life for games, yeah, they are a bit rough. I do agree with that, to be honest, but I feel like with years, Genshin just got stagnated to the point where they didn't innovate anything, and it just, you know, it kind of left a lot of people with sour taste in their mouth, because they're probably still reliving, like, the glory days when Genshin just came out and it was brand new, fresh in everybody's mind. But I do agree, G, there was a lot of gacha games back in the day where they didn't have any 50-50. There was no guarantees at all. And one of the games I used to play was Bleach Brave Souls, and in that game you never had 50-50. Now, granted the rates were much higher, because you had like, I think... from memory, it was about 6-7% to get a character, so it is higher in that regard, but it was still nowhere on, like, a level where you can, you know, justify it, because sometimes you would have to go on that game for, like, anywhere between 20, 10 pulls, 25, sometimes more, for like a single character, because I had many experience with that game where I went for, I think it was Technique Yamamoto, the PvP one when he just came out back in like 2019, 2020, and I spent like 20,000 orbs to get him, couldn't get him. I went like, what was it, about 40, no, about like 80 temples, somewhere there. I couldn't get him, and I quit the game. So, yeah. It was rough. But guarantees in that respect are better, but yeah. Oh, come on. So yeah, and there's still games that are like super popular. Like, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I never played the game, but from what I've heard, the Fate game doesn't have any sort of pity. Like, literally none. you literally can go as high as you possibly want to, and you can still not get a character. And that's why a lot of people like bringing up as one of the worst gacha games out there. Welcome back, Angel. Welcome back. Tell the masses how many gacha games you play in, big man. Yep. So you see, this is when you're asking who plays those games, Twilight, you get your answer right below. That's who. I don't know about that one, Angel. I don't know about the sanity part. I think that's already been long gone. You really gonna sit here and tell me you're still a sane individual if you play 8 to 9 gacha games? That's impossible, and you know that. Because to be fair, at my peak, like when I used to play games a lot, I used to play at least like 4, maybe 5, by 8 or 9, even for me, that seems quite large. Because I assume you play them religiously as well, or you play them every day. Oh, the man is playing 50-50 of life. I see, I see. To be fair, Greg and you are the same in that regard, because I believe Greg was doing the same with his exams. The man was studying for his economics while playing gacha games. Which I feel like if you do study economics, that's probably gonna be your first lesson, don't play gacha games. Because the odds are against you. Etheria Restart, Punishing Grey Raven, and... I played Etheria for a while, but the game got too grindy, so I kind of quit. I never played Punishing Grey Raven, but I heard good things about it, and Bleach obviously goated. Enfield? What is that? Is it like the new spin-off of one of the existing gacha games? One Piece Bounty Rush is an interesting one, because I tried it before. I honestly just couldn't understand how to play it. Because I know it's like capture the flag, but I honestly couldn't understand how to play. I played it for like solid 5 hours, and I couldn't tell you what I was doing. Which I feel like that's a good reason for me not to play it anymore. Or at least it was. I just know about Punishing Grey Raven because it's done by the same people that made Wither Waves. That's how I learned all of it. And I also heard that recently they had, I believe, Dante and... was it Virgil? I think so. Collab with, like, Devil May Cry, which was kind of goated. Oh, come on. How did I not block that? What do you mean skill issue, Twilight? Come on! I literally couldn't block it. I think it was that instant death that you told me about. It literally the time froze and I couldn't press anything. Devil May Cry is a really good game. I would suggest it, Angel. It's one of my personal favorites. I remember when I was a kid, I used to play it to hell and back. It was really, really fun. And I think it still holds up even to this day. I was literally on the zone of attack. Like, how? Fair enough, Twilight, fair enough. I just downloaded because it was at a time when I used to play the Treasure Cruise One Piece game, and I was like, you know what? Since I'm already playing this, let's check out this other One Piece game. And I downloaded it, and I was like, okay, what is the game? But I didn't even know what it was about, because I believe on the pictures in, like, Play Store, it doesn't actually tell you what you're supposed to do. It just shows you cool, like, animations of characters' attacks. I was like, okay, this looks kind of fun. And when I actually downloaded it, I couldn't tell you what was happening. And the main problem, the characters were so slow that I couldn't even move that fast. And yeah, I just couldn't get behind it. One Piece Fighting Path? Is it one of those, like, Chinese games? Because I know there's, like, Naruto Chinese game, which looked actually really good. But I believe in China they have a lot of these, anime games, which are not available, to the western part of the world. And it does seem like in China they actually kind of getting behind the anime trend and releasing more and more games for their genre, for better or for worse. Oh, come on! Oh, net animation. I need to stagger him. Interesting. Kenny, just cooperate. But as I say, in China they started to go on kind of ham on these like anime games as of late. Because I feel like they just saw the market opportunity and they've taken it. And it seems like they actually do a pretty good job. As long as they can get the licensing behind them. Because I don't know if you guys pay attention to like App Store new releases and all that. But there's a lot of these like very obscure anime games which are not really released, let's say legally. Because a lot of them are... Okay, you know what? I'll finish the sentence after I'm done with this. Man, no! God! I choked myself out on that one. What was I gonna say? A lot of them are not released officially, so if you ever see a game which like says early access, that's how you know 9 times out of 10 that it's not licensed, because for whatever reason, I don't know legality behind it, but basically if it's an early stage like beta test, they don't technically need to have a license to release it. And what a lot of them do is they never take it out of the beta test. They basically just perpetually siphon money through it, so like microtransactions, while being in beta test. That's why if you Google like Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, there's gonna be like 10 bajillion random Chinese games with a lot of similar like images, similar, you know, animation styles. That's probably because it's one company that siphons all of them. and just keeps recycling them. So if like one gets taken down, they can just pump another one under different name with exactly the same gameplay. There has been like hundreds of those out there, and all of them basically on this, like, I think there's Jujutsu Kaisen one, there's like Naruto's like tremendous amounts, Bleach is quite a lot, One Piece has a few. So yeah, if you ever see those are not official, shall we say. And that's how they get away with it. I believe. I don't know exactly legality behind it, but I think that's kind of how they're getting away with it. Which is actually fascinating, because I didn't know the Play Store would publish a game unless it was like officially, you know, licensed or whatnot. Because I assume they would need to provide like some sort of verification, basically just saying, this is the IP I'm using, you know, this is the owner of IP saying it's okay to use it and all that kind of stuff. But I guess they don't have to do that, which is fascinating. You know what? Oh man, that was close. If I only had a Kisuke's ult. Angel, those are famous last words. You know, whenever you say you gotta count down in gacha games, it ain't gonna happen, let's be real. Kuzan is a pretty cool character. That's fair, Twilight, that's fair. Well, the problem is, I was kind of hoping to get Kisuke's ult, because if I had Kisuke's ult, this man would have been dead. But he died. So, you know, that was an unfortunate factor that I didn't take into my consideration, shall we say. But that's okay. That's okay. Sometimes he doesn't get staggered from... I'm literally doing the exact same pattern. Sometimes he gets staggered, sometimes he doesn't, which is kind of annoying. That is fair, Twilight. I mean, for me personally, that character is Aizen, because when I was like 10 years old, watching Aizen, you know, slick back his hair on that Society arc, they just put, you know, a smile on my face and a memory stuck in my brain. Same was like Light from Death Note, because Death Note was literally the first anime I ever watched. It just put like one of those unforgettable memories in my brain of, you know, Light eating a chip in particular scene, you know, writing names and then, you know, reaching into the bag of chips and eating it. Absolute cinema, let me tell you. And you know, the scene where L washes Light's feet, I mean, whew, come on. How can you pass up on that? Look, Twilight was sharing his reasoning behind, you know, liking characters, and I said I have the same. What are you trying to tell here, Kakro? Come on. I'm just being part of the conversation. That is all. I'm not glazing Aizen for no reason. kind of worked out actually. Okay. Okay, that wasn't clean, but you know what, we beat him. Minute 6. That's terrible. Man, I keep choking at the end. Exactly. Exactly. I take a potato chip and eat it, Twilight. Come on, get the quote right. Oh, man, this man just keeps annoying me. I got too distracted thinking about Light's potato chip eating scene. It choked out in the end, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. There is co-op in this game, Kagura, but it's not good. Well, it's okay. So there is co-op modes, but like, so there's this one, which I guess actually we can probably do now. I might as well. I don't really have reason not to. But this this co-op mode is basically you get in a group with 3 people, and you work together to basically do as much damage as you possibly can, kinda. And your end goal is basically to survive as long as you can and do as much damage as you can. And in this particular mode, there's also like a semi-reward, I guess, for actually playing in co-op, because there's 2 rankings basically. One is solo ranking, which nobody cares about because it doesn't give you anything, and one is group ranking. And the higher you rank up, the more rewards you get. The second one is you can join people for basically like weekly bosses, and I think that's it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's only 2 for now. There is like guild boss, but it's not co-op, and there is frenzy battle, which you will fight against other people, but neither of them are co-op. Okay, maybe there's not enough people right now. We'll do that later. I assume there's not enough people woken up yet. Because like these kinds of events are like very prevalent, so that's the closest you get to the actual co-op for like leaderboards and whatnot. Man, I need to actually grind this Tossen one because I'm almost getting pushed out of top 100. I think for other 2 I'm fine, but this one I need to do a little bit harder because it's not quite there yet. Didn't you like grind it relentlessly for at least, I believe, you said 16 hours? Did you not play it since then, Angel? Did you just give up? Because if you have, I mean, come on. Okay, you know what? Let's mix it up a little bit. We'll jump onto Kenpachi's thing later again. Let's spend our stamina a little bit. Take a little bit of a break from that fight, do something a little bit more engaging, and then we'll come back to it later, probably. Not for Angel, Kagura, you gotta remember who we're talking about here. For a normal person, that's probably crazy, but for Angel, they're just a regular Saturday afternoon. To be fair, Zenless Zone Zero was my obsession for a while as well, previous winter. I spent literally like 3 months playing it non-stop until I completed everything. So I can relate to that, because it is a relatively addictive game. Because it has a very like charming feel to it. 18 hours, okay, my apologies. I didn't mean no disrespect, Angel. I didn't mean to undervalue your ultimate gaming prowess. But as I was saying, I cleared it in probably about 3 months, and I haven't played it since, really. I probably will come back, though. You are correct in that, Twilight. And the thing is, it's not really fan service, because I feel like Zenless Zone Zero is just essentially a fetish hub that's masked as a game, because it's catering to very specific audiences, shall we say. And if you look at the characters, you'll understand why. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm just saying it's a thing. And you can take that for what you will. I personally think it's peculiar, but, you know, I've seen worse. I've seen worse. I don't think so, Justin. I honestly haven't tried, because I'm using different stamp sets for other characters, but I assume if you're using the same one, it probably doesn't stack. I mean, my record of playing games is probably, like... I played League at one point for, I think, all, like, times combined, excluding breaks, probably close to 70 hours in one sitting. When I was grinding my masters back in, like, 2012 or something. It was, like, a summer vacation, and I basically stayed up in, I think I was still using Skype at that point, because I didn't know Discord existed. I stayed on a call with a bunch of my friends, and we were, like, grinding rankings. And I think I stayed awake for a little bit longer than 3 days. And I was just grinding the same game over and over just to rank up. Because I think it was close to, like, final season calculations. And I really, really wanted to get that. No sleep. Nope. I was surviving on nothing but... determination of steel, tea, and whatever food I can scavenge in my kitchen. And the other part, which kind of probably made it worse, was my parents were not home. They went to visit my grandparents at the time for, like, a long weekend. So I was staying by myself, and I was essentially living like Gollum, you know? Just huddled in my room and computer. Having, like, a bunch of teacups stacked around my table. And whatever food I could find. I literally took, like, one of those, you know, plastic rubbish bags. I put it on the floor. And, like, whatever food I had, and I would finish, I would just chuck it in there. And basically, when I took a break, I would just take it down. Totally down with, you know, a big sack with the rubbish. And we just empty it in a bin, and then go back. Oh. I told this story before. I stayed awake for more than, like, 3 days at that point. It was close to, like, 90 hours somewhere there. I'm just saying. It was a long time ago, and as I said, I was roughly around 12 at the time, so it was a different time, different era, and I was a different man. Okay, you know what? Let's try these events, because I haven't beat them at all, and I don't really know what they're about. So we might as well. Twilight, just don't mention any Xenoblade Zone Zero characters in front of Angel. You're gonna lose his gold. Okay. Okay. So what do I need to do? Do I need to let this man get hit by snowballs? Okay, so it doesn't look like I can do any damage to him. Or very little damage, at least. Ah, okay. And then I can do damage? Ah, interesting. Okay, so I need to freeze them and then basically throw them against an object of some kind. Ooh, actually you can... This is an interesting event. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, you know what? Let's see. I think Zenzo Zero is really good as well. The main problem that I had with it is that you can finish everything in that game very quickly. There wasn't much like after you've done all the end game to do. So that's kind of why I stopped playing for a while. But I probably will come back at some point because I still think it's a really nice pastime type of game. Oh, come on. Stop throwing rocks at me. Can I actually throw the rocks back at him? Okay, I can't. Good to know. Okay. Alright, so I need more. Miyabi is actually one of the most gooning characters out there, Angel. Just kidding, just kidding. But Miyabi is actually pretty cool. I think I started playing when Miyabi was released. And she was pretty fun to play around with, to be honest. How did that not work? M6 Miyabi, golly. That's dedication right there. Okay, there we go. I'd rather not, Twilight. I'd rather not. This seems like there's going to be self-incriminating right there. I can't tarnish my reputation that hard. Maybe at some point later. Okay. How's that didn't work? Let's try again. There we go. Okay. That's sorted. I don't know about now, but Miyubi used to be like one of the best characters as well, so that's justifiable. Because her gameplay was actually kind of nuts. It's really fun to play around with. Especially if you paired her with that singing lady. I forget her name. She was bopping her to the absolute gills. There we go. That didn't work. Oh, come on. Listen, Angel, it's not as easy as you think it is. Because first of all, these snowballs are random. They just come at you every which way. And second of all, I'm trying to pay attention to chat as well. Give me some slack. Come on. Oh, man. There we go. Okay. Wow, Angel is really passionate about that. Fair enough. I mean, to be honest, I don't think I ever played a gacha game where I maxed out a character, just out of principle, because I don't think any character is worthwhile maxing out. At the end of the day, I'd much rather get 6 new characters than get 1 character to max Ascension. Because, I don't know, it's just, it's not my kind of hustle personally. But I always respect people who, you know, like for example, Liz, as a free-to-play, she saved up all her pulls to max out Zhong Li. And I feel like that's dedication that I can only aspire to achieve, personally. Oh, come on. There we go. No, well, that's gonna be far. He's gonna freeze. Actually, no. Okay, good, good, good. Come on. Oh, as I said, I have nothing against maxing out character. It's mostly like, I don't know. To me, I always prioritize like new, fresh gameplay over just OP old gameplay. If that makes more sense, I guess. Because I don't think, like, I'm trying to think if I ever went for like pure copies anyway, and I think the only character that I ever went for copies on was Kazuha in Genshin, and that was only because I wanted to make him DPS, because I really liked him, but I never went for his like max constellations. Well, that is fair, G, that is fair. To me, I'm just more, like, my ADHD brain always craves like new stimulations, if you know. What's better stimulation than having like a new character to play around with? Because like I get easily bored of doing the same things repetitively. So anything that can stimulate, you know, my interest in a game more, which in most cases a new character, is welcome. Okay, get that guy. Ooh, I can actually... I forgot that I can stack them. Didn't work. Oh. Well. Oh, there we go. I was going to say how I was going to get there. Appreciate the fall stay. Golly. Okay, there we go. Man. This event is a little bit tricky, not gonna lie. Probably do this, and then this. Oh wait, this guy didn't get turned. Hi there, Hakim. Glad to see you. Yeah, I just realized that that's probably actually the easiest strategy. Luckily, the snowballs started dropping faster, so that's a little bit easier because of that. This event is actually kind of fun, I guess. It's not ideal, I guess, but it is fun. There we go, okay. Bump them in here. And then bump them in there. Aw, man, I missed that one. Okay, hold up, hold up, hold up. There we go, and then drop it on them. Okay. There we go. Wait. Oh, come on. There we go. Nice. I froze a man in another dimension, clearly. Look, I always like to do things my way. Okay. Okay, I'll just get rid of them. Okay. There we go. Oh, God, I didn't mean to miss that, but... And I'll just get rid of these guys. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. Well. Okay. Wait, no. This guy. Oh, it doesn't work on him? I don't know why it doesn't work. Okay, well, that was strange. Oh man, how did I miss that? Yeah, unfortunately, I've never been good at billiard. But... Come on. Okay. There we go. Hi there, Arbiter. Hopefully doing well. Okay. Oh, okay, there we go. So I have to actually... There we go. Well, look. I was trying my best. I don't know. I get too overzealous. Let's try again. I think I did pretty well for, you know, my first try. I just couldn't understand what I was supposed to do, to be honest. In a retrospect, it did tell me that I have to hit enemies onto the boss, but I just couldn't figure out why I couldn't break his, like, defense and whatnot. So let me do that again, quickly. Now that I understand the objective. Get him that far, but there we go. Okay. Oh man, got froze. I finished it already. I'm just trying to clear on 3 stuns. Okay. Go. Okay. All I need to do... I can't. Like, the hitting is so precise that you can't even hit it in the wrong direction. Okay, you know what? Let's restart that quickly. Kind of messed that up at the beginning. So we can get them here, and then this guy into that guy, and then this guy into this guy. Okay. Oh, missed that. God. Okay. And then that guy. Okay. And then this guy to the floor. Okay. Freeze him again. Okay, there we go. Ah. Okay. Well, hold up. Hold up. No. Go. Oh man, wrong direction. Okay, there we go. That was easy. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Hi there, Adrian. Hopefully doing well. Yeah, this event is a bit finicky. Wasn't particularly easiest, shall we say, but kind of got the hang of it in the end. Took a couple tries, but we cleared it. That's all that matters. Okay. Don't really know what this one is. Oh, okay, so this is basically just random things. Okay, let's do more. I like this kind of gambling, you know, free gambling. I'll take that. Okay. Interesting. Okay, go there. How many of these actual lines are there? 8 lines, okay. I didn't do this event just because I forgot about it, to be honest. Depends what character it is, Adrian, to be honest. If it's somebody fun, I might. Okay. Second Barrel Fires is pretty good. I don't think Justin. I don't think it carries over. I'm pretty sure unless you collect it, it just disappears. Hi there, gamer. Hopefully doing well. Okay. How many rounds are actually there? Because it doesn't say. I mean, I'm not complaining, but I don't think this is how Bingo played either. Ooh, that was like 5 line in a row. Golly, we're cooking. We collected all the good stuff. Now it's just coins. I was hoping we can squeak out a few more Spirit Jades. Now it's nothing exciting. I would just collect it at the beginning of the day, because usually I just use it whenever I wake up. That way, unless I'm streaming that day. That way, you just never lose it, really. And it's just a good habit to have. Ooh, 6 lines in a row connected. Man, we eating good tonight. Okay, so there's only four rounds, really. To be honest, I don't mind getting a bit more coins. It's always a good thing. Nice, 3 lines. We take those. We take those. It's actually not a bad event to grind some coins, to be fair. So you do get quite a bit. Let's see if we can scratch one more. Nice. I mean, to be fair, this game is pretty free-to-play friendly, I'd say. Because, you know, they did extend the banners for majority of players from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. And to be fair, majority of games don't do that. So I feel like that was a huge W for even whales, really, because having 2 characters a month is a bit steep. Even if you are like a mega whale, because it does cost quite a bit. Okay, yeah, that was pretty good. That wasn't too bad, I'll take that. How many coins do we have now, actually? Ooh, 2.6 mil. I'll take that, I'll take that. It's pretty good. Alright. Let's see if anyone will join me on this one. Still haven't done it, might as well. But I like these little events that they're doing as well. I feel like this game in general is extremely free-to-play friendly because you get a lot of resources, really, and there's events every single week. A lot of these gacha games give you events like every couple weeks, and every week is already good enough, but you also get a relatively decent amount of like free resources as well. The only thing that's kinda on a down low is coins. I feel like coins is a pretty big issue for a lot of people, unless you get Battle Pass. Because on Battle Pass you get like 2 to 3 mil, and that should last you until the next Battle Pass, realistically, unless you're grinding, you know, the, what do you call it? The coin trial, like, all the time, and you can get more that way, but I feel like you don't need to. Okay, this boss, I actually found a very interesting mechanic that you can bypass the freeze entirely, at least for the most part. Okay. Man, I forgot that I had the auto switched on, so it kind of messed up my rotation a little bit, which is no ideal. There we go. Full bond. Alright, that's good, that's good. Ooh, that's nice damage, nice damage. So yeah, basically the entire point is you're kind of trying to get as much damage going before these stacks going in. I kind of messed it up. I think my highest one I got was like 50 mil. But I kind of messed it up with Ichigo's rotation. But got 27 mil, that's alright. I'll take it. And now it's kind of pointless because you don't really get that much damage anyway. I probably should have actually brought my Toshiro, but the problem is I don't have enough damage on my Toshiro. So it doesn't do that much. The problem, my Aizen doesn't have his core stamp, so he's not as good as he can be. But, you know, it is what it is. Man, this gentleman that's with me is actually kind of popping off. 109 mil? Golly. Oh yeah, my Ichigo doing pretty well. My Ichigo is pretty juiced up. He's not like crazy good, but he's good. Yeah, I know, game. It just, as I say, I messed up my rotation because I got a little bit too flustered. I could do way more damage, but I messed it up. Because the thing is, I shouldn't really have used Ichigo's ult on the first rotation, because I could have went with his ultimate for like 5 mil damage on the second one instead. Because ideally what you want to do is basically, if you're running the same team as me, you basically want to stack Aizen's ultimate as fast as you can, and Urahara's ultimate. Your DPS ultimate doesn't really matter, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to get 2 rotations in before the stacks start to roll in for his defense. So you're trying to get that as fast as possible, and the best way to do it is basically just prioritize your Aizen and your Urahara. And then you basically just rotate, you unload your Urahara's ult, you stack up your ultimate with Ichigo, or Toshiro, whichever one you have. And afterwards, basically all you need to do is go in, do the exact same thing, stack up more the debuffs for, you know, counters, because the more counters debuffs you get, you kind of have to bank that your teammates are good with that as well, and they're doing their part. And basically on the second one, that's when you pop off, that's when you unload your Urahara's ult, that's when you get your Aizen going, that's when you get your DPS going, and that's where you get like 30 mil off the rip, pretty much. But yeah, I kind of messed it up. Yeah, I know, Twilight, but you know, a man can dream. I actually did decent. Like, I didn't choke too much. It wasn't like the best damage I ever did, but 27 mil is decent. And the problem is, I don't know if it's just me, but my Toshiro just doesn't freeze fast enough. And I don't know if that's because I don't have his core stamp, so he doesn't pop off as quickly as everybody else. But actually, I need to put this on him. Completely forgot. This works much better on him. But yeah, as I was saying, he just doesn't freeze fast enough. And I don't know if that's because he doesn't do enough damage, or because, I don't know, the boss is bugged. Because I know the boss was bugged for a while. But I don't know if they fixed it. So, yeah, no idea on that front. But this is a team I've been running for pretty much everything, and it kind of has been working pretty well. Like, I stopped using my Byakuya, really, unless I'm doing Frenzy Feast, because Aizen just works so much better. Like, he allows my Ichigo to do so much more damage than Byakuya could, because they both do, like, reduced resistance, but yeah, I don't have, you see, the main problem that I have right now is I don't have Aizen's or Toshiro's core stamp. If I had their core stamp, I feel like my damage would be way, way higher. But I'm still saving, like, the corridor keys, because I'm still hoping, like, I still have that hopium in me, that the next update will be pity implemented. Yeah, that's probably the reason then, because I know on his core stamp he gets, like, much higher crit rate and much higher, like, damage in general, so... Because right now I'm using the Kenpachi's one on him, and it's okay, but it's not good enough for him, really. I don't even have his, like, best in soul 5-star, which kind of hurting him a little bit. But he does okay damage. Like, I saw him do about, like, 6 million, pretty much. I do have Aizen's weapon, but on his core stamps he gets, like, stacks, I believe, of, like, what does his core stamp do? Let's go and check it out, because I believe he gets, like, stacks that increase his damage, and he gets, like, obviously free counter. Let's see. Yeah, so he gets stacks of illusions, and each stack of illusion increases spirit damage. Okay, so he gets 5% extra spirit damage. That's actually not that high. He's triggered the pressure, and the cap is doubled up to 40 stacks. Ah, okay, so he gets 40 stacks of these. Okay, so yeah. He also gets 25% crit damage. And he also deals 100% more damage, so you know, that's kind of the difference. But yeah, that's kind of what I need right now. And as I said, the reason why I have so many keys right now is because I'm just waiting for that moment when they implement pity. Hi there, random. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Doing all right. Just did a couple events, kind of chatting with guys about power levels of characters and whatnot. Hopefully you're doing well as well. But yeah, I kind of need this because right now, my Aizen doesn't have, like, the main problem, he doesn't have really good spirit damage piece, because I've been farming for Toshiro like crazy because I want to build him. And then I'm gonna try to get this Aizen piece right here. B3, yeah, right. But what I'm using right now is this, literally because I don't have anything better. Like, it's not good, it's okay, it gives him a little bit more damage, but I literally don't have anything better. I don't have a single 5-star except Kenpachi's. Like, literally no single one, so I don't know. Listen, guys. You gotta understand. I'm the kind of man that unless I get the best deal, I ain't going in. Hi there, hopefully you're doing well. Look, without pity, like, we did so much of this corridor key. We literally did like 10 to 12 runs, and I didn't get a single limited one except Ichigo one time. Look, my luck in this game mode is cursed. I can't for the life of me get what I want. It's just life for you, I don't know. I might do one later, just to test it out, but I don't know. It just, because the problem is, right, I want to wait until at least Friday, because on Friday a new unit comes out, and the last time when Aizen came out, or Toshiro 1 or 2, they did like a big update where they buffed a bunch of characters. So I don't really wanna like go in until I know that they're not gonna implement for another at least 3 weeks. Because I feel like if they're not gonna do it for Gin or whoever comes out, then it's pretty safe to use, because at least then you kind of have 3 weeks to walk around with. And in those 3 weeks, you're probably gonna get more keys anyway. Yeah, Twilight, but you're a blessed being, unlike me. I'm a cursed individual, destined to live on, like, the 9th circle of hell itself. Look, guys, look. You gotta understand. Have you watched the videos I've been putting out of me summoning? You gotta understand that I'm not a lucky man. In fact, I'm a hardworking man, you know? I get all my luck through hard work. By grinding things until, you know, stars align and I get whatever, something I want. Fine. Okay, look. We might do one run later. Let me finish all my daily stuff, and then we'll try it. The main reason is, as I said, I have like really bad track record with using things before I need to, and then regretting it later because updates like getting rolled out where certain game modes get buffed and the drop rate gets buffed. I'm lucky that at least I have guys like you around me who, you know, who have luck that might be able to, you know, cure me of my curse. Because for the longest time when I used to play like Genshin and Honkai religiously, I used to rely on Greg to like pull things for me because I was just cursed eternally. And I lost so many 50-50s in those games, it was crazy. I think the other reason why I'm hesitant to go is because I'm missing literally only 3 call stamps. I'm missing Yorichis, I'm missing Toshiro, and I'm missing Aizen. I have everything else. So I'm not even missing that many like 6 stars. I'm literally missing 3. I have everybody else's. So I guess technically I haven't been super unlucky in Corridor Stamp because I did get like only 1 5-star and everything else was 6-star, but all of those were guarantees. I don't think I got a single one early, except Ikaku. I got Ikaku early, which might as well have been a 5-star, because you know, why would that matter? All right, I'll do one run after we're done with dailies. I'll do that. Just to appease you guys, but I'm just telling you, we ain't gonna get anything. I know my luck. I know exactly what's gonna happen. We're gonna go all the way, and ain't nothing happen. I didn't get like, I'm pretty certain, and correct me if I'm wrong, if some of you guys know. I'm relatively certain I didn't get a single secret corridor run before guarantee. Angel, for you personally, I think no, because first of all, you only have Aizen, and second of all, you literally don't use anybody else. So for me, since I have all the limited characters right now, it's a little bit more worthwhile, because I can get at least something good. You're literally gonna play Russian roulette at that point. And as I said, they did have, well, can you really consider an announcement? They had like a video where they were talking about future projects and future like what they want to do. They were talking about like all the voice acting, all the you know, plans that they plan to do with like improving the games, moving forward and all that kind of stuff. And they did mention that they were planning to do quarter key adjustments. That is fair, Random. To be honest, that is fair. I know the whales are... It's probably one of their best-selling items, to be fair, because it's like 20 bucks, and in Whale's mind, 20 bucks is like, what, 2 10 pulls if you buy in boxes? So for them, it's worthwhile. I just personally didn't buy it, even though I do spend a little bit of money, like about Battle Pass and Monster Card. I just felt like if you're buying the core stamp, you're kind of treading on a slippery slope, and I'd much rather get it through, you know, hard work than just buying it. Because that just makes it more rewarding. No, G, you're fine, you're fine. I'm just telling to Angel because Angel literally just started playing game, and he doesn't have any limited characters except Aizen. So for him, it's not really worthwhile. Listen, Twilight, come on. It is fair, it is fair. Hi there, Hamburger. Hopefully you're doing well. I think I cleared it in about a minute. To be fair, I didn't try super hard. I probably will come back to it later. I think it was like minute 6 or something. And I did choke out, to be fair, at the end. My rotation was kind of bad. I tried it for like 1.5 hours, and I kind of just decided to do other things for now. As I say, I'll probably come back. If I don't come back today, we'll do it next week. Trying to get higher. Because I just didn't want to bore you guys with watching me play the same game mode for like 20 hours. That is fair, Adrian. That is fair. I do think Aizen is gonna be a benchmark for a while. Like, at least I feel like he's gonna be a benchmark for the next 6 months until we're gonna see what's it gonna cook up for half anniversary. Because I really doubt there's gonna be a single character that's gonna topple him right now. There's like no realistic way for them to make somebody stronger than him, because first of all, Aizen is a tactical unit for any team. So he has like flat 30% damage boost for anyone. And you can't really compete with that. And DPSs, you know, they have very fleeting life span where like every single DPS is gonna outscale the old one. They're just how it is. But with tactical units and like supports like Kisuke, I feel like they're gonna have such a huge shelf life because of their utility. Because all DPSs rely on is numbers. If their numbers are not as high as the newer ones, you know, they kind of fall off. And that's unfortunate, but it's just how it is. Unless the DPSs have utility in their kits as well. Like, if they have, like, Bleed, which, again, we'll have, then they might have slightly higher lifespan, but if it's, like, just pure raw damage like Ichigo, like, I feel like next Slasher character is just gonna outright outscale Ichigo completely. He's not gonna be even close. I think it's still 2 weeks. I believe it's until like mid-January, because every single event has 2 weeks shelf life. That's why I'm not stressing about it too much, because we still have quite a long time to do it. Well, funny you say that, Twilight, because I don't know if you guys noticed it, but they actually did add a skin in the Aizen event, but it wasn't for Aizen, it was for Shikai Ichigo, I think. And it was basically his, like, you know, cloak that he wore while saving Rukia. You can actually get that for, like, 2,000 of those daily coins. And, that was, like, the first skin they did, I believe. I don't think they did another one. And if you go into skins, on the Shikai Ichigo, and you click on, like, the question mark at the top, in the description, it does say the way to obtain skins is either through events or through the shop. Personally, I do think so, Hamburger, because the thing is, with games like these, obviously power creep will always be a thing. I don't think it's ever gonna be like the same plain level feel for every single characters. But it's tricky because it depends on like what they want to prioritize. Personally, I think it would be a good thing because ideally what you want is every character to, at the bare minimum, being able to clear the content in the game. Like, obviously your character should be better because, you know, otherwise you're not going to have a reason to pull them and they're just not going to be a smart business decision from their part. But if they make the old characters just completely deflate as soon as a new one comes out and like completely lose their relevance, then that will create an issue where people will just stop pulling for every character. Like even Wales, I feel like gonna stop pulling for every character because of an issue like that. At least for DPS. Maybe for like tactical and utility units, it's gonna be a bit different because they're gonna offer different buffs. But for DPSs, like for example, if you pull Toshiro or you pull Ichigo, unless the next character, the next DPS is gonna be like outlandishly crazy, you don't have to pull for them. And that's just how it is, you know, with these kinds of games. DPSs are there just to do damage. Ichigo's already been out for almost 2 months, Kagura. He's already granddad. Already, the man deflated. Well, actually not 2 months, 1.5. Well, a little bit longer than 1 month. A little bit longer. 1 month and like 1 week or something. Hi there, Savvy. Glad to see you. Yeah, we have a bit of a nerd out on character relevance and whatnot. But yeah, basically, I feel like the old character should be buffed at least once, or at least once or twice annually, I'd say, would be a good factor. Because we already seen them buffing characters, like they already buffed pretty much everybody except Hikaku. Which is funny because Hikaku is the only character that needs buff. So I feel like they already set a precedent that they're gonna buff characters in the future. It just depends how often and how much. And also another thing that a lot of people don't consider is that events getting harder and harder. Like if you take the first events in this game as an example, and you take the latest Aizen one, they night and day. Night and day. And I feel like if the progression ceiling is gonna keep upping up, then we're gonna reach a point when the old character is just not gonna do any damage at all. And that's gonna be a bit tricky in that regard. Maybe. maybe. As I said, I don't think Aizen will be power crept anytime soon because he just does so much. And that's why I feel like he's gonna be relevant unit for a long, long time. Hi there, Cinema. Hopefully you're doing well. Unfortunately, in this game, you can only play co-op in a couple game modes. Weekly bosses is one of them, and you can also do it for, like, raid boss, like the Sandman that we have right now. The only other things that you can really do with your friends is, like, join the same guild and do, like, guild bosses. But those are individual. And just chat, really. That's kind of all you can do. There's not much else going on, co-op-wise. The devs did say that they were planning to implement more co-op in the future, but, you know, they could take ages. So there's no real timeline for now yet. Listen, random, you gotta make the bald man useful one way or another. Yeah, pretty much. I agree, G. I mean, it's pretty much the case with every gacha game. I mean, when you think about, like, let's take, I guess, Genshin as an example, you know, because everybody played Genshin at some point, probably, at least knows about it. And some of the oldest characters, like, for example, Zhongli. Zhongli got released in the first, like, couple months of game release. And it has been already 5 years. Zhongli's still one of the better supports in the game, to this day, I believe. Because he, like, just does so much, you know, he gives you damages, he gives you shields, you know, the man does so much. And you take, for example, a DPS like, I don't know, who was Diluc, for example. Diluc used to be the strongest DPS 5 years ago. Now he's not even in top 10, I probably would think. So, that's like the most cut-dry and clear example, but, you know. Listen, I'm not saying he's the best support character, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Oh. Listen, Diluc is my GOAT character, don't you dare disrespect the man. Do you know how much wine acres does he own? The winery ain't paying for itself. The man is busy. Yeah, I think if Aizen was limited to spirit DPSs only, like if he only buffed spirit characters, I feel like his shelf life would have been much slower. But nowadays, listen, nowadays, Sadvik, Diluc is still the GOAT. Okay, don't you dare disrespect my wine boy. Oh, golly. Probably, G, probably. I mean, I haven't played Genshin in years. Twilight, your sister is, you know, a cultured lady. You gotta respect it, you gotta respect it. But I mean, I don't know if you guys played Genshin from the beginning, but I remember times when people were saying that Chi-Chi was S tier because she could heal. I bet none of you remember those times. Well, I lived through those times. How tables have turned, haven't they? That is a fair point as well, Kagura. His skin is actually pretty cool looking. Like, I feel like his skin was what Genshin should have been about, like 3 or 4 years ago. And they just never, you know, decided to do anything with him. I don't think they added another 5-star skin to Twilight. I don't believe so, at least. They just kept releasing the 4 stars, and like the 4-star skins are essentially useless because they don't even change any animation, they just change how your character looks. And they still cost like 20 bucks. So what is the point? Listen, Sadek, I'm just saying, there has been a time when people thought Chi-Chi was one of the best characters. And I lived through those times. Anyway. I mean, to be fair, I used to main Diluc with Zhongli. Like, my team used to be Zhongli, Diluc, and basically output like Sucrose and like Bennett, pretty much, and just clear everything with it. And my Diluc used to do a lot of damage, like he was relatively well built. Okay, let's do this because I need more points anyway. Yeah, that will do. I mean, you were a whale, G? I see. I mean, once upon a time, I used to be a whale in Genshin as well. But I kinda quit while I was ahead. And I decided the low spending was the way. By buying only Battle Pass and Welking. That was the only grind I was in. Ooh, sorry to hear that, Osaka. May your mom rest in pepperonis. You can probably still get it from the trial corridor, because it is forced us. Hopefully, it won't take you too long to get it. I didn't even know Diluc works with Furina, to be honest, because I only use Furina with my boy Novelette. I never used her with anyone else. Zhao and Sino and Ayaka? Wow, gee. Got all out. I'm surprised you should see DPSs. That's interesting. Sino is a very peculiar choice. Hi there, Realist. Hopefully doing well. You gotta balance the good with the bad, Osaka, I guess. At least you got all the SSRs. That's what truly matters. I guess. As I said, I haven't played Genshin in like a solid year at this point. But I used to play everything with Novelette and Furina pretty much. They were my go-to team. And Kazuha as well. Yeah, I mean, I have a history with Kazuha. He's quite a man. He made me go all the way to Pity for his C2 after I spent like a solid year farming for him. And I lost every single 50-50 on him and every single 50-50 on his weapon, so I had to go to hard Pity. And I never forgave him for that. I never forgave him for that. And you know what the worst part is? That I really like him as a character. So it hurt even more. Such is life though. Such is life. I don't think he can support Geo because he provides like elemental resistance shred. And he needs to have like elemental reactions to prog them. So I don't think he can do anything with Geo characters. But to be fair, even Geo characters can't do anything with Geo characters. Geo element in general is just so neglected. They just kind of left them in the corner, you know, in a room, while everybody else was having a party in like Sumeru, you know, with new reaction, and Geo was just like, well, I guess I'm here. Gee, what you always gotta keep in mind is that Zenless Zone Zero is part of the Hoyoverse, you know, umbrella. So you never know when they're gonna turn to Genshin and make you have like 3 copies of a character in order to level up in your unit to level 100. Which is a mechanic in Genshin, I've been told. Kakuro is scoping right there. Listen, as somebody that believes in Zhongli supremacy, even I don't think Geo can be revived. But that is a good mentality to have, Gene. That is a good mentality. Because to be fair, as far as I know, Zenless Zone Zero is probably in the best state right now, because I know in Genshin, they like been doing really bad decisions with like you know, leveling systems and a bunch of other things that people were kind of mad about. And I think in Honkai, they just, every single character is like power creep in the next. So it's a complete power creep fest. And I think Zenless Zone Zero is like in the best spot because they don't really have anything going on like that. So I don't even know who that is, Kakura. I literally just told you I haven't played the game in like a year. Do you really expect me to know who that is? As I said, I played every single Hoyoverse games, including the Honkai Impact 3rd. And I feel like Zenless Zone Zero is the most enjoyable for what it is. But that doesn't say a lot. It doesn't say a lot, unfortunately. Look, Sadvik. I just want Dotra to be a play. Look, the only way I go back to Genshin, well, two ways. Okay, two ways. First of all, Vodka comes out because I've been enthusiast of that gentleman since the start of the game. Or Dotra comes out. It's only two reasons where I will have an actual plausible cause to come back. The only two characters that I personally can... Dainsleif is the third one, but I feel like we'll never play as him. He's just gonna be a white whale that we're gonna chase forever, and he's just never gonna appear as a playable character. But those gentlemen are literally the only ones that I care about. Everybody else, I'm just kind of like, I'm fine, I guess, but... Ah, I see, Kairo, I see. So, out of wedlock baby, you're saying, basically. I don't know if I trust that. My boy Jean-Lee would never do that. Ooh, gee, that's quite harsh but fair. Harsh but fair. Absolutely no worries, Sadvik. As I said, I probably at some point in the future, like, probably will come back to Genshin just for the story. Because, you know, it's like, it's one of those things that I played so many years ago, and I still have good memories about it, and I feel like I would want to see the end of the game. Whether voluntary or involuntary. Whether Hoyoverse just collapses onto itself, you know, Genshin just implodes. If they decide to, you know, make level cap go to 120, you need to sell your house, take a couple mortgages, and sell your kidneys in order to finance leveling up your characters, shall we say, from level 100 to level 120. But I feel like it would be cool to see actually the story like finalize, because I believe when Genshin first came out, they did say that they're gonna plan to do it in like 5 or 7 years altogether, and we're kind of approaching that mark. And, you know, Shinsnai is the only region that we know of left, maybe Celestia as well. So it would be cool to see the ending, but other than that, I'm not like, I'm never gonna play it daily anymore. That's just not gonna happen. I still am baffled by whose decision was it to implement that, because even as somebody who doesn't play the game, I would be mad, honestly, if that was like a mechanic that was inside a game that I was playing all the time, where you have to literally spend your hard-earned currency in game, or you know, the one that you're buying, let's be real, and you have to have 3 copies just to level up your character, just to level up your character, not even to, you know, not even to upgrade them, just to level them up. That's just crazy to me. Fair enough, Sadvik, fair enough. Sadvik, as a lawkeeper, I can understand why you're so passionate about that. I do remember them mentioning that anime was going to be a thing, but I honestly, I don't know. I mean, would you guys be excited for Genshin anime personally? Because I'm just worried that it's going to be the story 2.0 where Paimon is just going to be, you know, the main nuisance of the entire anime. It's just going to be, you know, the absolute catastrophe. Oh, you're almost at the sacred number, Hakim. You gotta get one more level, and after that you pretty much complete the game. Yeah, I know, Kara, I know. Probably, and like, that's one of the biggest deterrent that I feel like Genshin has, is the fact that Paimon is like a non-stop chatterbox. I feel like if she was just one of the support characters, you know, that just hangs out with you. Like, for example, you know, in Wuthering Waves, you have that little guy that comes out occasionally from your chest. The little cat guy. I forgot his name. But he just shows up occasionally. He's like, oh, how you doing? And I feel like if Paimon was that, the game would be so much better. Thank you for the apology. Appreciate it. But I don't know. The main problem that I have with anime in general is that a lot of it is like filler stuff. So it will really depend how long they're gonna take for the entire season to unveil, I guess. Because I doubt they're gonna do the entire story in a season. So it's probably gonna be like 3-4 seasons. And I'm just worried that they're gonna milk it, you know? And knowing Hoyoverse, you're probably gonna... you're probably gonna have to present your game UID. And unless you have 3 C6 characters that all at level 100, you're not gonna be allowed to watch it. And then you would have to buy at least 3 $99.99 Genesis packs in order to access the first episode only. Oh golly. Like, I'm half joking and half serious on that, because I feel like there's something like that is gonna happen. One Piece pacing, Haki. Well, you know what? There's gonna be a new contender, I guess, in the anime sphere. Gee, you gotta tell us what the entire arc is about. We're gonna all watch through G, you know, he's gonna screen share with all of us. And just see what they're cooking over there. I mean, Kakarot, they do have infinite money. Like, with Genshin alone, they make like billions, you know? So they do have budget for it. It's just whether they will be generous enough to splurge on it. Oh, fair enough, G. Fair enough. I mean, didn't One Piece went on a hiatus right now? I think they finished it, didn't they? No, I appreciate it, G. I appreciate it. We're all gonna have a watch party. And I just imagine the first episode is basically us just fishing, and you know, in the background you just hear Paimon like struggling for life. And it's just gonna be the entire first episode. The second one is gonna be us exploring, you know, the Mondstadt. The third one will be us finding Dvalin. The fourth one will be us, you know, going on an adventure with Venti in a local tavern and having like a drinking contest. The fifth one is gonna be basically us learning about Kaya's and Diluc's hidden relationship and why they have so much hots for each other as brothers. And what's their beef about? The sixth one's probably us gonna be learning about Barbara and Jean's complex relationship and you know, how Jean basically got abandoned by Valka, and it's gonna be basically a close-up of all her mountain of paperwork. The seventh one most likely will be, you know, us going to his Diluc to Infinite for 2 headquarters, you know. The eighth one is gonna be the ending of, you know, the first fight, because they gotta have a cliffhanger. At the end, you know, when Kaya shows up, it's gonna be credits, and then the entire 8th episode is basically gonna be Kaya's and Diluc conversation, and like really dramatic zoom-ins as well. The 9th episode is gonna be, you know, us basically going to Storm Terror's lair again, and you know, just exploring the environment and finding, you know, the hidden secret recipe at the top of the Dvalin's Tower. That's basically going to be about that. We're going to find it, and then we're going to challenge people in Mondstadt to like a cook-off, and basically achieving the status of the legendary chef. The 10th episode is going to be the big one, because on 10th episode, basically everybody's going to gather around. You know, we fought the big bad, and everybody's going to have a party. Meanwhile, Venti is just going to go outside for a second, and Signora is just going to ambush him, Looney Tunes style, with a big sack. Just put him in the sack and try to steal him away. And then, you know, we just walk out, just saying goodbye to her, and we like, stop right there, criminal scum! And you just, you know, you just have a big tussle with her. She kicks our butts to the oblivion and then just disappears. 11th episode is going to be basically us talking to Venti and him talking about how many times he drank with Jean Lee and how the times have never been the same. And the 12th episode is basically going to be a giant recap of the previous 11 episodes, all encompassed in 20 minutes. And at the end, it's just going to be Paimon showing up and showing the middle finger to everybody. And basically just saying, see you in next life, suckers. And just pocketing all the Primo Gems. You know, putting in a big sack and just going away. Disappearing into horizon, never to be seen again. So I feel like I already, guys, gave you a recap. You pretty much know exactly what's gonna happen in Genshin anime. And, you know, I feel like that's basically, I already gave you the entire lore that you need to know. You don't even have to watch it, and I give it for free. Hoyoverse will charge you at least a cool $19.99 for that kind of privilege. Oh, jeez. Exactly, G, exactly. Listen, Kakro, do you really doubt that they're gonna spend entire season on Mondstadt? Do you seriously think they're not gonna do that? Like, come on, we're talking about Hoyoverse. They're probably gonna take at least one season for Mondstadt, probably 2 seasons for Leeway, because, you know, they gotta please a big Winnie and make sure that the social score is quite high up, because, you know, it is ancient China, so they have to ensure that their eternal loyalty is showcased. You know, probably another 2 seasons for Inazuma, because, you know, all of these islands. Sumeru is probably like 5 seasons in of itself, you know, the desert alone is just gonna be a nightmare. So, we're looking at least 65 seasons, I feel like. So, One Piece has competition. And, you know, when we get to Celestia, finally, season 65, they're just gonna pull off some sort of BS with, like, oh, the protagonist is getting summoned into this warp hole and going to another dimension. And then, like, Genshin 2, you know, shows up at the end of the credits. And basically, it's just never gonna end. It's gonna be One Piece 2.0. Listen, Kakura, just because it's only 3 hours doesn't mean the Hoyover's not gonna milk it for all it's worth. They probably gonna do all those side quests. You know the one where you go with Zhang Ling to like find ingredients to go on like a cooking competition? It's probably gonna be that. There's probably gonna be one for gliding with Amber. You're probably gonna go on a treasure hunt that Kaya sends you off, only to get duped. There's so much potential, Kagura, you're forgetting. Every single side quest is probably gonna be inside of the anime, you know? Aether is gonna go on this elaborate journey throughout Mondstadt and complete every single achievement. You know, he's gonna do elemental reactions. We're gonna see him fighting every single boss at least 20 times to get the pyro reaction, you know, Electro and all the good stuff. And then he's gonna go, you know, fight Boreas. I mean, we gotta meet, you know, our boy Razor. It's like, you know, so many things that could be that. We'll be lucky if it's only 1 season, is basically what I'm saying. Oh, jeez. Listen, Hakim. That's a wishful thinking, and you know it. If Paimon wasn't in an anime, it would be at least a decent anime. Do you think Hoyoverse would allow such thing to happen on their watch? I don't think so. Paimon will most likely take at least 75 to 95% of screen time. Because, you know, every single exposition dialogue that's gonna happen, Paimon is just gonna be in a corner standing, you know, like one of those DVD screensavers, just gonna keep bouncing from one corner of the screen to another, chasing like a Primogem that's gonna fly around, and meanwhile you have like Diluc having emotional connection with Kaya, being like, Kaya, we haven't spoken in at least 3 years, you know, I really miss the connection that we used to have. Remember when we were kids? We used to go and hunt wild boars together, you know. Our father would pick us up, treat us to lunch, and I really miss that moment, you know, having the really deep emotional connection, and Paimon just shows up from a corner screen like, Primogems! Get your Primogems! At a low price of $9.99, only today. Oh, jeez. Nah, I wouldn't. Unless you can get, like, a golden edition, you know? If you pay, like, a cool $99.99, you get the editor's cut, where Paimon just not gonna be in there at all. That's, I feel like, where they're gonna make the big bucks. You know, they're gonna release the normal edition, and then the premium Paimon free edition. And you're gonna see the normal edition will have, like, 2% of all sales, and then 98% is gonna be premium edition. In fact, a pretty genius idea if you ask me. I feel like Hoyo vs. HQ is sitting in the background just like, write it down, write it down. Steve, write it down. We need to brainstorm. We need to hire this guy. Pretty much, Twilight. Look, I don't actually hate Paimon as a character, right? I just feel like they made her into such an annoying one because she's literally there to, like, regurgitate what you just heard in a story. She doesn't add anything to the story. She's just there like a chat GPT, just basically bouncing back the questions that you're asking and giving you answers herself instead of the character that you're actually caring about. And it's just like, it's such a waste of time, honestly. And if she was just there, as I said, as a support character, who, you know, actually has a reason to be there and actually has some sort of value to the story, it would have been so much better. Just literally, legitimately. Oh. I mean, Twilight, that alternative universe, Genshin is probably still #1 game. You know, they never got Constellation level cap for 100th level. You know, every single character was made so much better, you know. They never had any censorship going. There was no stamina. It was a beautiful world. That could have been. Exactly, Kakura, exactly. I mean, you joking, G, but I feel like at the end of the story, we're probably gonna fight Paimon. Paimon is gonna be the last boss, you know? We have this intense exchange with Dainsleif at the end, because, you know, Dainsleif is most likely gonna be the real final boss. And Paimon just shows out of nowhere, kicks Dainsleif off to the curb, and just unleashes her almighty prowess, and just erases us where we stand. She was the Thanos all along, Gacha World. Just snaps her fingers and we just evaporate. Never to be seen again. I know, Twilight, trust me, I know. Playing Genshin lore is like having a fever dream, because you feel like you keep hearing the same thing over and over and over again, even though the plot progresses. And that's just because Paimon is there. Like, Paimon is a real life video caption, you know, that you keep just playing on the loop to yourself as soon as you record it. It's like you go through something, and then you just play back, and you're like, okay, let me see what just happened. I mean, Kakura, I'm pretty sure that was the canon since day one. You ask any Genshin veteran, they'll tell you that Paimon is the final boss, whether they like it or not. Pretty much. Beerus? Who is that? Never heard of him. Paimon, on the other hand. I mean, to be fair, I do think Snezhnaya might be a cool place, because, you know, that's finally when we gonna meet all the, like, Patuis and, you know, all the cool characters, I guess. Find out what Signora, not Signora, Tsaritsa is all about. No, Kakarot. If it was a 5-star skin, maybe, but it's just 4-star. I don't care about 4-star skins. Like, the main reason for skins, I feel like, is to actually make character look better. You know? And what I want at the bare minimum for skin is to change animations. I feel like that's a bare minimum that they should put work in order to sell a skin for 20 bucks. Like, that's not asking for a lot, you know? If Lee can do it, so can Hoyoverse, because they both have oodles caboodles of money. And it's not like they're releasing skins every day. They're literally releasing one skin every month or every other month. So they can put work in there to actually make it look cool. But all it is literally them changing an outfit. If he has a new animation, I'll consider it, but as I said, so far Genshin skins have been so underwhelming because it's literally just a cosmetic that doesn't do anything. Like, Deluxe is literally the only skin that actually does something. And it's not that much more expensive than, like, regular 4-star skins for 5 stars. So it's like, I don't know. I think as well, G, because it's like, if you're paying for cosmetic, the least you should get out of it is feeling like you're getting something new for your buck. If all you get is them literally changing their clothes, then what is the point? I don't know, it just what I always have felt. Also, they don't even release it every other event nowadays, Kagura. I see. I haven't played their game, G, so I'll take your word for it. But it's just like, any game that has skins, I feel like you have to justify for people to want to buy it. And if there's no reason to buy it, then what is the point for it to exist? Because I'd much rather for Hoyoverse just release like one skin a year that actually mattered, than releasing like 3 or 5. Because at the end of the day, one skin that actually looks cool and like has some sort of visual value to it is much better than releasing a useless one. Because like when I used to play League, I actually collected quite a few skins. And in that game, you get animation change even for like the most basic skins. Like slide animation, like the higher the price, obviously the higher the animation quality. But for 20 bucks you can buy the skin that has like full animation change. And sometimes even voice change, you know? Listen, Kakarot. Listen. I just don't want to encourage Hoyoverse to do mediocre job, okay? Because if everybody buys their skin and Hoyoverse can be like, I guess they can eat whatever. Whatever we put in front of them, they're just gonna gobble it up. I don't want to support that. That does sound like a good one, G. As I said, if you're at the bare minimum put effort into changing the animations, then it's worthwhile. The voice lines, even better. Ita would be kinda hype. All they need to do is add Ita's skin where he has ginormous like Popeye arms, you know? Just give him like a skin of a can of spinach that he just chunks down before every fight, and he just get balloons as arms. And that's how we get him back. That's how Genshin makes a comeback. That's all we need. That is true, G. The man strives for perfection. Aizen doesn't take anything but 100%. And you gotta respect it. I feel like they actually forgot that Ito even existed, because I don't remember the last time you actually seen him. The man might as well go isekai while we never seen him again. The last time I think he was shown on screen was when we fought him against with Bugs, I believe. Like we had the entire Bugs tournament with him, and that was the last time, I'm pretty sure. Now, granted, I haven't played the game in a while, but I'm pretty certain that was the last time. Was he Kakarot? Okay, fair enough. I was just projecting, and I was hoping that would be correct, but fair enough, fair enough. I mean, to be honest, Ita is one of the most likable characters in Genshin to begin with. I just really like him personally. He's one of my favorite characters, just personality-wise. A random music event? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I feel like for the events, Hoivus is usually just put whatever character is the most, like, popular. Which usually is, like, female characters, for the most part. Which is, you know, par for the course, really. But I'm glad that my boy Ito gets some recognition. You see, that's what I'm talking about, Kakarot. That's what I'm talking about. We gotta get full-fledged out Ito, you know? Get him his own event. The boy deserves it. You know what he needs? Make an event, like gym event, and basically just make Ito the only character, and we're just gonna follow his journey, how he goes and does nothing but arm day. For like 6 weeks in a row. And we're just gonna follow his progress, you know, go with him in the gym every day, and just watch him do like cardio, and just nothing but bench press, pull-ups, you know, deadlifts, just all the way. And but at the end of it, you know, we're gonna get like a cinematic trailer of him walking outside the gym, like shirtless, and all you're gonna see is just zoom in, close shot up of his biceps, just veins just bulging out of it, and then zoom in onto his face, and all he says is, "We back." And you know, that's all I need. Is it too much to ask? Is it too much to ask? It's not about gooning, Kakarot, it's about respect. Make Ito great again is all I'm saying. Is all I'm saying. Listen. I don't play a game for gooning reasons. I never have and I never will. Don't put me on the same level as Angel, okay? They ain't all my life. They ain't know my hustle either. I just like to appreciate. I mean, I'm pretty sure Zenzo Zero is on par with, like, what was that game called? Goddess Victory Nike or whatever. The one with, like, very questionable ads. And very interestingly dressed ladies. I think that was a game. I never played it, but I've seen a load of ads of it. And that's all I needed. That's all I needed. I'm glad you could confirm, G. I'm glad you could confirm. Actually, did any of you play it? Because I'm just curious if it is actually as good of a game as they advertise it to be. Because I can imagine. I can imagine it's actually that bad. Like, I would be surprised if it is. Hi there, Liz. Glad to see you. Let's take a little bit of a water break. Listen, arm veins, Kakarot, come on. They're just a showcase of his hard work. Nothing else. I mean, I'll take your word for it, G. As I say, I never played it. I never really play like FPS games to begin with. But all I know about that game is the ads. And let me tell you something. Those are something else. There's not many games that would make me question my own sanity as much as those ads did. It's on par with, you know, those, like, run here, get 10x boost and shoot a bunch of these zombies type of ads that you see plaguing the gaming ads like a couple years ago. Kind of on the same level. No, it's fine, Liz. Don't worry about it. You missed a lot, but it's fine. Don't worry. Just sit back, enjoy, grab a cup of tea, and just join us on this journey of losing our god. That's all you can hope for. Fair enough, Twilight. Fair enough. Luckily, I don't see them anymore, but I used to. Like, only a year ago, those were like the only ads I used to see. Listen, Kakarot. Listen. I let that man win. I wasn't getting defeated. I was merely letting him getting a head start. It's alright, Liz. It was nothing important. It was just us having a hoot in a hole, shall we say. How are you doing, though? I hope your yesterday's little accident, shall we say, got settled nicely, and you're feeling better. Listen, Liz, how dare you say that? Don't you know who you're speaking to? Do I need to remind you what kind of gameplay you witnessed yesterday? What kind of prowess you witnessed with your own eyes? Don't you remember how I beat the goose in Where Winds Meet? Do I have to remind you about that? So consider that before you challenge my gamer status, okay? Anyway, I did clear it, Kakarot. I did clear it, it wasn't fast enough. I cleared it like 1 minute 6 seconds or something. I can do better, it's just gonna take a while. I messed up my rotations a little bit, and they just lie for you. Sometimes, you know, you gotta accept you gotta take what you can get. And that's what I did. Good, Liz. Good. Glad to hear that. Gotta stretch a little bit, my old joints keep aching. Man. Can't wait until I finally can retire in 5 years. You know, call it quits at that point. Reaching my high life, if you will. Already feeling like a 80-year-old man. Actually, I do say, when I do wake up every morning, I do get a little bit of back pain. And I feel like that's the first sign of me getting to the octogenarian status. I don't think so, Twilight. Like, prior, so, just in case, guys, you don't know, I haven't been streaming, like, a lot, or almost at all, for the past few years because of my work more than anything, because I like to travel a lot for it. But I kind of changed my schedule a little bit. And nowadays, I don't have to travel as often. It's only, like, once in a while. Now, so I have much more flexible schedule in that regard. But I don't plan to go anywhere like vacation-wise either. I do have 2 weeks coming up in... So, okay, I have to preface this. So, this year was so busy for me that I didn't have any time to actually take a vacation. Just because my work was like so overwhelming. And I remember when November came around, I got approached by like one of my superiors. And he was like, Lux, I noticed that you still have about 20 days left of your holidays. Are you planning to take them anytime soon? And I was like, I honestly forgot about them. So I was like, okay, I'll take the Christmas off, I'll take New Year off, and then I still had like 10 days left over, and I was like, okay, I don't really want to go anywhere, but I might as well take like a month off winter, because winter is miserable, and I don't really want to do anything during winter. So I took 2 weeks off in February. I basically took, what was it? I think 2nd week of February and 3rd week of February off. So I have another 2 weeks coming up in a month, which will be quite exciting because I'll be able to probably stream every day. The main reason why I didn't stream every day during these 2 weeks that I was off is because of my family. Like I had my uncle coming over with his like daughters, so I was showing around them and kind of took the time to get my brain refreshed a little bit. Caught up on a bunch of manhwa, so I took it a little bit easy. But during that time, I won't have anything going on, so there's gonna be a time when we lock in and like play some games for about half a month straight away. Yeah, I get about in total like 30 days or something of like holidays, and basically the worst part. So I don't know if any of you guys work. Clearly, Kaifura isn't, but you know. Basically, I get about I think it's 5 weeks. I think it's 5 weeks, so 25 days. And on top of that, you get like bank holidays, which is like 6-7 days, so it's about 32 days in total. But yeah, you kind of have to take them. Otherwise, it depends on the workplace. Yeah, hi the Makata, hopefully doing well. I'll show you right now. So basically, if you don't take your holidays, so this is my Aizen. He's not super well built, but he's alright. He's okay. Like, I have his skills maxed out, except his counter, because I don't really use him for counter. I have, like, crit damage on him, I have ultimate charge, and I have spirit damage. Don't really have this piece off. This piece is pretty bad. And I'm using 4-star stamp because I don't have anything better. These are his stats. He's okay, he's not like goated, but he has pretty good ultimate recharge rate, which is kind of what you want. But yeah, it's about 5 weeks, and basically if you don't take them, the worst part is at the end of like February, you basically stuck with a choice of either taking them or you get £1 for them, which is equivalent to like $2, somewhere there, like 150 or something, or whatever the exchange rate nowadays. And you don't even get like a full reimbursement for the payment or like a day off. You just get £1, which is like in total would have been 20 quid, which is like equivalent to 2 trips to McDonald's if you're lucky. Unless you get a Happy Meal with that, which case, woof, you're talking 1 trip, maybe half if you're lucky. I mean, to be honest, I haven't built my Aizen that well. I'm still working on his like stamps and whatnot. It's like this one's alright and this one's fine. This one I need to replace. I just haven't been able to farm for a better one. I'll work on him later, but he's alright for now. I mean, not the best, but you know, he works, and it's kind of all I need him to do for now. Yeah, I mean, my work's pretty like intense in the sense that I need to do a lot of things and like keep track of a lot of things, but for the most part it's relatively chill as well because I kind of get my own time and whatnot. But yeah, it's like my workplace closes down for Christmas anyway, so in a lot of cases everybody takes that time off, and I just don't really travel a lot nowadays. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I got to the point where I just don't really go anywhere. Like, not just like on weekends or whatever, no, but actually like abroad. Like, I used to travel often, and I still try to go like at least once a year. I go to Japan quite often, because, you know, my uncle is there, and I just like the environment, so I try to go there at least once a year. But other than that, I really don't like go on vacations. And it's probably due to the fact that I just don't really... It's not flexing. It's not... I'm just being real. Because when I was younger, I used to travel a lot, but, like, as older I go, like, I'm 25 now. And, like, I just might rather stay at home, honestly, and just chill than traveling somewhere. No, well, I do get that, Twilight. I do get that. But, like, the main problem is I don't really want to go anywhere. Like, there's not, like, a place on my brain where I want to go somewhere. Because I was pretty fortunate when I was young. My parents actually forced me to go to a lot of places because they wanted me to experience a lot of, like, different environments. And as a kid, I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to play video games. Which, in retrospect, I'm glad my parents did force me to go. But, yeah. Oof. 6 days a week with no weeks off? Wow, my god, that sounds harsh. Sorry to hear that. Jeez. I'm lucky that I work just 9 to 5, and it's already grueling enough. But, yeah, it's rough out there, you know, living that employment life, shall we say. Yeah, I've been to quite... I was really fortunate that my parents were the kind of people that instead of, like, gifts, like actual physical gifts, they would take me to like visit a lot of places. So for example, on like my birthdays, sometimes I would get like a game, but in a lot of cases they would take me to like on a trip or something, or like, you know, going somewhere locally, maybe like aqua park, or, you know, go to on like hiking trips somewhere, you know, that I can actually like broaden my horizons and whatnot. And I've been to like a lot of places in Europe. In Eastern part of the world, I've been to like Korea once, and South Korea, just to make it clear. I'm sure everybody's aware, but just to be, you know, just to be clear on that. And basically, Japan, I think, is the only one. Other one. I've never been anywhere else. Never been to US except for like work trip. I never been on like a vacation. I've been to like Florida once, just for like work, but haven't went on vacation there. And when I was there, it was kind of fun, but it was majority in Europe. Like we went to a bunch of European countries like Spain, France, Italy was a big one. I would go there on like summer vacation and, you know, explore places, enrich my, you know, non-existent cultural self, shall we say. Listen, Liz, don't expose me like that. Ooh, Twilight, call center. My first ever gig was when I was a kid. I think I worked for like a website development company. I basically got straight after high school, like at about age of 16, I believe, right after I finished. I got employed by this company where all I had to do was like design websites and manage them, and it was like part-time job where I had to do 3 times a week. And to be fair, it wasn't like hard or anything, but it wasn't necessarily fun either. It was kind of grueling, to be honest, because I would spend all day like looking at the code, making sure they all works, like sitting in like WordPress for hours upon hours trying to figure out what went wrong, like why things stopped working. But other than that, it was alright. Like, I originally, my plan for like employment in the future was that I was gonna be like a programmer, because I studied programming since I was a kid. But then I realized for like a long time that it's boring, and I didn't really want to do it. So yeah, it was interesting in that regard. Yeah, it is kind of silver lining in that regard, Twilight. As I said, working is obviously never fun. Like nobody out there is overjoyed to go to a 9 to 5, but you know, it's something to do, pays the bills, I guess, and you know, at the end of the day, could be worse. Could be worse. I could be working in a Indian call center, like the ones Kakarot's running in the background. You know, never can trust that man. There's call centers upon call centers in his little emporium, shall we say. That's fair, Twilight. As I said, I've been relatively fortunate that my parents were never like super strict about my like studying or like career choice life. They basically just said, as long as you do something with your life, we're satisfied. And I was like, you know what? Fair. And I tried like a bunch of other things, like I pivoted from like programming to business, I pivoted from business to like marketing, I dabbled into like full-time website management as well, like as a full-time freelance gig. But yeah, it's the main problem with like my brain in general is the fact that I have ADHD, so I have a hard time like doing the same thing over and over and over again, unless it's engaging for my brain. So I have to do something that's like at least semi-stimulating, you know. At the bare minimum, it has to like be somewhat engaging. Otherwise, you just lose interest completely, and just makes me sad. Ooh. Doctor Aloy, I mean, that's a classic. That's a classic Twilight, come on. That's basically every parent's wet dream, like getting their offspring to become a doctor or lawyer. They're just a golden standard, shall we say. Okay, what about this? Okay, so I guess this one. Okay, that will do. I can imagine, Liz. I mean, you did tell me your employment experience, and I'm honestly just impressed how you managed to survive more than anything. I mean, to be honest, I can imagine a more tedious profession than, like, lawyer or doctor. Because, like, you get paid oodles caboodles, but is it really worth it? If you have to spend, like, your entire day stressed absolutely out of your gourd. I don't think so. We'll do that later again. Full of carrots. I did work briefly in like customer service where I had to like answer the phones when my first full-time gig was basically I worked for a clothing company, and my first job was basically to deal with like customer service, and one of the parts of the job was answer the phone, and basically if somebody called up and they were asking like something about a jacket or whatever, I had to basically answer it. And sometimes there were people that just wouldn't understand why certain things weren't allowed. Like somebody was trying to return a jacket that was like 10 years old, and they couldn't understand why they couldn't do it. And I tried to explain it to them because the guarantee was like 3 years, and they were like, "Well, yeah, but I only bought it like 2 years, and I was like, well, it doesn't really matter when you bought it. You had the jacket for 10 years, or like the place it's sold to you had it for 10 years. So we can't do anything for you. You gotta go back to them and like, yeah, but you're the company that manufactured. Like, yeah, but the guarantee is no on us, it's on them. Like, yeah, but I'm going to you because you know you're the answer. So, I don't know what to tell you, sir. No, not my problem. But yeah, it's an exercise. It's a patient exercise more than anything in all of those cases. Kakarot is showing up as soon as his customer service showing up. Customer service, Kakarot just perks up like a little golfer. Did somebody say customer service? Could I interest you in my call center services? Oh, fair enough, Liz. Fair enough. I mean, clearly your accent wasn't Mexican enough for that, man. So you wanted to speak to somebody who knows English. You know what you should have done? Just start speaking Spanish to him. Just straight up. Yeah, as I said, that job actually taught me a lot in patience. Because, like, before then, I was a relatively impatient individual. But nowadays, I'm more zen than anything. Like, it's very difficult for me to get mad. Like, legitimately mad. And I have to thank the experience for it, to be fair. Because dealing with less than favorable individuals, it just makes you appreciate little things in life, shall we say. Hi there, Daxel. Hopefully doing well. Glad to see you. Okay. Let's go with this. Sweet and spicy. Probably this one, and this one again. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, I think we completed all of these. Alright, if we go to these little things. Listen, Greg, you cannot stop me from getting in the kitchen. You can try, but you will never succeed. Agreeable, Twilight. Agreeable indeed. Oh, really, Liz? That's interesting, because you would assume in Mexico, at least, you would prefer to speak in Spanish, because you would assume that's what everybody's speaking in. Interesting. I guess maybe they wanted to make it sound like you were foreign company, you know? It was a little bit more prestige. Okay. Okay, not there. Oh, is that the Midwestern ones? Oh, yeah. Well, I heard that Midwestern American accent is quite a sight to behold. Quite a sight to behold. Okay, let's go with that. God, for space. An American company. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense, to be honest. Okay, I think I'll just 3 of these. There are no others? These. Oh, that's not enough. Appreciate it, Axel. Appreciate it. I was born in the good old Eastern Europe country by the name of Ukraine, you know? Was by a wee lad in a distant year of 2000. You know, year of the dragon, I have risen from the abyss itself. And, yeah. I moved to UK when I was 12, and now you see this glorious gentleman, well, at least you hear this glorious gentleman before you. But yeah. I do have a little bit of Japanese genes in me because my granddad, bless his heart, is from Japan. So maybe that's where I get my voice from, because his voice is pretty deep as well. He's one of those old-timey Japanese, man, you know, the ones that are made from Adamascus steel itself. The kind that would beat you in chess at least 1,000 times and never break a sweat. Damn him. Never even let me win once. I never forgave him for that. I'll beat him one of these days. Listen, Greg. I told the reason why I can't do it anymore. Copyright stuff. I wish I could. I wish I could. But unfortunately, the copyright is a tricky beast. Listen, Greg, don't you dare besmirch my good name. I'm decent in chess, I'm just not good. And, you know, that's just how it is. Okay, let's go with this, and this. I don't even know what ELOs are. That's how uneducated in chess I am, to be honest with you. I don't know the difference between them. The only chess experience that I have is basically playing against my old man and my granddad, because for whatever reason both of them really like chess and I wasn't one of those people. But every time I would visit my granddad, the first thing we would do is we would have a meal together, you know, catch up on how things are going, and literally every single time without fail after a meal, he would like stand up, he would like gesture to the room and basically say, "Let's go, boy. We have business to attend to." And I would be like, "Grandfather, I love you. Can we not do this?" And he'll be like, "Nope, have to do it. Have to do it. We'll have to see if you've been slacking off on your training." You know, he's like my old-timey sword master, but instead of a sword, he teaches me the chess. The good old horse maneuver, shall we say. I basically played with him probably closer to like 100 times, and every single time he would just beat me. The thing is, he did teach me how to play, but he used to be like, when he was young, he used to be like a regional champion in Ukraine. He used to like go on these like chess tournaments, and I think he did reach grandmaster level at one point, and then he just kind of quit because you know, he just kind of got tired of it. And I think that's when he met my grandma and all that. But he did teach me how to play. But the thing is, there's one thing teaching somebody how to play, and another thing is decimating them mercilessly without fail since the age of like 6. Because let me tell you something. Between the age of 6 and 25, I think he went just as hard every time. Like, if I had a replay of the first game we played and the last game we played, I'm pretty sure he beat my ass just as great as he did the first time. And I never beat the old man. You see, the older he gets, the higher chances I get. I'm playing the long game. Anyway. Listen. Liz. As I said, I never had a chance to escape. It was basically like a solo game, you know, where I was locked up in a room with my old man, and we just had to, you know, decide who was winning. And to be fair, every single game didn't take more than like 20 minutes. We never had like an intense match where he had to probably even try. Very nice, Uzek. Very nice. Congrats there. Fair enough. I mean, I knew he was really good because, like, he has a bunch of, like, trophies and, you know, stuff that he won, like, medals and certificates. So I knew he was good. But the problem is, he never went easy on me. That's the main problem. It's not because, you know, he couldn't. It's because he didn't feel like it. And to be fair, I gotta respect that, you know? I gotta respect that. Okay. Yorishi is pretty fun. I haven't played her myself, personally. Like, the only time I played with her was, I think, during Aizen's event. But she is pretty fun. I think she's quite underrated, to be honest. And, yeah, I do believe she's actually kind of nice to play around with. But I do need to learn actually how to play with her, because my gameplay with her was subpar to say the least. Okay. So we need something with salt. I think this sour. Okay, that will do. Okay, 2 sweetness correct. Oh, he's a man, I think. He could be an alien that came from Chess Grandmaster Planet, you know, just to beat his grandson into submission every time he sees him, because that's probably a more plausible explanation. But no, he's actually a very nice gentleman. He told me like a bunch of things. Like when I was little, he told me how to cook a lot because he likes cooking a lot, and he told me like a bunch of like how to stir fry, how to like grill meats. He was a really like outdoorsy guy. He would always take me on like fishing trips. We would go like camping a lot. So we bonded a lot. Like we were really close. It's just when it comes to chess, that's the only thing that we have our differences, because for whatever reason he's very determined to never allow me to win. And I will never forgive him for that. But jokes aside, I do love him tremendously. He's one of the greatest men I know personally. Okay. See what we're gonna do for this one. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at that grade. They just came out of nowhere. Sorry to hear that. I didn't mean to laugh. It just came out of left field. But I mean, look, it's one of those things. It's like I just spend a lot of time with my grandparents, and at some point, I lived actually with my grandparents way more than I lived with my parents, because my parents left for like UK when I was 10, so for 2 to 3 years I actually lived with my grandparents, so they kind of almost like my second parents with the amount of time I spent with them, and I just got really close to them. And my grandma, bless her heart, was a very sweet woman as well. The only problem was that she liked to cook too much. And if you cook too much, somebody has to eat it. And unfortunately, in those 2-3 years I lived with them, that somebody was me. And let me tell you, good food comes at a price of your waistline. So I was a little bit of a, you know, roly-poly type situation, shall we say. Kagero had to disappear quietly when jobs were mentioned. The man went back to his call center hideout to shield him away from the sadness of the world. Oh yeah, I remember reading that. Did you actually manage to figure out, Greg? I know you had a bit of an issue with the good old Netflix treating you a little bit poorly. Oh, very nice, Greg. Very nice. Let's go with 1 and 5, maybe? Okay, 1 is correct. Let's see if I can figure this out. I feel like, you know, for a lot of people's cases, you probably bond with your old folks a lot throughout your life. And, you know, it's one of those things where you either have connection with them or you develop it at some point in the future. And I was fortunate enough to develop it very early. Because, you know, there's nothing quite like make you really appreciate your elders than one of said elders beating your absolute being out of you relentlessly in a game of chess. That's probably the easiest way to bond, really. Oh wait, I think I already clicked 3. Forgot. Okay, Greg. Tell me if that's right. So, I've heard from a few of my friends that the ending of Stranger Things was kind of mid because they didn't really answer, like, every question. Like, I don't know the spoilers necessarily, but they were saying that it kind of left them with a little bit of a sour taste in their mouths and it was kind of mid. Is that the case? Because I haven't watched it. I watched the previous season, but I haven't watched this one. So I don't actually know how it ends. But I was just curious what your take on it, to be honest. Because I know quite a few people who are like obsessed with it throughout the past 10 years. Oh, fair enough, Greg. I mean, look, I'm one of those people that as long as the ending doesn't suck, I'll watch it anyway. Because it's like, I'm not a critic. I don't know anything about, like, what makes a good ending or bad ending, shall we say. Ooh, Zach, so that's pretty harsh. But fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, Liz, but has your grandfather relentlessly beat you in said chess until you submit to his will? Because if he hasn't, has he really been teaching you well? I just watched it because I had quite a few friends who were like always talking about it, and I watched it with them. But the series itself were always kind of okay. I mean, I never saw it was like amazing or anything, but I saw it was interesting at least. I was just curious what you guys think, because I know there has been kind of like a hot topic of discussion as of late for a lot of people. Also, they finished it actually. I see. Interesting. Okay, let's have that, and that. No, okay. That, and this one, and this one. Fair enough, Dexter. Fair enough. I mean, I don't know if it's overrated right now, because I feel like the general consensus a lot of people have there, the ending kind of left them disappointed in a way. Because a lot of people say that it's not bad, it's just not good. And since I haven't watched it myself, I can't really comment on that. I will probably watch it at some point. Just like, kind of round it up. And see what they cooked up. But I don't have, like, super high expectations, to be honest. Well, that's fair, Greg. That's fair. I mean, leaving some mysteries behind, I feel like is kind of situational. Depends on how you do it, but sometimes it could be good, sometimes could be bad. Really depends what your expectation of it is. Ah, I see, Greg. That's fair, that's fair. I mean, the thing is, nowadays, you can never really trust, like, you know, whether something is good or bad unless you experience it yourself, because a lot of people's perception for, like, what things are good or bad is kind of skewed depending on what they like and, you know, what their interests are. Because, like, the thing that I always think of whenever people say something is good or bad is, like, people's take on, like, Attack on Titan ending, like the most recent one. And I never watched it myself, but I know how manga ends. And I had, like, quite a few people that I know were said, oh, the ending was good, while others were like, nah, it was pretty bad. And it's just interesting for me to see the ideas clash and, like, the reasoning that both parties give sometimes to, like, prove their points. In a reasonable manner, you know, as long as it doesn't turn into, you know, feces-slinging fight, shall we say. Where everybody's wrong in one way or another. It's always just fascinating to see what people think. Okay. Oh yeah, that's absolutely fair. I mean, even, like, some of the best shows, or, you know, like everybody likes Breaking Bad, right? But I can tell you that probably people who don't like Breaking Bad's ending, there has to be some, you know? So there's never gonna be, like, the perfect 10 out of 10 show for everybody. For some, it's gonna be 9 out of 10, for some 8, for some even 7. And, you know, that's just how it is. That is true as well, Kagura. There is pleasing the majority, which usually turns out for the best. Because sometimes, like, people take risks, and sometimes they pay off, sometimes don't. And sometimes you can get, you know, Game of Thrones Season 8 type of treatment, which pleases nobody. It makes everybody mad. Which is still to this day is probably the most egregious example of that, but, you know. Gotta do what you gotta do. I know, I agree as well, but I'm just giving, like, an example. Because it is 10 out of 10 show, but I'm more than certain there's gonna be people out there who's gonna be like, I didn't really like it. That wasn't really my thing, you know? And that's fine. They're wrong, but, you know, that's... No, I'm just kidding. It's just, you know, different people have different preferences, which is okay, you know? Everybody can be liking the same thing. This one. Oh, wait. Clicked wrong. This, and... Where was it? This one. Okay, let's do 2 and 3. No? This event just makes me understand more and more that maybe wasn't suited for the kitchen life. Maybe Gordon Ramsay lifestyle wasn't meant for me. Gosh. I feel like they just rushed it, Kagura. It's one of those things where, you know, they just were trying to squeeze out as much juice out of the franchise as possibly could, and they didn't put enough care and attention into actually making a really good product. And that's why it turned out the way it did. It's a shame, but, like, what can you do? It's one of those things. And also, like, partially, I remember I read about, like, the reason behind why it was rushed. And it was mostly because the author didn't really give them a clear direction. He gave them, like, a general guideline of what his vision was, but he never actually, like, gave them the clear plot. Like, this is what I want you to do. This is exactly what's gonna happen, and this is why. So they probably just made it up. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they literally just went into ballroom and they're like, okay, what can we do? What can we do with this? But yeah, it is a bit of a shame, because I really like Game of Thrones when it was, like, at its peak, you know? Like, the first few seasons were great. The seventh, like, after the sixth, I feel like it started going a little bit downhill, not too much, but, like, a little dip. And then, you know, by season 8, it kind of took a slope. All the way down. Probably laziness, let's be real. Because isn't he, like, I forgot the guy's name, but isn't he, like, notorious for not, like, starting a book, but then taking, like, 20 years to finish it? Yeah, I heard that was, like, the general consensus as well, Greg. As I said, I don't know enough about it, but I'm pretty sure that was, like, the case for the most part. And to be fair, I'd much rather them just not finish it if they didn't have enough material. Because it's much rather, you know, just put it on hiatus until you can actually give a satisfying conclusion than just give it a mediocre ending. Because then it's kind of like ruining the series. It's the same case with, like, One Punch Man. You know, I feel like what they should have done is just stop the season after first episode, and after seeing people hate it so much, they should have been like, okay, you know what? We're wiping our hands. We're not doing it anymore. And you know what the worst part about One Punch Man is? They're gonna do part 2 in 2026. No, either 2026, 2027. I don't remember. One of the two. I remember seeing an article pop up, basically them saying, guess what? We're gonna do a second season of this season, and it's probably gonna be just as bad. It's just threatening you with another season. And I was like, wow. Okay, well, I take some balls, I guess, but I'm not sure if that's the kind of hustle you want to particularly take, but you know what? You do you, I guess. So, yeah. Fair, random, fair. Also, welcome back, welcome back. I don't think he had Kakarot. I don't think he had. I'm pretty sure that was a PowerPoint presentation that they just forgot to erase from, you know, the hard drive. And they just by mistake released it. I'm pretty sure we never got season 3, you know? It just never existed. It was always in a cook, in like an oven, you know? But it's never got quite baked. It just kind of... It was kind of left in the dust. Okay, let's see what this story is all about. To help Ichigo handle his duties as Sub-Zero Soul Reaper, out of Soul Society Candy. Once Ichigo takes Soul Society Candy, his soul can leave his body. I never thought the Slayer Hana would give me a mod soul that would have destroyed it. Just imagine the trouble this mod soul caused inside Ichigo's... well... before story starts, a short recap related to the story you play to help you understand the backgrounds. Once the story starts, you can choose freely from various scenarios. The key characters who is not present in the story will be highlighted as a star, type in any area. In dialogue. Okay, that's fine. Oh, it's actually voiced. 6 fingers? I didn't know that, actually. Listen, Liz, PowerPoint presentations is the goat of it all, you know. I've been to middle school before, I know, but... I actually remember this, see. This is kinda interesting. I like seeing this story from Rukia's perspective. Okay, no that. Oh, there we go. Pretty much random, pretty much. Motsuo goes wild with his pals, causing chaos all over the Karakura town, and Ichigo chases after, desperate to get his body back. Interesting. I think this was where the Hollow met. I don't... Well, okay. I think Blue Lock was much better, personally. And the thing is, I watched it. Okay. Actually, hold up. Is Season 2 like the U11 part? Is that the Season 2? Or was that Season 3? I don't remember exactly. Because if it was the U11 part, I thought it was alright. Like, the animation wasn't great, but it was fine. You know? It was okay for what it was. The manga, though, if you never read Blue Lock manga, manga is awesome. I love manga. Of course you did, Liz. Of course you did. But yeah, One Punch Man didn't even have animation, Kakarot. So you can't even compare it. I mean, that's fair, Greg. I'm just... look, I don't even like football that much. I just really like the interaction between the characters in Blue Lock. I thought it was fun. Even though he's furious about kids casually deleting game characters, Kon still steps up to protect them when a Hollow attacks. Motsuo can be the Hollow, but Ichigo arrives just in time, and together they end the threat. Urahara tries to retrieve the Motsuo, but Rukia snatches it away. Maybe she, just like Ichigo, hates how Soul Society casually destroys them. Man, this Urahara is something else. Look, I actually haven't watched that season because I saw the preview of the first episode of One Punch Man and I was like, you know what? Not for me. Not for me. I just hope, okay? This is what they should do for season, like, 3.5. Is they should condense basically the first part into like a full flashed recap where they reanimate the entire thing and just make it like an hour, like a full feature film almost, and just use that as a first episode, just being like, make Saitama like bump his head on the nearest counter and just like forget his memories and just go all over the same thing all over again, or like have it as a dream and, you know, him just Genos, you know, coming over and just waking him up afterwards. I feel like that would be the only acceptable solution. Ichigo tries stuffing the Motsuo into his kind of plushie by the roadside, and somehow it actually works. Ichigo names the Motsuo Kon, and with his new identity, Kon seems pretty happy with his life now. Well, that was something. Dokanoshi, the well-known spirit medium. I don't have them all. Well, we might as well do that one later when we actually get them all. Can do half the story. Fair, random, fair. So Saitama wasn't even on screen, and that's why the animation budget went up, because, you know, the animation of the bald head takes a long time. Oh, man. Okay, let's try to do Frenzy Feast. Might as well take my Toshiro to the field, since we did level him up a little bit. Monuments. Okay, I anticipate what you're gonna say, Liz, but I'm not gonna say anything until you actually say. Oh, wait. Hold up, I kinda messed it up. Random is on the edge of his seat. Oh wait, did he block it? God, Kisuke. Okay, you know what? Change of plans. Let's go with Aizen first. Doing pretty well. Liz, come on, Liz. What did you actually say? What did he actually say? Because Professor wouldn't just pull you over just being like, Liz, don't you know we don't talk about those French people? Yuck. Was your professor French, a professional French people hater? You know? Nation of France in its entirety? Listen, you gotta give context. You can't just say that your professor stopped it. You need to actually elaborate. Okay. Liz was like, the Eiffel Tower was erected by the almighty aliens. You know, they just dropped it off right next to pyramids of Giza in a distant 20,000 BC. That's the default setting for you and Dark, Greg. Come on. Don't rope everyone else into it. Ah, the Eiffel Tower from Italy. Ah, okay. Hold up. Dark, are you around? Dark, if you are here, just make your presence known. If you're not, that's alright. Because I feel like that's for the better. Hold up, Liz. How old were you? How old are you? This is gonna change everything. Was it like a year ago, or was it like when you were 6? Because depending on that, will depend how hard we're gonna laugh. Not at you, with you, obviously. Maybe a little bit at you, but in good fun. Oh, jeez, Liz, come on. Okay, you know what? I'll let you cook. Okay, I'll let you cook. Okay. Go on, we're listening. we may be judging, but we also listen. Okay. I will let her finish. I apologize. My humor's got the best of me yet again. I'll just focus on the fight for a second. Oh, jeez. That's one way of putting it, Liz. I don't know if stronger would be the word I use, but go on, go on. As I say, I'm not going to interrupt. I'm listening. To be honest, if I was in that situation, I would just make an elaborate presentation, basically pivot the entire presentation and be like, did you know the Italians in fact built the Eiffel Tower? And in fact, it originated in Rome, Italy. You know, Julius Caesar was the perpetrator of building Eiffel Tower. You know, he gathered all of the then Roman slaves, and he decided to erect himself a ginormous monument to preserve his eternal glory. He wanted to appease the heavens himself, but they didn't quite have enough metal back then. And at some point, you know, those god-forsaken frog eaters decided to capture them. Capture their eternal possession and take it, you know, smuggle it out under the cover of darkness and put it in Paris instead. Listen, Greg, this is Liz's time. This is not my time. You know what? I respect that, Liz. I respect that. You gotta put your professor in his place. How dare he interrupt your grand presentation of Italian Eiffel Tower? I feel like you went it right, Liz, honestly. I don't know how he even dared to question your enthusiasm. I have similar story, and I'll tell after yours. Because my one is something special as well. You see, that's persistence. That's exactly what I preach to every one of you. If you're persistent enough, no matter how incorrect you are, people will accept that it's true. If you say it with enough gusto. Good, Liz, good. That's an honest student if I ever heard one. Did your teacher give you the highest score, though? That's the only thing that matters. Because if he didn't, he cheated you. Oh man, messed it up. Not that. First, that was Aizen. Oh. I keep peeking in chat and can't quite tell. Hi there. Sorry, unfortunately, I believe that's Korean probably, from the looks of it. Sorry, unfortunately, I don't speak that language. But hi there anyway, hopefully you do well. Wait, so was it all planned then? Hold up. Did Liz just dupe us all as well? Liz, was this all your plan all along? Listen, Gagor, I'm Mr. Worldwide, don't you know? Good to know, Kako. Good to know. I appreciate everybody here. Just, you know, my language capacity is limited to the languages that I know. And if I don't know language, unfortunately, I can't reply. And I don't think we'll have a resident Korean connoisseur, unfortunately. I mean, to be honest, that does sound kind of fun. Oh, man. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I have similar story. It's not quite on that level because I didn't expect you to actually pull legitimate Aizen moment. My one is very tame in comparison, shall we say. But basically, when I was in college, I had to do a presentation on computers, right? Because we were having like hold up. Let me quickly do this. We were having like building computers session, and part of that session was basically to demonstrate why we decided to use the parts that we decided to use. And for that example, the professor basically gave us a website to utilize, and you basically select the parts, and like it would automatically generate the list of all the parts used and give you like the image of PC, what it would look like. It's basically some program they're using in college that I went to. Absolutely no worries. I appreciate the effort there. Hopefully you're still having fun. As I said, unfortunately, sorry, I don't speak Korean, but I really appreciate that you showed up. Hopefully you're doing well. So basically, I had a presentation prepped, but I left it at home. And I showed up at a lesson, basically expecting that my professor would allow me to redo my session the next day. But for whatever reason, he was in the foul mood that day. And basically, he told me straight away, no, you're gonna go and present it just by, you know, looking at the projection of the website that we used. And I was like, you know what, fine, I'll do that. And in my mind, I was like, okay, I kind of know exactly what I put in there. I kind of know what components are there. I kind of know what, you know, I was gonna say. So I went to the board. I took like 2-3 minutes to read the text, because I was like, okay, I need to at least make sure that I'm speaking the right thing. I started reading it, right? And then basically I just went off the script and immediately started just basically saying random things. Not even things that were planned in my original presentation. I just started making script as I went. But I did it with a confident face. I didn't show a single hesitation. I didn't have a single moment. I just pretended like I was so confident that I knew exactly what I was talking about. And the fun part was that some of the things I completely made up. Like, it was literally not even what was on the screen. And I kid you not. On one of the on one of the points, I literally said that the GPU that I had, it had like a certain capacity. I forgot what it was exactly. And on the screen, like literally the first line at the top could have proven me wrong, because I said that my computer had much higher GPU than what actually was listed. So I clearly forgot what was actually listed behind me, and I just kept going. Nobody asked me a question, nobody said anything. I just kept going, and it lasted like 15-20 minutes. And at the end, the professor looked at me. I basically just said, I'm done. I basically said everything I wanted to say. The professor looked at me, walked up to the desk, looked me in the eyes, put the hand on my shoulder, and I was like, okay, this is basically where he probably realized that I said something wrong. So on the inside, I was quite nervous. But to my surprise, all he said, he basically just looked at the class, and he was like, and this is how you present, guys. take notes, and take an example. And he just basically said, good work, go back to your desk. And that's how I knew he was a fraud. Because if literally you knew something about computer building, half of the stuff that I said, you could have immediately smelled out the rat. You could have seen that I was just making things as I went. But because I did it with such confidence, and because I didn't stutter at all, I just did it all in one breath, somehow it made it seem like I was actually knew what I was talking about. And it's kind of on the same level as what Liz did, but it was unplanned. So it was better or worse depending on how you look at it. And yeah, so basically in life, if you ever get into a situation where you will be pressed against a wall and you have to, you know, make up things as you go, just do it with confidence. Just do it with confidence. Because that's all you need. As confidence will get you far in life. So, yeah. It just reminded me of that. And I thought I'd share with you as well, guys, to, you know, put in a little bit of a perspective, shall we say. I mean, look. He was an elderly gentleman, and I knew him, like, on a personal level. He actually was really chill majority of the time. I just don't know why he woke up, was, you know, on the wrong side of the bed or something. He just was really grumpy that day. But it worked out. I was like, I still got, like, the highest grade. It was, like, pass merit distinction, and I got distinction in there. And the next day, I just brought up my presentation, and I don't think he looked at it either, because all he did, he basically just gave me my grade straight away, like, literally the next lesson, so I really doubt he even looked at it. And it was kind of a theme for majority of my college life, because for a lot of my courseworks, I knew what kind I was doing, but the thing is, I used to make, like, such a massive you know, reports that would be like 10 pages long, and I was kind of known for that. And the thing is, I never took any sort of references. I never had any sort of, like, referrals in my work. I never had any sort of like, links or something to back up my statements. I just made it to the point where I was blabbering about things that I knew about and just giving my opinion, but in such an expansive manner that I legitimately think there wasn't a single coursework that I hadn't in my teachers read, because all they saw, it was like 10 pages of literally a wall of text, and they were like, I'm sure there's something in there that, you know, he wouldn't write 10 pages for nothing. And most of the time, they had this machine where basically they would scan a digital copy of it, and it would check for, like, any sort of, like, copying, like if you took it from online or something. And mine would always come with, like, 1 or 2%, just because, like, some words would be the same. And they would be like, well, if it's only 1 to 2% similarity, he couldn't really, you know, just make up random things. And to be fair, it wasn't random things, it was just, I would literally just sit on my table. You know, I had, like, a work table that I used to sit on with my laptop, and I would spend, like, entire evening just sitting there writing random things and just pretending like I knew what I was doing. And it was 50% confidence, 25% knowledge, and 25% just hoping for the best. And it worked out every time. I passed my college with distinction, and I'm pretty sure nobody ever read a single coursework that I ever submitted. And that's how you pass it. General education. Confidence is key. Oh, man. I wonder what those people do now. Because I doubt they stayed in education with that kind of practices. Because if they did, man. Good times, good times. Let's get back into the game, man. Okay. I got a little bit too excited there. Okay. Ooh. That wasn't as high as I would like it to be. I'll take it. Ah, man, I forgot about my buffs. Wait, what? Let's keep running back. Okay, it's fine. Oh, wait, hold up. Wrong button. Wrong button. Okay. Let's keep going. Gotta recenter myself. Got a little bit too excited for my own good. Man, Mama is like the worst pairing for this boss, because Kisuke just doesn't take any breaks. In order to get her attack buff, you just have to bait him somehow. Let's go again. Okay, that's better. Okay. Adamo, hopefully doing well. Doing alright, just doing a little bit of a frenzy feast. Try to get a decent score going. Hopefully you're doing well as well. Oh, very nice, very nice. What level you got to? Have you tried to roll for Aizen already? Liz, if you don't mind, could you please ask them how should I address them? Just because it's kind of awkward otherwise. Because, just apologize on my behalf for me being too ignorant for my own good. Because I unfortunately don't know any Korean whatsoever, so I can't even read their name. Okay. Let's get some resistance going. And that's better. Ah man, I keep forgetting about Momo's buffs. Ooh, you got B6 Aizen. Very nice. Very nice. Congrats on that. How many pulls did you do? Out of curiosity, if you don't mind? Ooh, come on. But B Aizen is going to be huge. I mean, he's pretty much going to carry you through the entire game. You don't really need anyone else. So congrats on that. That's pretty big. Okay, mess that up. 220. Wow, that's really good. Golly. That's some blessed pulls if I've ever seen one. Very nice. Come on, Kisuke, just cooperate. Aizen's in that many pulls is also kind of insane, because I did like 70 pulls and I got one Aizen. Not even two, one. Almost had to go to Hampiri for that, man. Bled me dry. But glad to hear that you got so lucky. That's really nice. Especially on the character as cool as Aizen. You know, it's always nice to see. I mean, that's a little bit more than just beginner's luck. That's just some, you know, very nice mojo going there. Look, Liz, at least it has somebody. Kind of go messed up. That is a fair point. That is a fair point, Liz. Okay. Come on, Kisuke, just cooperate. I mean, to be fair, for you in particular, since you already go Aizen, B6 Aizen kind of works as a DPS. And the thing is, you can kind of use him everywhere. But since you don't really have a second team going, since you only started, Gin wouldn't be a bad choice to go for, to be honest. As long as you like him. I would wait until he comes out, test him out, see if you enjoy playing with him. And if you go Tosin as well, because Tosin is going to be his best in slot. It's fine, Liz, it's fine. It's fine. You know, some people get B6 Aizen and some of us force a British man to reroll for 3 hours to get theirs. I just life for you. Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. Ooh. Okay, didn't like that quite. I rerolled for 3 hours for Liz. For my own, I rolled 20 hours. That was a different kind of gameplay, shall we say? But Liz asked me to reroll for her, and you know, I felt like I had to oblige, and so I did it. And just how it is. Nah, it's fine, Liz, it's fine. I'm just pulling your leg. I don't mind. Three days as in collectively, like, it wasn't... It wasn't, you know, 3 days in a row without eating, drinking, sleeping. Only contemplating life decisions. Listen, I wanted a perfect account to start my journey on. Was it too much to ask? I don't think so. There we go. Okay. I'll take that, that's good enough. But I mean, I just enjoy the re-rolling process personally. I did it for majority of the games I played myself. And, I don't know, it's just fun for me. I wouldn't say... Okay. I wouldn't say I enjoyed from perspective of it's fun to do. I enjoy the idea of getting something good and working towards that idea of getting it. Kinda. It's a very... Okay, it's a very love-hate relationship I have with rerolling because I like the idea of starting any game I play at, like, the best starting point. Whether it's getting the character that I want, whether it's starting with, like, optimal equipment, you know, whatever the game may be, I like the idea of trying my best to, like, reach that golden spot, you know? And, like, you can argue that I can just spend, like, $5-10 and get the same, you know, outcome instead of spending, like, a day re-rolling. And I agree, 100%. But it wouldn't be as satisfying, you know? It just, for me personally, I'm the kind of individual that just really likes the idea of grinds, if it's fun. And also, I don't re-roll in my spare time nowadays. Liz was the only exception. Like, the last time we did it, I did it on stream, and I felt like it was fun, right? Right? Come on, back me up, guys. It was fun. I think. My perception of fun is pretty skewed, but you know. It was fun. Glad the kindred spirit more. Glad we are one of the same. Because these people keep judging me for doing so. Finally somebody understands. I don't think that'll ever happen, Liz. I don't think my sanity would ever allow me to do that. Listen, you wouldn't want to see me at my prime. And it's not really a prime, that's a downfall. If by prime you mean, you know, prime suffering, then maybe. I mean, look, guys, if you want me to do it again, I can definitely do it again. You know, I'm a man of the people. And if the demand is high enough, I can definitely do another reroll stream. You know? But it would never be on the same level of like 200 rerolls. That was me in a very different mindset. It was mostly to do with the fact that COVID was raging. You know, if COVID wasn't a thing, I don't think I would ever allow myself to like reroll that much, even as much as I wanted Diluc at a time, because they're just not healthy. I don't know if I can be proud of it, Greg, because, you know, in order to be proud of something, you have to actually enjoy the process. I don't think I did. I did it to prove a point to myself that I can do it, I guess. But I would never do it again. Like, legitimately, I would never do it again. At least not to that extent. Like, I would probably still reroll, but I would never, like, even attempt to get on the same level. Listen, Kakarot. It was not about Diluc. It was about me proving a point. And the point has been proved. That I could get him. And I still didn't get him in those 200 rerolls. I told you that before. That was the worst part. Because at least if I would have gotten him, that would have been kind of worth it, but I didn't. So, yeah. Dedication? I guess, Greg, I guess. That's one way of putting it. Personally, I wouldn't call it dedication, I would call it insanity. But to each their own. Listen, Liz, you didn't have to say it in so many languages, but I appreciate it. Okay, I think we're gonna beat this. Come on, Liz, at least don't ask for advice. At least pretend like you know. Golly. There we go. Okay, I'll take it. That wasn't the cleanest run, but, you know, I'll take it. Ooh, okay, so I just need 2.5k. That's all I need to reach the coveted 50k. I think we can do that. I think we can definitely do that. Okay. Let's go. Listen, Greg. Imagine how I feel whenever Liz asks me to speak Russian or Ukrainian. Ooh, come on. Wait, what? Hold up, what? Greg, first of all, you offended Liz already, but that's beside the point. What do you mean, Hungarian? Well, hold up. Let's bring it back. You gotta be clear. What do you mean? I thought it was Italian because Doc was the only one that got the answers right. And you never mentioned it was Hungarian. So I just assumed it was Italian. How was I supposed to know? Nobody corrected me. Come on. I might be Mr. Worldwide, but even I have my flaws. What do you mean I kind of speak both? Do you think I speak Italian and Hungarian? How? The only Hungarian I know is whatever Greg says. Look, Greg, I don't know. How am I supposed to know these things? I don't speak those languages, and the only three possible outcomes were Spanish for Liz, Italian for Doc, and Hungarian for you, because if it was Russian, Ukrainian, I would have said so. And I just went from process of elimination, because I thought you started the game. How am I getting in a whole waters over this? I did nothing. Golly. Exactly. Kakarot, back me up. Oh man, I missed that one. Gosh. Good, Kakarot, good. At least I have somebody's support. Look, I meant no disrespect. You know, a learner. I enjoy learning new things, guys, and the only way I can learn new things is by getting them wrong first. And that's how I learn. Listen, in my defense, some words looked like I could understand them. That's why I assumed it was Hungarian. That's all I'm gonna say. Because like, Hungarian and Ukrainian, we kind of in the same ballpark when it comes to, like, alphabet. So I kind of can, like, if Greg just showed me, like, Hungarian exit text, I could probably spot a couple words that could be like, okay, I think I know what that means. Probably still will be wrong, but you know. Listen, Greg, we're literally next to each other. Literally the borders apart. What do you mean? It's the same thing with, like, Polish. Because Polish is kind of like... Is it? Well, I guess. Okay, when you say it like that, maybe fair enough. I'm just thinking from, like, what I've seen you send before. But to be fair, I wouldn't be able to, like, pronounce it. So I guess you do have a point there. I guess I just kind of took, like, Eastern European languages as a whole and, like, thinking from perspective, like... Because I've been to, like, Czechoslovakia before. I know kind of what Polish looks like. And I was like, okay, well, we all kind of share similar roots. Okay, fair enough. You see, this is exactly my point. I'm learning right now. I had one point of view, and now, you know, Greg said, no, dum-dum, that's not right. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Fair enough, point taken. Fair, you know, I'm big enough man to admit when I'm wrong. Fair. Okay, nice. Good, good. That's all that matters, Kakarot. That's all that matters. As long as you're on my side, that's all that matters. I need to have at least somebody in my corner. I mean, to be honest, languages is just such a fascinating thing. Because, like, a lot of languages have, like, similar roots. Because a lot of the languages that we have nowadays stem from, like, Old Latin and all that kind of stuff. And I'm always just fascinated by how, like, even languages that come from the same root, like, for example, like Russian and Ukrainian, can sound so different. And it just, I don't know, it's interesting. Bacchanal? I can tell that it's probably a bad word, just from the connotations. Okay, doing not too bad. Greg is just gonna tell us the entire alphabet worth of swear words. You know, I'm not gonna repeat them just because I don't know what they mean, and I feel like that's a dangerous ground to tread on, especially with Greg around. Ah, fair enough, Greg, fair enough. I'll trust you on that. I don't think you would ever deceive me now, would you? No, I do trust you, Greg. I'm just cautious, you know? I live by mentality trust but verify. Yeah, I know that one, and I'm pretty sure everybody else does as well. Because isn't that the same with, like, actually, no, now that I think I was gonna say that I think, in French they have similar, like, swear for, you know, female dog, I believe. That's a pretty popular one. I mean, even if you don't speak Hungarian, I'm pretty sure you're gonna know what that means if Greg actually give a bit more context, but... Oh, is it? Okay, now that I'm thinking about it, you are right. Yeah. What? Ah, interesting. You see, we're getting a history lesson over here with Greg. Because I was gonna say I don't remember it being from Polish, but I was rather from Hungarian. But I was like, well, maybe I'm misremembering. Okay, was that enough? Okay, yeah, that's definitely enough. We take those, we take those. Okay. I think we go 50k from there. just double check. I believe that's okay. Yeah. Okay, 50k. So we cleared out the frenzy battle. Very nice, very nice. Love to see that. Ah, interesting. I see. The good old encirclement will do that for you, unfortunately. Really? When? Greg? Was that something to do with you? Did you travel over to Mexico just to, you know, just to see if you like it over there first before you settle down? I didn't know this, so it's like, this is all new information for me, because I pride myself on knowing history relatively well, but what was that about, Greg? Was it just your vacation in a good old land of the West? Oh, we actually got 27s, very nice. No, I'm not doubting, Liz. I just want to know the context more than anything. As I say, I'm not doubting you. Ooh, 20 seconds and 91st. Yeah, my Toshiro unfortunately not as good, but 27s, I'll take it. That's pretty nice. Okay, top 100. We take those. We take those. Okay. But give me some context. Oh, well, everybody really, because I'm sure majority of people probably don't know either, unless they big history enthusiasts, shall we say. The music crash. Hold up. Yeah, that's better. Okay, there we go. The music crashed for a second. Okay, 1864. Prepare for a history lesson, everyone. Buckle in. Because this is going to be a wild one, probably. Okay, we completed all of this. I think I'll go do my duty. Let's collect all of this, and let's do the guild boss. Yeah, that should be fine. We all prepared, Liz. Do educate us. Tell us how Greg almost conquered your country in 1864. Oh man, how did I miss that? Okay, let's get the bulbs going. Really? I don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure that your run just ends, to be honest. Well, hi there, 7Q. Hopefully doing well. Okay, let's get the bombs going. Right. Doing good. Okay. Let's see how much damage we do. Ooh, that's not as much as I would have liked. Well, I think we got spiritual. Ooh, okay, that's decent. That's decent. We'll take that. Okay, that's a good tip. Thanks for the tip. I didn't know that, but I think just for the consistency's sake, you know, we'll just roll with this. Aizen. No, it's fine, Liz, it's fine. Okay, how much damage did we get? Oh, almost 10 mil. A little bit lower. Man. It's alright. It's a last day anyway. We're not gonna clear this last boss. This last boss is relatively hard. And the thing is, I kind of feel bad for my guild, because... So I'm the guild master of my guild, right? But unfortunately... So we have 50 members. And I'm 39th. Now, you might think to yourself, wow, Lax, that's pretty bad, isn't it? And you would be correct. Because my top guys breaking 500 million. And I'm at merely 53 million. And I'm like, well, you see, life is hard. Oh, jeez Louise. Anyway. Ooh, we got these complete. Let's see if we can get some stuff. We got some stamina. Very nice. We take that. We take that. Ooh, we can do another run of stamps. Let's see if we can get something good. Hopefully another good Toshiro piece. Maybe. Hopefully. I appreciate saying like you. I appreciate it. Well, I can actually have 60 members because we just leveled up to level 4. So, we're still missing like 10 people. I just didn't have time to recruit more because, you know, I've been streaming and whatnot. But I'll do that over the next few days. Get some more people going. We are climbing steadily, you know, we are, I think, 16th now. In, on the NA server. So we are doing pretty good. I'll actually check how far we are on the raid boss as well, because there's ranking there as well. And I think we're staying like consistently top 50 on there as well. So we are doing pretty well in general. None of which is my you know, responsibility, shall we say. I'm merely like an office manager. I just manage people. I don't do anything else. Oh, okay, so it was a happy story then, Liz. It wasn't one of those cases where, you know, Greg decided to go over there and, you know, take over the country for a couple of days just to see if he feels like it, governing it, and then, you know, never to be seen again, depart. Okay, let's see. Can we get something good? Listen. It wasn't intentional. I sent invites to people and I was like, you want to join? You join. You know? I never went into like Wales DMs and be like, look. Proposition. I give you tea, you join my guild and carry me. Listen, Greg. I already spoke about it at the beginning of the stream. I trust you, you know. If you tell me to jump, I'll ask how high, basically, okay? This is because this is kind of partnership we go going here. Look, and in those cases, that was the first one, and I just wanted to check with you, you know, just to make sure, because you are my lawyer, and technically, who else would I go to? But yeah, there's a ranking on here. Ooh, top 13% on my... Pretty much. Greg is my manager. Pretty much. I'm 93rd in damage. That's not very nice. It's not very nice at all. Okay, so we are top 30. So we're doing pretty well. And that's like only less than half of our guild participated, yes. Because I think majority of my guys are actually living in America. So for them it's like only daytime. So they probably will do later. I think usually we rank up roughly about top 20, somewhere there. But yeah, that's beside the point. Nah, look, I don't think I would have taken it even if it was legit, because I just don't trust in the idea of promoting stuff that I don't think personally is good. Because, like, it just seemed like one of those sketchy websites where you can get, like, games discounted, but I was like, even if it was legitimate, I'd rather not promote stuff like that, you know? Just out of integrity more than anything. Although, if any tea company would like to sponsor me and give me a copious amount of tea, I would be readily available. Go to Greg, email this son of a gun, and we'll get in touch. Okay. Right, so I think we did everything on this account, so we probably will just jump on my free-to-play and see if we can play around on there. Ooh, actually... I forgot there's more levels now. I was gonna say, I think we completed the battle pass, but I think that's still more than a week. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. If we take those, we take those. Wait, I think we did pretty much everything. No, we forgot to do battle rewinds. Gotta do those. Let's see. Difficulty 4. Yeah, because I'm not gonna unlock the other one. I don't need any restriction, really. Let's see if anybody can join me. If not, I'll just summon my free-to-play account. Have you not eaten yet, Kakura? Have you been living that life of gacha gaming for life? And no nutrients in sight? Because if you have, take care of yourself, big man. Don't let your gacha addiction dictate your eating habits. Because trust me, I've been there. Okay, hold up. Let me bring my free-to-play account to the fray, because I might as well just do it on both accounts, just so I don't need to repeat it again. And they will jump on the other one later. Get a burger meal? At 2 AM? Greg, that's a bit too ambitious. At least Liz offers some nutrients. I can't imagine a worse idea than having like a fast food at 2 AM. Extra fries and extra bacon? Greg, you're trying to kill the man. Come on. You can't just offer such indulgence at such a peculiar time. Barbecue? Like a full roast? Orange? Orange is a good one. Orange is a good one. You know, vitamin C, some good sugars in there. Glucose. You know, gonna boost your mental power. I think that's a good one, Kagura. I think it's a good one. Don't listen to these two. They're gonna stray you away. Get yourself some nice nutrients. Because if you go with Greg's advice, you know, you might have a scrumptious meal, but your stomach is not gonna thank you for that. In fact, it's gonna be the opposite. I mean, to be fair, Liz, that was the most, like, granny-ish advice you could have possibly given. Listen here, Sonny. Go get yourself some fruits, you know? Good for your teeth, good for your stomach, and, you know, will be good for your gut, you know? What are your granny been telling you all this time? You and your nonsense gacha games been ruining your stomach. Let me tell you how to... Jesus Christ. This is why I get for insulting Liz. God, go flashbang by... Oh, I'd rather eat a bang by goddamn notifications. Jeez, Louise, sorry about that, guys. You know what? I apologize, Liz. Clearly, that was an indication of your wrath, and I would like to take that as an apology. That was in-game notification. Jeez. That was a sound of Liz, you know, barraging me from every side, infiltrating my space. Listen, Liz. I'm not saying you do, but I'm not saying you don't. All I'm saying is they could be possible. No, I'm using what you call them, emulator, right? So I get like notifications every time I pop the game on. I don't know how to switch them on, to be honest, because I tried already and it didn't work, and I'm kind of stuck with them, unfortunately. And every time I basically boot up this game, it gives me notifications. By the way, this is a skin that I was talking about. So, at the beginning of the stream, so now this game has skins, so there could officially be an Aizen skin coming in at some point in the future. And I just wanted to let you guys know about that. And now you know. Okay, hold up. Alrighty. Okay, let's go. You're telling me you don't speak like this, Liz? How could you tell me that? How can you prove that, huh? Tell me how many fruits you're eating today, huh? You know what, I'll stop. I'll stop, because I feel like I'm gonna invoke the wrath of ancient Mayans, and the 2012 prediction is gonna come after me only. You know, I'm gonna lay in bed tonight, and there's just gonna be a giant meteorite just aiming at me squarely, and nobody else. Listen. It was all in good fun. I meant no harm by that. And I hope you don't take offense to that, Liz. That's all I'm saying. Listen, Liz. I just said what I said, and I meant what I meant. I meant no harm. It was merely me, you know, showing appreciation for your old ways. Just like I show appreciation for Urahara by teaming up with myself to beat him from both sides. That's the kind of appreciation I'm talking here. Alright, this old man is pretty tough as nails, by the looks of it. I can always actually introduce new weekly bosses, because as much as I like Urahara and Aizen, these two guys are already kind of getting old. I wish they kind of rotated them the same way they do with the raid battles. Are you Kakarot? Has Greg not indoctrinated you into his ways? Because he does have a way to turn people into ducks, you know? That's one of his secrets that he never shares. Okay, there we go. Is there anything good? HP, alignment. Unfortunately, nothing too exciting. Nothing too exciting on the other end either. You see, Liz, that's a show of true age. You're forgetting who you're fighting against, so you're fighting everyone. Greg, have you been hitting the sauce already? I mean, to be honest, that's Greg's entire personality nowadays. He basically embodied the Twitter feed of Honkai Star Rail, you know? And I'm sure that's exactly where he gets them from. Because I just wonder who makes them, because it's clearly from something like VR chat or something. Listen, it's okay, Greg, it's okay. Liz was merely slandering your good name, and trust me, me and Kakarot were defending it tooth and nail. We didn't let this very enlightened elderly lady to, you know, attack your reputation like that. And now that she has admitted to her wrong ways, I feel like we're finally at peace yet again. Listen, Kago, you gotta be careful what you say. Because Greg is leading that community. Greg is at forefront. Like, I'm pretty sure Greg is responsible for at least 10% of Honkai Star Rail's income. The man has a stake out of the company at this point. He's working behind the scenes. How do you think he gets all those Robin gifts? Hoyo vs HQ providing him for providing for him. That was part of his contract. Okay, no, that's not that good. That's pretty bad as well. Unfortunate. Okay, let's switch to Aizen. Okay, we get ready on here. Nothing too exciting on the other end either. Pretty mediocre stuff. Unfortunate, but what can you do? Let's go. Time to be Mr. Aizen. Will be Aizen, undripped Aizen was dripped Aizen. Just like it was always intended. May the best dressed man win. Alrighty. Kagura, I feel like both Greg and Liz gonna come after us soon enough. You see what did I tell you, Kagura? Greg is coming after you. You're not mad, but are you disappointed, Greg? Are you disappointed in Kakarot particularly? Because that what stings the most. Nah, Greg is fine, guys. He rarely actually gets mad. Unless you say the Robin is mid, because that's essentially a fighting words for him. So never say that, and I think you will be okay. Because then, Greg will send the army of Dax, and probably myself as well, at the helm of them. Because, you know, somebody has to lead them. While Greg types very menacing messages. That may or may not include you. In particular, Kagura. So I'm just saying, for your own safety. Oh, are you playing the Minecraft game? I forgot, Roomcraft, what it was called? Fair, Greg, fair. Listen, I have Robin. So, you know, I feel like I'm on your side. And I do like her, actually. I think she's pretty cool. Although I like Sunday more, but that's just personal preference. That's very mature of you, Greg. That's very mature of you. I'm very proud of you. As your client and, you know, your long-time friend, I'm very proud of you for that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Got one more to do, and then we're gonna jump on my free play account and do our dailies there. And then, if we have time afterwards, we might do a little bit more of Kenpachi's trial. You pulled her for me, didn't you? Did you forget? Because remember when I didn't play the game, did I pull Robin? I don't remember, to be honest. It was either you or me, but it was a long time ago, so I honestly don't remember. I think you pulled Sunday for me, and then we had a discussion, and you basically said that Robin is, like, also really good for Jin Yuan, and I don't remember if you pulled her or I decided to pull for her, but it was one of us, to be honest. So, I don't know how I got her, but I got her. I haven't played the game in like a year, but I do have her. Oh, okay, I probably got her then. Because I think I just followed your advice and just said, yeah, I'll pull for her. And I think that was the last time I actually played the game. A long, long time ago. And to be fair, when I did actually play it with her and Sunday, I did appreciate the advice because my Jin Yuan numbers did go kind of crazy. Feel free. You can go ham. I'm not really using it. You can do whatever you feel like on it, to be honest. Because essentially, I give my Genshin account to Liz. You're gonna have the Honkai account, you know. I'll probably find a home for my Wuthering Waves account. At some point, I'm just gonna be like, you know, like Oprah, giving away things. Just look under your table and under your chair, and there's gonna be an account there. Of some kind. What kind? I don't know. But there's gonna be an account. Oh. No, I'm just saying, if you ever feel like playing, you feel free. I gave it to, like, Star for a little bit, because she was like, can I play it? And I was like, sure, go ham. And she built some stuff on it, and I know you have access to it, but, like, I'm not bothered. You guys can go ham on it. It's just kind of there. As I say, I barely have time to even play the games I'm playing now, let alone, like, 3 or 4 more. Because essentially Liz has been playing my Genshin account since 2024, probably, at this point. Like, she's been playing it for a while. Okay, I think we did all our dailies, I believe. I don't think there's anything else that we're missing. Let me just check quickly the dailies, so I don't forget. And to be fair, you've been doing a good job, Liz. I occasionally go on there like once every blue moon just to check Novelette, you know, how he's doing, you know. Okay, fine. Hold up, Greg, hold up. Hold up, I'll give it to you. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Give me a second. Okay, you know what? I'll just say it. I can't be bothered opening Discord. It's 339948. If somebody's faster than you, Greg, they're gonna get in first. So 339948. People just start scrambling. Okay, write it down. Write it down. Just giving it away. Good to hear, Liz. Good to hear. That's what I like to hear. Oh, again, 3 elite boss fights at the same time. That's nice. I didn't really play on that account that much. I know that my Jinyuan is pretty well built, and that's kind of it. I literally didn't bother building anyone else. But yeah. Yeah, I heard Kakarot told me that Novelette getting a skin, but the thing is, it's a 4-star skin, so it's not 5-star. So I'm like, it's a bittersweet feeling because it is a skin for one of the characters that I like, but at the same time, it's not a cool skin, shall we say. So what's the point? You know, we've been promised a skin. What do you mean the account has no profile? Are you sure you're entering the right one? Do I need to check this for you? Because I gave it to Star before, and I don't think I entered it since. Let me check. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, pretty much, Liz, pretty much. I feel like Novel would be a good contender for the second 5-star skin, but unfortunately... Unfortunately, that's not the case. And that's just sad. But what can you do? What can you do? Let me see, Greg. Let me see. I'm pretty sure it's that one that I just sent you, Greg. I just copied what I sent to Star before. I'm pretty sure it's that one. You had the right email, you might have had just a dot misplaced. Yeah, I think they might be for a different game. There might be like a Genshin one or something. Just copy them. I pasted them on well, the reason why my emails are so long is because back in the day, when you re-rolling for like Genshin in particular, they had a feature where if you're using Gmail account, right, you can have 30 salted accounts on one Gmail, and basically what you do is you put dots after like a letter, and that way you make a new account, but you can only put one dot. So essentially you had the max limit of 30 characters, so essentially you can make 30 accounts with one email. That's why I like mid-max the length of the email and made it kind of rememberable as well for myself, so it still kind of made sense in a way. I know it doesn't, and I'm sure you would have said that it doesn't make sense on any level, but trust me, in my brain it did at the time. And yeah, that's the main reason. It wasn't because I was bored and trying to make the most complicated email sounding name in existence. It's just how it was. Just how it was. And to be fair... Okay, no, it's fine, Greg, it's fine, don't worry about it. 762824. 762824. 24, sorry. I didn't even know you were playing Honkai Star Rail, to be honest, Liz. I never seen you on that game. Okay, no worries, Greg, no worries. Feel free to do whatever you feel like doing there. Because the thing is, I'm already playing like on 2 accounts on this game, and this like takes majority of my time. Ah, you made her. You see, Liz employing everyone to make an account for her to just not play on it. That's her schemes. You made her Honkai Star Rail account, I made her Wuthering Waves account and the Bleach account now. And does she play on them? I don't know, I don't know. Just claim whatever, Greg. As I said, I'm not bothered. I don't even know if I'll ever have like the time or the patience to go back to that game, to be honest. Because I've seen you play it, and it's just too complicated for my old brain right now. It's like I like games that are complex, but Honkai Star Rail is just on a whole other level. Look at my Jin Yuan. My Jin Yuan is actually really well built. I'm proud of my Jin Yuan. He was like my pride and joy for a while. Because I don't think, I literally have nobody else built except him, but because I only farmed like artifacts for him, or relics, whatever it's called. I haven't played that game in ages, Greg. As I said, I didn't even finish all the exploration. I barely touched it. I just never played that game. Go on. I don't mind. Greg, as I said, you can treat the account as your own if you feel like it. I'm not bothered. I'd rather it find a home in your hands if you want to play on it than to rot in my. Because chances are I'll probably only come back for the story at some point later. But I really doubt I'll have time or the patience to play on it, like, legitimately. That's why I said you can have it if you want. Okay. Nah, Liz, I'm just pulling your leg. I'm not... I know that you play games by yourself sometimes. Sometimes. So, okay, it's okay. You don't have to justify it. It's okay. I understand, I understand. Okay, I think we did all of the daily stuff. On here, let's just double check. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, I gotta complete this as well. Sometimes, exactly. Sometimes. Look, I'm the same, to be fair. I'm the same. Like, I start so many accounts, and then... Fair, Liz. I never said otherwise. I never said otherwise. I'm just saying, you know? Okay, so we did everything here, so that's all fine and dandy. Now, we're gonna jump onto my free-to-play account and mess around on there. And then, if we still got time, because that might take a while, we're probably gonna go back and do some Kenpachi challenges, because I probably won't be able to stream until, at the bare minimum, Friday. Which my plans moving forward, since I did say I have like less taxing schedules, I probably will try to play do streams rather on like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Saturdays and Sundays are pretty easy for me, but I also kind of wanna check up with you guys on Friday, because I feel like 3 times a week is pretty nice. 2 times is a little bit less than I would like. Like ideally, I would prefer to do at least like Monday, Wednesday, and maybe Friday, but unfortunately that's a bit too taxing at the moment with my schedule, but maybe one day, okay, so let's jump to here. It will load. There we go. Let me put it on full screen. And also, this is like the skin that I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. If you guys aren't aware, you can get a skin nowadays, which I believe is the only skin in the entire game. Okay, yeah, that looks good. That's fine. So basically, if you completed this event, and you go to Event Daily, and here, you can get this. And this is basically, if you don't know the story, this is basically a skin where Ichigo was rescuing Rukia, and basically this skin prevented Sokoku, like the the Phoenix from burning him alive. And I feel like this is really cool. And I believe it's only skin right now that you can get. And it actually looks pretty cool animation as well. Yeah, the stream did unfortunately crash. We got solid 30 minutes in, and then out of nowhere, the stream decided to take a turn for the worst and just nuke myself, you know? Just explode my entire setup, and I had to restart. Such is life. So yeah. And also, I picked at this, and basically, this is like to say what skins are, right? And then this one curious fact. So outfits can be obtained from store or events. Listen, Hakeem, on my free-to-play account, I have 15k as well. Also, hi there again. So I'm sitting pretty over here. And I believe if Gin comes out next week, you can expect another, you know, gambling sesh where we're gonna roll for Gin, unless it's not Gin. And if it's not Gin, I will kind of depend whether I like the character or not. Because I don't know if you noticed this, but they removed the planner. Like, the planner is not here anymore. And I don't know why. But you basically just can't see anymore what events are coming. And, yeah. Well, yeah, I did skip Aizen, but that's only because on this account, I'm just gonna summon for characters that I not plan to get on my main. Just so we can actually play with them. And I don't need to, you know, pretend like I'm not part of the game for the next 3 weeks. And just play with my old characters. So probably I will, like, I'll skip one character on my main, summon one on here, and then do the reverse. Like, basically, skip it on here, summon on my main, kind of like that. I don't know either. That's kind of a little bit weird, because that was actually a really good part of the game, and I really liked it. Because it allowed everybody to actually know, like, what's coming. And now it's not here, so, like, why? You know, kind of situation. Ooh, we got an S rank. Nice. We take those, we take those. Let's do a quick deploy. I need to thrust. Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have that many, so that's fine. That's fine. Oh, are you back to your busy daily routine as well? That's for me tomorrow, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I'm back to the grind. And yeah, no ideal, but what can you do? What can you do? As I was saying to the guys earlier, Liz was here, but so I didn't really take any vacations. I kind of have Christmas too coming in February, where I'm gonna have 2 weeks off. So you're gonna see me a little bit more during those 2 weeks. Because I took 2 weeks off, and basically I'm just gonna spend them the same way I spend them this time. Just sitting at home playing video games. Which I feel like is the best time. So I didn't feel like going anywhere. But yeah. Hopefully, if you guys going back to like school or work tomorrow, hopefully it's not gonna be too taxing for you. Get a good night rest today, and get ready to conquer the world yet again, shall we say. Okay, let's farm for some gear. See if we can get lucky. Actually, my Byakuya is max level, so I might as well upgrade him. Because didn't do that yet. Let's exchange for that. Nice. And let's do the same for my Kisuke, because why not? There we go. Take those. It's not a new character, Liz. But it's I don't know if the animation changed. I haven't tried this Ichigo. I assume animation didn't change. I mean, we can probably test it. Give me a sec. I don't remember how his regular ones plays, to be honest, but I guess let's see. I don't think it changes. I'm pretty sure it's the same animation because it's 4-star. I doubt they would put that much. But, you know, if they did, hats off to them. Let's see. I think it's the same. I remember that they have like a yellow animation to them. Yeah, they do look relatively... Ooh, actually, in animation part, like, his skin is different. I think it's a different close-up. But yeah, I think it is the same. But to be fair, it is a 4-star skin, so I doubt they put that much, you know, effort into it. But it would be interesting what they do in for, like, 5 stars later. Because if the 5 stars have different animation, like, imagine, Aizen getting his, Okay, let me show you this. Aizen... Okay. Found it. Okay, let me show you this. So imagine Aizen in this. So, this is a character from Bleach, right? But... can I... let's see. This one. Imagine Aizen in his full suited up jacket, you know, drinking rosé with a bouquet of flowers for like Valentine's Day. I mean, people will go crazy. You see this gentleman with a glass of wine just sitting there swirling around. I mean, how cool would that be? I'm just saying, this would be awesome. And it wouldn't even take that much effort because all it is just basically putting Aizen in a very nice suit. And just having his animation basically splitting the sky with like the bouquet of flowers and just rose petals everywhere. Listen, universe, I'm just giving you ideas right now. Take notes. But yeah, that would be awesome. I would love that. No, I'm not free till February, Hakim. I'm free in February. I'm going back to, like, the grind tomorrow, but I'm having 2 weeks off afterwards. Like, second week of February and third week, pretty much. So, still a month away. Pretty much. A little bit more, but, yeah. I know, Liz. I know, trust me. I know. I'm just saying, that would be awesome. And people would love it a lot. Oh, sorry, Greg. I didn't realize. Apologies. I missed the message, so I didn't. I thought Hakim was saying it to me. That's absolutely fine. Look, in my defense, I was admiring Aizen, so I forgot to pay attention to the chat. Oh, jeez. Okay, let's see. Can we get something good? No, it's fine, Hakim. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Man, this could have been good, but unfortunately the snap stats on the leg race. Let's go again. Oh wait, hold up. I forgot to enable sound. There we go. It's not glazing Hakim. I'm just saying, look, if there was a skin for a 5-star character, who would you rather have it for? Like, I'm just saying, Aizen is a top contender, and if you give like, which character would you prefer for, like, Valentine's Day Eve? I'm just saying, Aizen in a suit with bouquet of flowers, slashing dimension with roses, sounds pretty cool. And, you know, instead of his, you know, Bakudo, you know, the black coffin, he could just erect a ginormous, bouquet of flowers, just springing from the bottom, and, you know, just blossoming everywhere, and burying his enemies in the flowers, you know? It would be pretty symbolic. Or, like, erect a giant bottle of wine, you know? To drown his enemies in their own sorrows. That would be pretty cool as well. Pretty sure Greg would be on board with that one. Ooh, man. Good substats, bad main stat. Golly. I know, that is kind of a shame. But I think... Okay, so here's my theory. I think they were planning to release a 5-star skin with the next character. But because people were asking for Aizen to be prolonged, they had to extend the rewards and basically make them worthwhile to last another week. So they pushed the free skin forward and basically made it available in this event instead of the next one. And they're probably gonna make another free skin for the next event and release the new character with a new skin. That would be my guess. So, like, Gin will come out with some sort of skin for himself. Maybe his, like, captain form, or, you know, something else, I don't know. But that's my take on it, I believe. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't know. But they just seem like they never planned it to release it that early. And that's why that's the only skin we have right now. Fair enough, Liz. Fair enough. I mean, Korn is still no in this game. Still no in this game. So, you know, we're still missing the most OP character in the world. Buff Korn. When he comes out, like, this is Buff Korn right here. When he comes out into this game is never going to be the same again. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, I feel like that's probably the idea they had in mind. No, I know. I mean, I was suspecting that every single character will get his own set, just because Aizen got his own. So, it's pretty much almost confirmed that every single new unit will have a set for themselves made. Which is a good and a bad thing, because if it was universal set, then you at least could bank on the idea that you don't have to farm for a new one, and you can just reuse it from your old characters. But a good thing is that if you are competing with somebody, they would have to make a new set as well. So you're kind of competing on equal grounds, unless the other people have pre-farmed like a bunch of pills and basically have like stacked them like I have. And then they can unleash all of it on Gin. Yeah, but Toshiro already had it. Like, they already put Toshiro's one in the standard, because they already were planning to release Toshiro as a second unit. And I feel like that's why it wasn't his own. Because if you look at his set, it's essentially tailored to him because it increases basic attack. Who needs basic attack except Toshiro? Nobody. You see, it's like, they just made it because they needed like 4 different regions, and for them to make sense to exist together. And now they made the new game mode where you can actually select which stamp you want, so nobody's really gonna farm the other 4. So they were kind of just like throwaway pieces before they finalized the select, I feel like, which is, you know, can take up a... Ooh, man, this would have been such a good piece if this was spirit damage. Oh well. I don't know, Hakim. I mean, now that they released one character every, 3 weeks, we're talking, there's probably gonna be like, what, 16, 18 characters a year? So 18 new sets a year? I mean, it does sound like a lot. By the end of the day, every character will have their own gimmick, and it does feel like every single set so far has been like specifically tailored for their one character and nobody else. So it wouldn't surprise me if that would be just how it is. Yeah, I know, Akeem, but I'm just saying, it's like, when you think about it, whose set can you actually use in other units? Like, the standard set that you can use on anyone. Probably Renji's, but nobody's gonna use it because it's not that good. Byakuya's set is relatively universal, I believe. I think. Because I think on his one, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it just buffs, like, battlefield skill damage. Let's check. Increased battlefield skill damage, yeah. So this is, like, the only set that I personally can think of, which is, like, universal. Because it gives you ultimate charge rate and battlefield skill damage. Which I think is, like, good for anyone. But there's no, like, anything else that can be used for everyone, which I feel like is a bit of a bummer, but, you know. Pretty much, Hakim, pretty much. It will all depend, like, if Gin gets his own set, then that kind of confirms that they're planning to release units with, like, their own sets, because if he didn't, like, this thrust damage, you know, like, why is it here? Because is it for Kako only? Probably, but, you know, if they release it for Gen, what means that they won't release it for the next character? It will be interesting to see, because right now they don't have any, like, general sets except Byakuya 1. Like, Byakuya's 1 is literally the only one they can use on anyone. Any other one is very specific. Like, for future spirit characters, for example, can you use Toshiro set? Probably. Will they benefit from it as much? I don't know, maybe. I mean, do they need basic attack damage? Because if they don't, then probably not. That's why I feel like you always gotta have a stash of pills if you're pulling for, like, a character that you want. I feel like having at least 50 pills at your disposal before any unit comes out is just a smart idea. Because, you know, you're always gonna want to be prepared. Listen, I'm on the forefront of saving department. I have 147 keys right now, Hakim, on my main account, and about 120 on this one. I'm saving like crazy. Because you know what? When they do finally implement it, you know who's going to have the last laugh? Definitely not me, because I'm probably already going to be behind so much. Other people who actually spend their corridor keys and golden stamps, but I'll feel like I did something. And that's what matters. Because yeah, I have 107 on here. And about 147 on the other one. So, I have a lot. But it is what it is. I'll probably wait until Friday and see if they implement it with Gin. If they don't, I might start using them slowly. Like, not all at once, but at least try to get, like, either Toshiro's or Aizen's core stamp at the bare minimum, and then see from there. But I feel like they should have at least given, like, an approximate date. Well, maybe not date, but, like, time frame when they are planning to implement that, because at the bare minimum, then, you would have, like, a rough idea. Okay, I have, like, a month, you know, to prepare for this. Or I have, you know, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you know, whatever it is. Yeah, but you just go lucky, Hakim. You know, majority of people are not as lucky as you are. I mean, dupes in this game are actually pretty good, so... Especially if you get them for limited characters, so dupes are never a bad thing to get, to be honest. Let's check if any of those I just go were actually good. Kinda didn't check them. I don't think there was anything exciting, but just in case there was. Nothing here, no. No. This one... There's no crit rate, but maybe for later. It's the same situation as the other one. No crit damage though. Yeah, doesn't look like there's anything exciting. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I know, Hakim. It's but the thing is, those like power-ups, like battle power, doesn't actually mean how strong your character is in a lot of cases. Because I had, like, on this boss, for example, I went with some people who had like 45k battle character, and then somebody had like 32, and they would damage them almost 2x, like up damage on them. And I'm like, why? You know? Do they play better? Probably. Do they have better rotation? I guess so, but like, there's still gotta be a reason behind it. So, those numbers are not, like, cut dry indicator of how strong somebody is, unfortunately. I know it should be, but it not really is. But having good gear is always a good thing, because it's like, the majority of battle power comes from dupes, and like dupes are, you know, somebody can have like B6 Aizen and have 50% K battle power, but their stamps could be absolute garbage. They could have like full defense. I kid you not. I saw a guy that I did a raid battle with on Friday, and he came in with like, I think 55k battle power, and I think he did like 70 mil damage, and I did 56, and I was like, wow, that's a bit low for somebody who has, you know, 55k battle power. So I checked his account just because I was wondering if he was, I believe he was from my server as well, and I checked his like setup, and I kid you not, he had 3 stamps, all with defense percentage as a main stat. Good substats, but all defense percentages. Which makes you question yourself. Why do you want that much defense? What are you afraid of? And who's hurting you? Because no normal individual will go for full defense setup. Listen, Hakim, I'm just telling you what I saw. It just, some people are built different. And like my Aizen was 23k. And he helped me do like 52 mil damage. And I was just like, you know what? Maybe I'm doing good. Maybe I'm doing good. There is not to say the B6 Aizen, you know, is not better. Obviously he is. It's just all about how you use him. Because you know this typical saying, it's not how big it is, it's how you use it. And I feel like with battle power, it's exactly the case. Because no matter how inflated your battle power is, if you don't know how to use it, well, you're in for a rude awakening. Listen, Hakim, I don't know what to tell you. Some people are just built different. I just life for you. It's just a cautionary tale, you know. If you're doing like a co-op with somebody and you see big numbers and you're like, wow, those are some big numbers. Behind those numbers might be somebody who has triple defense roll on their stamp. So you gotta be careful. If you're actually chasing like ultimate rankings and all that. Which I don't. I don't at all. But if you do, There's a cautionary tale right there. Okay, that's done. Let's do this quickly. Because, I mean, I'm still, like, in a phase of building my characters. I don't have, like, really good setups. My Ichigo is, like, my best built character, and he does about, like, 5 million from the ult after Aizen goes, which is decent, you know, for 29k battle power. But he's nowhere near, like, top tier, shall we say. Okay, let's see. I kind of go into habit of farming this at least once a day, even though I don't need any of them. Just for the mission, for like daily mission, but also just to keep a stack of these if I ever do need them. Because it's kind of one of those things where you'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. I know, Hakim, I know. I'm trying. Look, I've been farming for Toshiro for the past week. Guess how many good pieces I got? I literally did nothing but spend my entire spiritual power on farming Toshiro gear. Like, literally all of it went, well, not all of it, maybe 85% on Toshiro stamps. I literally got 0. I literally got not a single one. Except today. Today I got pretty good spirit damage piece. But it's just like, you can spend so much stamina essentially and get absolutely nothing. It's crazy. It's crazy. But, you know, they just lie for you. And the same on this account actually. So you multiply it by the factor of 2 because I've been farming the exact same thing on here and I got nothing either. So it's in fact to the power of 2 of nothing. And you know, nothing multiplied by nothing is still nothing. Okay. Yeah, you see, I've been grinding like stamps like crazy, and I just haven't been having great luck with them. Like, granted, I didn't use any of my pills yet, but still, I've been spending like all my daily stamina on them, and it's just like, it has been rough. It has been rough. Listen, Hakim, if you didn't build the Bold Man, have you truly built every DPS? You lying to yourself, and most importantly, you lying to the Bold Man. Oh, you're working on your reach already. Very nice, very nice. I do want to start working on my own as well, because I do like her. The problem is, I just can't find the resources to spend on her right now. Because I'm so focused on like farming stamps that I just don't have any available stamina for her at the moment. But I will build her in the future, after I'm done with my Toshiro and Ichigo to an extent. Which hopefully shouldn't be too far in the future. Okay, we're done with that. Let's collect all our daily stuff. Let's break this, I guess. Slowly gonna build my Yorishi. Oh, Kaname definitely worthwhile here. Are you gonna pull for Gin? I thought you said you were gonna skip. I didn't know you were pulling for him as well. Have you changed your tune? Alright, forgot to... Actually, you know what? Let's put this on him because we're gonna go do a frenzy battle on here. Yeah, that's sure. Yeah, like trust me, this game is like when you get to end game, it's not as bad because you don't have as many things to do. But if you just start playing, oof, the amount of stuff you have to grind is tremendous, honestly. Ah, fair enough, Hakim. Are you gonna B6 Kenpachi as well? You gonna go all the way? And I mean, I used to play BBS myself to like an egregious degree. I used to grind it so much, all the epic raids, Senkai mons, co-ops, extreme co-ops, PvP, regular and live. I mean, you name it, I was doing it all. Guild quests, I mean, Jesus Christ, that was like a second job for me. Although it was years ago, but I was doing them. And man, was that hard. Because like, I would spend solid... Ah, I see. You skip... Well, you say you're waiting for him, which would mean that, you know, you wouldn't want to get him. Okay, actually... and I removed my Ichigo stamp. Ah, you want to see who's coming next. That's actually a smart idea. I feel like there's going to be a plan, like, especially if you're up free to play. That's probably going to be a very smart idea to just wait till, like, literally the last day, see if they announce who's coming next, because I assume they would, probably, like on Thursday. I'd say that's when you're pulling, essentially, if you want the character. And then if somebody exciting comes, you know, then you make a choice. Do you want the character that you're playing with right now? Or do you want to wait? No, I quit a long time ago, Axel. I didn't have the time. It's like, I played BBS ever since 2016, you know, when it just came out. I was playing it religiously then. I went through, like, the 3 Kenpachis era, you know, the good old times. I had the Blue Grimjow, you know, the Panther himself, era of PvP. I grinded that game for years upon years, and I quit it briefly in like 2019. When like I think my last banner was the Bankai Toshiro. That was like the adult Toshiro. That was my last banner that I actually played. And after that, I believe I quit momentarily for like a couple years. Then the last time I came back was when Bankai Yama released. I played it then, and then after that I quit on the 9th anniversary, I believe. I got like the Sajin, which I believe was your 9th anniversary, like the PvP unit, and I don't think I played since. I don't believe, at least. It has been a moment though, so I might be misremembering. No, Hakim didn't see it. Oh yeah, I mean, the problem with BBS nowadays is that, like, I heard the drama was a guild quest, because I still kind of, like, stay in the loop, because, you know, I play the game so much, I'd still like to know, like, how it's doing, you know? And I heard that they had, like, so much drama with guild quests where they made it to the point where unless you get a new unit, you can't beat it, and even if you have new unit, you're still not guaranteed to beat it because of how hard it is. And it's just like, but yeah, 6th anniversary with Aizen, I'd say that was a pretty good time. Yeah, that was a pretty good time. Ooh, 300k. Ooh, that's not a lot at all for the game of their size. That's essentially nothing. Yeah, you see, like, originally I used to play it because of co-op. Like, co-op used to be so much fun, because before Bleach Brave Souls got released, I don't think there was any game where you can just play it permanently. Like, from memory, I don't think there was a single game where you can just log in and basically play 24/7 if you wanted to. And, like, granted, you're probably not gonna play 24/7, but just having the ability of play whenever you want, how much you want, for as long as you want was such a nice change. And like the early co-op days were so fun. Because, you know, you would get with a bunch of your friends, or even random people, really, not necessarily with your friends. You would get into these dungeons, and, you know, they were actually challenging, you know? They weren't the kind that you could just, you know, come in, alter, and turn off your brain. And nowadays, I believe it was like, unless you have, like, poor units, which basically, there's like, if you never play BBS, there's basically these pods, where you need to grind them to ascend your characters and, like, level up their skills and whatnot. And the entire culture basically revolves around, do you have a pole unit? Or you don't have it? Well, you can play the game. Go get yourself a pole unit. Unless you're carrying. Because sometimes, you know, people will allow you to join if you carry. But it's like, the entire mentality shifted from, you know, having fun to like, you have to have this unit if you want to play the game. You have to have that unit to play this game. You have to have these units to play like Senkaimon. Because Senkaimon in the beginning was fun, but at some point it was like, unless you have this specific unit who you're probably never going to use otherwise, you just can't beat it. I'm sorry, but you just can't. Yeah. I guess, Hakim. I still think it's probably a fun game. Like, if I came back now to it, I probably would have a good time if I didn't take it seriously. I feel like it's a good casual game, you know? As long as you don't take it as your, like, job, essentially, and as long as you just have fun with it, I feel like it's a good game. If you all want to take it seriously, though, that's a different dilemma, because then you're facing an issue with, well, if you want to take it seriously, you have to play it at least, like, 8 to 10 hours a day, because, first of all, you have to complete epic raids. Second of all, you have to do extreme co-ops for, like, all the accessories. Third of all, you have to do all the, like, Senkaimons, because that's how you get majority of your spirit orbs. Fourth of all, you have to get, like, all the point events done, because if you don't, well, you're missing out on so many free rewards, and, like, how can you do that? Then you need to grind your PvP, because, you know, you want to keep up with ranks. If you're not in 3rd division, well, sorry, you can't do extreme co-op. It's like, there's so many things that you have to do, and, like, guild quests, I'm not going to even start on that. That's, like, a whole different world of its own. They're like, unless you play full-time, you're just never gonna keep up. Absolutely, Hakim. And there's probably new game modes that I don't even know about. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. So, yeah, because there was one where you had to, like, clear a bunch of waves. I forgot what it's called, but it was basically like a speed run, and you had to clear in, like, 1 minute 30, like, 20 waves or something. Escapes my mind right now, but that's another one. So, yeah. Community, yeah, because the thing is, the main reason why a lot of people played Bleach Brave Souls was because for the longest time, it was the only Bleach game that was actually available. Really, if you wanted a Bleach game, you didn't have an option. At least for mobile, like there's always consoles and whatnot, games, but like, none of them were for mobile, so you had to play it. Otherwise, there's nothing left, and I feel like this game is gonna do one of the two things. It's either gonna make it, like, improve and actually start, like, doing quality of life updates, or it's just gonna die out. It's one of the two things, really. There's no third. Pretty much, Zaxel, pretty much. Because he probably didn't have the newest units, Haki. He didn't have the newest units. And clearly, unless, you know, unless you have the newest units and your damage is really big, nobody wants to join your guild. I can't even imagine the, like, what it feels like probably to make a new guild, because when guilds first released, back in the day, I actually joined a guild, and we had a Discord server, where we would actually join together. We would like hop on Discord call, we would do like epic raids together, we would, no, actually epic raids weren't a thing yet. We would do extreme co-op together, we would grind like pods together, you know, we would talk about like PvP strats, how to build characters and all that. So, yeah. Absolutely no worries, Greg. I saw you already head out, to be honest. I didn't know you were still lurking in the background. But no worries. Hopefully you have a nice rest, and I'll see you later. But yeah, it's a whole different world now, I believe. Because back in the day, it used to be all about, like, fun and meeting new people, engaging in, you know, no worries, Greg. Absolute no worries. And, like, finding, like, new connections, you know, making new friends. Because you actually had to talk back in the day if you wanted to, like, find people to actually play with. Nowadays, you don't, probably. You just have to have the maxed units, and people will just allow you to play with them. Which is, you know, it is what it is. Probably the XL, probably. Because, I mean, if you still play Bleach Brave Souls like 10 years in the making, the last thing you care is probably like the meta. I really doubt at that point you actually care. You're probably playing just to collect your favorite units and just to play game modes they actually enjoy. I really doubt people are actually as competitive as they used to be. Because PvP especially, I remember when I used to play like hardcore, it was actually hard to get into 3rd division. It was actually challenging. You actually had to have like really strong units to get there. And then lieutenants was even harder. But the the captain was easy because not a lot of people were scaling that high, and people who stayed in captain didn't really care that much. And I was always lurking in captain rank because it was just the easiest one. The problem was getting there, not staying. Head captain was just for whales, so nobody really bothered, but yeah, good times, good times. Really? I haven't encountered it, to be honest, Hakim, because I just open the room and I just let people join me. Like, I honestly don't care. Because, like, yes, you get higher rewards if you are, you know, if you get, like, for example, where was it? Yeah, this. So, like, if you get in top 20%, you get literally 5 more Spirit Jades and 100 more of these Corbans. And like 3k more gold. It's like, it's not worth stressing out over. As long as I get in like top 50%, which I usually do, you know, just cause, it's fine. It's like, there's literally no need to gatekeep, like, teams. Like, at the end of the day, it's like, just play with whoever. Like, obviously, if somebody joins you and they have like a troll team with, you know, 3 like tactical units, then fair enough. But like, if somebody is, you know, having a normal team and then just trying to play the game, it's like, I don't care that much. Yeah, I don't really like that Hakim, because like, to me personally, as long as you're active, I don't really care. It's like, who cares? These things, like, it's not your job, you know? It's like, just play the game, have fun, and it's like, those things will come. Because, like, people can get stronger. If they play all the time, there will come a point when they can do more damage. It's like, the game been out only for months. So obviously people don't have good builds. My experience personally with guilds, like, I made my own because, well, actually, in this game, I joined, like, a random guild for my free-to-play account, just because, you know, I wanted to see what other guilds look like, and, I can only speak from my own, like, guild, because this one, people don't really talk, but in my guild, people, like, look for co-op, you know, people chat with each other occasionally, like, not all the time, but, you know, we talk occasionally, and like, people join each other in co-op, you know, they play together, they share like builds, ask each other questions, like checking how, you know, how everyone's doing, all that kind of stuff. And it's fine, I never had any issues myself. It's like, nobody really gatekeeps anything. And the only time I remove people is really if they like offline for more than 3 days, because, you know, from that perspective, I feel like you already quit the game. And usually when I do remove them, I actually send them like a message being like, look, I removed you because you're 3 days AFK. If you want to come back, just let me know. Because I just assume you are, you know? But Yeah, I honestly just don't care about these kinds of things. It's like, life is too short to worry about in-game battle power. It's like, who cares? If you're having fun with the game, that's all that matters. Okay, let me see. Let me put this on here. That's pretty nice. And now let's go and do Frenzy Feast. That should be fine. And let's go Momo to Rukia into Toshiro. That's it. That's why I don't understand, because the thing is, in this game, the battle power doesn't even mean anything. Like, I have some people in my guild who are free to play who do more damage than people with B6 size, and I'm not even kidding. Like, there's just some people who are free to play who go really good builds, and they just do more damage. It's like, who cares? As long as you know, everybody is active, everybody participates in like daily activities, it's fine. I mean, look, I understand that people want, obviously, the most active people for their guilds, and like whales who have actual like financial investment in a game are probably gonna play much harder than somebody who, you know, plays as a free-to-play. Not always the case, but like, that's usually the mentality I assume that a lot of like guild masters have. They're like, okay, this guy has a high-level character, you know, they have probably invested into this game both in time and money, and I assume they're gonna play for a while. And sometimes it is the case, but not all the time, and it's just like, I don't know. Pretty much, Hakim, but that's what I mean. That's what I mean, like, just because somebody has B6 Aizen doesn't mean what they do. Know what they do. It's like, that's just how it is. Because the game has been out only 4 months. So already, like, gatekeeping people from actually trying and, like, learn the game and, you know, get better. I would understand if this game was out for, like, a year. And, you know, you have, like, these battle seasoned veterans, you know, who played since day one and know exactly what they do. You know, they nail their rotation to a T, and you kind of want only them instead of like new players who just joined, and you know, you have somebody like B6 Yamamoto or whatever who's gonna be in a year time. I get that. That's fair. But the game literally been out for months. Like, nobody knows what they do. Like, even the top players, they probably just going with the flow, you know, they're trying things out, see what works, and if it works for them, you know, they just do it again. I guess game to be honest, like, I beat it, and I didn't know what I was doing, and I go into, like, top, I don't know, 11%, I guess. And that was, like, the event that only happened, I believe, like, first week of the game. So, it's hard to tell, really. Because, like, the events like that, I'm kind of to do with luck more than skill. Because if you get a really good rotation going, it's kind of all you need. That is true, Zaxel, because, like, in a lot of cases, people forget that this game is very luck-reliant. So, like, even if there's somebody who's, like, a god-tier gamer, if they get screwed on stamps, there's nothing they can do. Like, literally, just to give you an example, okay? Like, let's say I had my Toshiro fully kitted out. B6, you know, stamps flying of wazoo. And I just started playing the game yesterday. What are the chances I'm gonna outdamage somebody who played this game since day one and has, like, really good stamps really good like setup. They have their formation nailed to a T, and all I have is maxed out Toshiro. I probably don't have any stamps whatsoever. I have his core stamp because I bought it. I have his weapon, and I have him B6. And let's say I'm running key skill with him, and I don't know, bomb or something. Well, there's somebody out there that can probably run the exact same team as a free-to-play and do way more damage. Why? Well, it's because they know how the game works. And that's the most valuable knowledge, you know? Like, obviously, the boundaries help, like, obviously to do you more damage, like, straight away, there's no questions about it, but I feel like in a few months' time, there's gonna come a point where there's gonna be a rift between whales and free-to-play, and the only thing you can do about it is skill. Like, how can you bridge that gap? And if you know exactly what you're doing, you spend your gems wisely, you don't waste your resources, you build your characters well, then you'll be able to compete on equal grounds. Maybe not, like, on exact equal grounds, but, like, as close as you can get. And the longer the game progresses, the less of those people will probably remain, because there's always going to be an influx of new players. Unless the game dies, really. That's the only way it wouldn't. And with new players come, fresh blood, but also less experienced people. So, in a lot of cases, people will have to start realizing that you can't expect everybody to know what they're doing, unless you surround yourself with, like, only people who play since day one. And if you do that, then you're just limiting yourself from, like, future progression. You're basically going to just become stagnated, in a way. And you're going to play this game as 9-to-5 job, essentially. Which, it's fine if that's what you want to do, but if you still want to treat it as a game, you just kind of have to take it for what it is. Pretty much. I don't think it will die anytime soon, Zyxel. I'm pretty sure this game will have a pretty good shelf life. Like, it probably won't be, the most popular game out there, but just in this month alone, it made $10 million. So, I don't think it's going anywhere. There's clearly demand for this game, and there's clearly people who, excited for this game. And I feel like because of that, this game probably will thrive. And another thing which I feel like is a really good thing is the devs actually seem like they're passionate about what they're doing. Like, from what I've seen, at least so far, the devs listen to their community. They converse with people. Probably they also converse with, like, high-end players, and probably just listen to, like, feedback through surveys and whatnot, because I know they send a couple surveys out and whatnot. And I feel like so far, they've been making pre-W decisions. They extended banners, which was a huge W. They made, like, a specific dungeon for, stamps, instead of, like, relying on luck, essentially, to get what you want. For the most part, it's still a little bit luck reliant, because, you still can get runs when you don't get any stamps you're looking for, but it's still better than what it was. So, I feel like the only issues right now is, like, the voice acting and the stamp corridor, and when they fix those, I mean, the game will be in pretty good spot. At least for a while, I feel like. I didn't see that video, but that's a W take, because, like, I feel like a lot of people just want a game which doesn't make them spend if they don't want to, Because there's nothing wrong with, like, being free-to-play or being pay-to-win player, if that's what you want to do. There's a difference between forcing a player to literally progress in a game. You have to spend, because some games do that. Like, games like Summoner's Wars, a lot of those, like, bait games, like, gacha games, in its majority, shall we say. A lot of them rely heavily on you basically having FOMO, fear of missing out, and just basically wanted to get every single character and play the game basically from paycheck to paycheck, essentially. And I just know the kind of games I'm personally interested, and I feel like that's what majority of people hate as well. Hakim, I think that's a W take, honestly. That's a good aspect as well, Zaxel, because I'll tell you something. If that was like a trial event in a lot of new games like these, there ain't no way they're gonna give you fully kitted out characters. Like, granted, okay, they know like the best characters, like they don't have their core stamps and in some cases their weapon, but they're still like level 85 characters and they still do a lot of damage. And on my main account, I cleared all of this, albeit I did have my bankai Ichigo, with trial characters. Like, literally everything. And I got pretty good scores as well, so... As I said, this game has been making pre-W decisions so far. I just really hope that they're gonna continue that trend and, you know, just keep making good stuff. Because I feel like this game so far is in a really good spot, and it will just depend how they take it from here. Because so far, I don't think I've seen anything like super cash grabby that they did. Like, the only thing that I'm not the biggest fan of is like core stamps that you can buy them. Because, I mean, it's fine. It's not like the end of the world, but like, I would rather it be just, you know, game mode acquirable, and you couldn't buy it, because I feel like then it would make it a little bit more special if you get one. But I do understand why they do it, because, you know, it is an easy way for whales to, like, acquire it, and if you couldn't get it, whales probably would whine about it. But, yeah, that's, like, the only thing, and it's not even that big of a complaint, really. It's just, like, you know, it is what it is. Oh, Hakim, if they didn't give the trial characters for the event, I don't even know how you were supposed to complete it as a new player. Like, literally, it's impossible. Because if you started a game yesterday, what are you supposed to do? It's literally maxed out level characters that you're fighting. Like, what are you supposed to do? Just do, like, 1 damage? Yeah, absolutely, Axel. Absolutely. I agree. Just a game, really. And, its health, I guess. Just saying, like, that they've been doing pre-W decisions so far. And, we're hoping that the game will be in healthy state for a while. We're also comparing the forbidden Bleach game, shall we say, that a lot of us used to play. Which I'm sure, like, probably more than 50% of people who actually play this game probably play Bleach Brave Souls at some point. Even if not currently. Kind of glazing it a little bit, but also, like, saying what's could be improved in a way, I guess. Just giving, like, a critical overview of it, shall we say, Liz. Care to share any opinions? Because I know you're a proud and loud owner of Aizen now. How are you feeling? How is your life as a new player, more than anything? Because I'm pretty sure you're like the newest edition, since you only started playing like yesterday. Oh man, missed that one. Okay. Did you not even play yet, Liz? Is that what you're gonna say to me? This woman. You give her eyes and she doesn't even play. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about the ultra rare characters as well. I forgot that was even a thing, to be honest. out there. The thing is, okay, so for me personally, I feel like for UI characters, it's going to be one of the two things. They either going to increase the amount of pulls you need to do for them, or they're going to make the entire complete separate way of acquiring them, like through fragments or something. Because I really doubt they're going to do the exact same banner standard as for SSR characters. It's either going to be like, I don't know, 120 summons or something to get them, or it's gonna be like 50 summons, but the summon's gonna be twice as more expensive, maybe. Or maybe like, instead of 160, it's gonna be like 320, maybe 400 Spirit Jays per pull. That's the only way I can see them doing it, without like upsetting whales who went for like B6s on Ichigo, Aizens and whatnot. I see. The new player problem of having too many things to do. Couldn't relate, Zaxel. Couldn't relate. Nah, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I do understand that. The UI is a little bit finicky. Because like when you first start the game, you kind of get thrown right into it. But luckily there is decent tutorials for like majority of these things. The only thing they don't really touch up upon too much is like what kind of stamps you need to farm, unless you like find out that you can check the guides in game. But it's not like clear that you have to click on it, so unless you ever click on it, you kinda just guessing, really. I mean, to be honest, Les, like, majority of the early game, and that's the case for, like, everybody, if any of you guys that are watching are, like, newer players, the only thing you need to do, really, is just grind your materials. Like, literally the character that you have, just grind materials for them. Don't even worry about stamps until you reach, like, level 55, because that's when you unlock, like, the difficulty where you can start grinding them, essentially. Until then, literally just focus on your training manuals, like your skills, your core stamps, and just try to get those first. Like your weapon, upgrade that as much as you can. And afterwards, that's when you can start being like, okay, now that I got my skills, I got my, you know, levels sorted, I got my characters all up to speed. That's when you start being like, okay, it's time farming time. And also you want 2 teams, essentially, which, unless you played since day 1, you're probably not gonna have available anyway. Yeah, pretty much. Hakim is right. Because it's like, you grind your story, you grind your, like, hard mode, you grind your extreme mode until you can 3-star all of it. Then you grind your adventure until you finish that. Trial Tower, just go as you can, you know, don't stress about it too much, it's there permanently. And just grind the game modes. Don't worry about, like, getting high scores, don't worry about, you know, leveling up too hard. Like, personally, okay, this is my personal take, and it depends on, like, what kind of individual you are. I personally wouldn't suggest spending your pills until you get to the bare minimum level 55. And the reason for that is because you don't really need to rush. And also, I personally am not going to use any pills until level 65 because that's when I unlock the max stamps. And I feel like pills are only worthwhile using for stamps anyway. So like, I'm playing the long game, but granted I played since almost the beginning, so I can say that now. If I started now, it's a different story because you probably want to catch up to like the old players as fast as possible. So it kind of depends on what you want. But I'd say at the bare rule of thumb, until you can at least get golden stamps, it's really not worthwhile spending your pills. Like, it's just a waste. So wait at least at level 55. If you can help it, level 65. But like, that's gonna take you like at least 2 months. So that's up to you at that point. I personally do it. Would I recommend it? As I said, if you're not in a rush and you want to play the long game, yes. If you don't, and you want to get, you know, those stamps going, because like at level 55, you're already getting 2 gold stamps, so it's already good enough. But I'm just the kind of person that wants the best, and also gonna do it for content anyway, because I'm gonna do like a full stream where I grind stamps at some point. But at least level 55, I'd say, at the bare minimum. She already got Aizen. I told her to save for Kisuke. And also for like banners as well. If you just started, standard banner is your best friend. Like literally just grind that. I would not use selector until you have 220 pulls on standard banner. Because first of all, if you want every character, you get 2 selectors. Right? So you want 4 units. If you get 4 units from the standard banner, you essentially can select the other 2. The only exception is Ikaku. If your last character is Ikaku, I legitimately, like, no joke, I would just recommend getting B1 Sajin, because he gives 40% crit rate, because you're never going to use Ikaku. Like, unless he gets buffed, like, legitimately no point getting him. If he's your last unit, count yourself lucky. Don't even bother with him. But if you're missing something like Byakuya, you know, Yoriichi, Sajin, you know, get 4 units first from your standard, save your selectors, and at 220 pulls, basically select one of the units you're missing. If you're missing Kisuke by that point, go for Kisuke, get your Kisuke, and that's because those 80 pulls counts towards your pity on the standard banner. Oh, sorry to hear that, Moe. That's... As an unfortunate owner of B1 Ikaku, I can relate. Your pain is greatly appreciated, and my condolences. So basically grind that, and then when you get your 300 summon, if you still get characters that you're missing, I would recommend saving it until you have like 1 last character or a couple last characters, unless there's a unit that you really want. If there is, just pick it, because at the end of the day, it is a game, so... As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. But if you want to be like mid-max brain about it, you know, you can do that, basically. Yeah, because I didn't manage to get her Momo, so she doesn't have Momo. And that's kind of hurting her, because I was kind of hoping that when I was re-rolling, I would manage to get her Momo, but that didn't happen. So now she's kind of stuck with Aizen and Yoriichi. And to be honest, I think getting her Yoriichi was a good deal, because Yoriichi is the only DPS right now that she can get, so it's kind of worthwhile. That's actually a good point for everyone who just started, since there's no like new character right now to DPS with. Because Aizen can be DPS, but like that's not really what he is all about. Unless you get him to the B4 level, which majority of people want, because, you know, it's a pretty heavy investment. Yoriichi is basically going to be your best friend until Gin comes out, at least, next Friday. So, unless you can wait that long. No, that's not really... Looks like so. If you already use your selector on Kisuke, that's not a screwed up pull, because Kisuke is like, the earlier you get him, the more benefit you can get out of him. So that's not a bad idea. Like, I was just talking from perspective if you want to be mid-max in this game, which I don't think you should, but like, if you want to. Because some people, you know, really want like the best start and the best units and the best, you know, starting points. And I'm one of those people, so that's why I know about these things, because I did like my research and seen like what's the best strategy to go about. But as I said, it's at the end of the day, it's not really, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, as Hakim's saying, it's absolutely fine. Pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, Kisuke is just so universal because you can use him literally with anyone. Like, there's no single character in a game that doesn't want him in his team until somebody better comes out. I'd say no, Liz. Not for you. Like, just wait for another unit. I would not recommend going for Aizen unless you're getting him B4. Like, B2 is good, but, like, he really wants a B4 to, like, justify going for his dupes. Oh, wait. Well, you need bugged out, but okay. So the reason why you want B for Aizen is basically he gets 50% defense threat on his fourth dupe, and he also gets 15% defense threat on top of that, which you can get through 3 stacks, I believe. So he gets 65% defense ignore on his skills. And as you can imagine, that's pretty OP. So that makes him essentially into DPS, just because he can ignore... So Trial Tower has 40% damage deduction, right? And Aizen can pretty much just bypass it and still get 25% damage boost. Like, Defense Ignore is just such a busted skill in general, in any game, and like, in this one in particular, it's just as crazy. And personally, if you are like free to play, I think it's a good idea to save your pulls anyway and not go for like dupes until you can guarantee yourself like at the bare minimum like a dupe that's like game changer like Aizen's in the future. Because it wouldn't be a bad idea to like save majority of your pulls for like B6 unit for like Anniversary. Because I don't know how Anniversary unit is gonna function in this game, but I played many gacha games in my day. And more times than not, Anniversary units are like the most broken characters that you can imagine. Because, you know, they want to celebrate the game's release, they want to, you know, encourage people to play more, so they're going to release like a hype unit. I think it's probably going to be Yama or Vasta Lord Ichigo, one of the two, because we know both of those kind of in the game files, so it's one of those two, and I feel like when those kind of units get released, that's when you're going to go in. That's when you know, you feel like it. Like, Aizen, if you could win for B6 Aizen, totally understandable, because, you know, he's cool. But, like, if you want to play it from mid-maxing perspective, Anniversary is just your best bet. In any game, really. It's just how it is. Usually, New Year is one of those things as well. Like, some games have really big thing coming New Year's. But I don't know if this game will follow the same pattern, considering it only will release characters every 3 months. Every 3 weeks. So that's gonna be kind of difficult to predict in that regard. But Anniversary definitely probably will be a big one. The Anniversary will be in November. Like, there will be probably half Anniversary somewhere in April. Or May, rather. Yeah, May. Well, I don't really know if they're gonna do it, because not every game does half Anniversaries, and the ones that do are usually the ones that are like super old. So, because, you know, they wanna get as many chances to like push the game out there and advertise it to the masses, so they will take any chance to do so. But other than that, I don't know. It's like, I mean, Yama is a beast. Like, I don't know about you guys, but Yama is one of my favorite characters, and I just really like that old man. Like, he is a bit of a, you know, tough an individual, shall we say. He's a hard to love and even harder to hate type of unit, or character rather, and I just want to get him. there is true like, but I'm pretty sure, like, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty certain both of them got released at the same time. Like, both, Asia and, the global version. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty certain that's the case. Yeah, that's probably the case, Hakim. I mean, as I said, it will depend if they even do it, because not every game has that. It is like a precedent that a lot of gacha games have, but it doesn't mean that they're gonna follow it, you know? Yeah, I really kind of wish that they just made one server, to be honest. Like, one... Well, actually, no. I wish the co-op was, like, cross-server, so you can play with everyone. Because that wouldn't be even that probably hard to do. Like, the latency maybe will be a bit harsh, but, like, I still don't think there should be a problem. Like, I personally think Guild should be cross-server as well. Because, you know, at the bare minimum, you should be able to team up with other people and, like, chat with them cross-server as well. Because, like, there's no actual co-op system in guilds. There's no, like, you can do anything together except the raid boss. But even then, it's already separate mechanic anyway. So that should have been a thing, I think. Because for a lot of these games, I think guilds are usually cross-server anyway. Even if you, like, play on CA, you can still join people on EU. That's usually the case, but yeah, that's a bit of a unfortunate circumstance, but you know. Mayuri, that's an interesting choice, Adrian. That's a very interesting choice. Do you mind sharing why? Do you really like him? I guess, Hakim, I guess. But, I mean, look, I'm just thinking from perspective of, like, I just wish that in the future they're gonna add more game modes which, like, allow you to play with people who play on different servers to you. Because, like, not everybody plays in the same region. Because, like, what if you have, like, a bunch of friends in CA and a bunch of friends in, like, North America, but you're stuck on European server? It's like, it is a bit unfortunate. You like the design? Fair enough. Fair enough. Nothing wrong with that. I wasn't asking to judge. I was just curious. Because not a lot of people say Mayuri is, like, their go-to character. I think he's a cool one. It just, as I said, no, you don't hear that often. I don't know about that, Hakim. I mean, Mayuri might be a little bit of a, you know, peculiar individual, shall we say, but I wouldn't say it's arrest-worthy. Look, Liz, what can I say? You were born in an imaginary time zone known as, you know, western part of the world. I can't help it. Shinji is a really cool character. I like him as well. And Shinji is already in game, kind of. And there we go. No, oh. The game freeze. Man. That was the first time I think this game froze on me like that. Jesus Christ. In the middle of a fight as well. Didn't really appreciate that, but you know what? That's fine, I guess. Okay, nice, nice. Get some freeze going. I like how you guys both saying crash at the same time, you know, bracing for impact. I mean, didn't Nemo, like, have hots for, Uru at some point? Because, like, I think canonically, Nemo was, basically made. Like, she's not a real human, I believe. Unless I'm misremembering. Okay. Too bad. Man, doing this without Aizen just puts things into perspective. Because it's so much easier with Aizen than without him. It's alright, Zaxol, you know, the conversation is flowing while my gameplay is getting worse and worse. It's fine. Don't worry about it. That's part of the fun. My ears basically with the iPhone. You know what? You're not wrong on that, I guess. Come on. Did I beat him? Okay, I beat him at 3 minutes. Wow. Ooh, that's a bit rough. A burn team would be nice because, like, the burn effect is already in game, I think. Because doesn't what's her name? I'm blanking out. What's the little girl's name? Man, my brain is shutting down. Let me check. I forgot her name. Okay, hold up. What's she called? Uru, there we go. This one. I think she already has burn. Yeah. So the burn is already an effect in this game. And it's basically 5% of attack. And it basically ignites and does damage for 5 seconds. So Yamamoto already basically has his stat in the game. I know, Liz. And I also know you like to call me likes. That's a common theme as well. Yes. And also, this proves that, like, the dots are not going to be exclusive for thrust characters. Because right now, the Bleach... Are we back? Are we good? Alright, guys, I think we're good. Sorry about that. British weather is best. I think you heard me talk about alignments and they started going off the rails. So, as I was saying, Tosen and Ikaku have bleeds, right? And until now, we always thought that thrust characters will be the only units to have dots. But I completely forgot about Ruru, so this proves that other elements actually can have dots. And that's good. That's good, because dots are actually pretty busted in this game. Like, I think Bleed does... I believe it's the same damage, 5%, and it like stacks on top of each other. So Ururu is like the only burn character, and there's no like poison, so I assume Mayuri will be the first poison character. So it's probably going to be burn, poison, and bleed, which makes sense. And then maybe in the future there's going to be like decay effects or like paralysis, like because Reiatsu has you know, lightning, so paralysis might be like a status effect, like freeze, basically in this game. So that might be the case for future units, I believe, but I don't know for certainty. Freezes alignment damage. Wow. Well, to be fair, it's not readily available information. Liz, come on. It's not my fault. I'm trying my best. I'm but a man. What can I do? I can't control weather yet, unfortunately. I wish I could. Trust me, if I could, I would. But unfortunately, I'm not that skilled yet. Oh, man. So, nah, it's fine, Liz, it's fine. I'm just pulling your leg. But it will be interesting to see what they actually do with status alignments, because right now, the only character that really can, like, pop off with them is Tosin. Like, Ikaku has bleed, but, like, come on. Come on. Who's gonna use Ikaku? I don't think it's snowing for me, but I think it's raining. So, I believe that's probably why. Sorry about that. If it does happen again, I apologize in advance, but hopefully it won't. We don't have snow, but we have rain, Hakim, which is arguably worse. Because what would you rather have, snow or rain? And I'm pretty sure you know the answer. Because I might rather have a little bit of snow than the heavens, you know, throwing water at me at any given point. Because at least with snow, you know, you can build a snowman. You can initiate a snow fight with random strangers. You know, just start throwing snowballs at each other. Patrick and SpongeBob style. Build a like snow fort and ascend your snow dominance over those around you. I mean, I haven't seen snow in a hot minute. It snowed a little bit. I mean, I grew up with minus 20 to minus 30 winters, so I can relate. Trust me. I know all about the harsh winters. Because for majority of the time, I had like a really strong heat or really strong frost for both ends of spectrum. Because the winters would be minus 20, minus 30 all the time, somewhere in there, ballpark. And summers would be the opposite, plus 20 to plus 30. So I had the worst of both worlds, shall we say. I don't have seasonal depressions, I have annual depression, Liz. Which means it's permanent, unfortunately. It's not curable. And yes, it is deadly. Thank you for asking. I mean, I can imagine, Hakim. I can imagine. Because I drove in Paris a few times, and man, your roads are something else. Because I thought British roads were bad, but whew, those were built a little bit different, shall we say. Yeah, well, listen. You can't just say I was jumping off the roof. You know, you're gonna give wrong impression to people. I wasn't just jumping off the roof. I was jumping in a big pile of snow, okay? I wasn't that crazy to just, you know, do 360 no scope from the roof on top of the pavement. That wasn't quite the deal. But yes, when I was little, one of the past activities that we used to do in Eastern Europe, we would make a big pile of snow and we would jump on top of it, okay? Well, what? You never done that? What are you talking about? That's obviously a family-friendly pastime activity. And you tell me you never did it. Impossible. How could you not? The Lewis are great. Oh. Is that so, Liz? Is that so? Okay, well, I'll reconsider my plans then. I was thinking of, you know, making a tea times schedule with Hades himself on, you know, Friday afternoon, but I guess I'll have to reconsider. What do you mean a video that happened once? Yes, somebody broke their legs. It wasn't me. Thank you for asking. It was my friend. Well, actually, not a friend. It was a friend of a friend. So, in fact, it was an acquaintance. But there was one very brave individual who decided that they don't like tucking and rolling maneuver. And instead, they decided to, you know, go full soldier style. Just jump, legs down, you know. Arms up. In the air, like they just didn't care. And clearly they didn't care enough because their femur got shattered into pieces, and so did their kneecaps. Luckily the gentleman recovered later, but you know, he'd never been the same. And I'm happy to say that afterwards, I, in my infinite wisdom, like a day later, you would think I wouldn't do it either, but I did it anyway, and that was the last time. And the reason why was because I was leaving for UK, and I didn't want everybody think I'm a wuss, okay? I had to go on style, you know, the street cred is hard to come by. And if the risk of shattering your ankles is what it takes to earn that said street cred, that is what it takes. Yeah, he was, like, I'm joking, but he basically, he didn't shatter his femur, but he broke his, like, kneecap, but in a way they could heal, like, it wasn't completely shattered, so luckily he actually just had to go through intense rehabilitation for, like, a couple years, but I think afterwards he was actually fine, so that was fortunate, but, yeah. Look, Hakim, in Eastern Europe, what people remember you by is what matters. And I went out in style. Everybody had like a big send-off, and you know. And luckily the next day it was actually much more snow, and we made like a massive pile of snow. So, because you know, we actually had a meeting. It was like me and a bunch of my friends, and we were like, okay, Timmy yesterday, I'm just gonna make up a name because I don't remember the guy's name, to be honest. Timmy shattered his ankles yesterday, but there's much more snow today. So how about this? We make the pile twice as big, which means we have twice as less chance of shattering our own existence. Look, Hakim, I just tell you what I heard. It's a better outcome than just being, you know, unable to walk at all. Like, in comparison, 2 years is a small price to pay for a stupid mistake. Because we told him to group up. You know? Tuck his knees to his belly and go that way, but he didn't listen. So it was on him, it wasn't on us. We were tuck and roll masters, okay? We were tucking and rolling before we even launch. We're rolling like Sonic the Hedgehog from the rooftop. The only difference is we couldn't go fast. We went even faster. No, listen, if I go now, I'll probably break the pavement instead of anything else. There's probably going to be like a man-shaped hole that's going to lead straight to the crater of the magma at the bottom of the earth. And I'm just going to plunge all the way through and just going to shoot out in space from the other side. And all you're going to see is just man-shaped hole. They're going to be a tunnel that's leading from one place to another. Like, you know, go from England, and I believe on the other side, it's probably going to be somewhere in Brazil, if I had to guess. Just shoot out from, you know, Machu Picchu, just like a rocket. There's going to be just some, like, tourists walking over, and I'm just going to fly right over Rio de Janeiro, just, like, propelling, screaming my lungs out. Covered in magma and whatever else debris, like maybe a couple critters as well. Maybe steal somebody's cat while I'm at it. You know, just having the time of my life. Yeah, he didn't play sports. I did though. I was doing judo and I was doing basketball, so I couldn't risk it, but I did it anyway. And to be fair, as I said, if he actually did what we told him to do, which is, you know, tuck his knees to his stomach, I don't think that would have happened. Because, like, it wasn't like a super big mountain of snow, but it was still substantial enough to, like, ensure that you were safe. You know, we weren't just being absolute daredevil, just jumping in a thin layer of snow. It was pretty secure. As far as I remember. I could be wrong. Listen, it has been a while. It could have been like half a meter of snow and we would just go extremely lucky, but I'm pretty certain from memory. It was a relatively decent amount. Oh, come on, Kisuke. Don't do me like that. This guy. I swear. But look, it was fun. It was fun. Would I do it again? No. Would I recommend you doing it? No. Unless you have something to prove. But. No, it wasn't half a meter. It was, I'm just saying it. I think it was about, if I had to guess, it would probably be about anywhere from 1.5 to like 3 meters tall. Probably. It was like a pretty big pile. And after like one individual would go, we would like reshape it. Like there would be a couple lads down, like reshaping the thing. And we would take like turns doing that. So, you know, I feel like it was relatively safe. It's just the guy that did it clearly didn't get the memo. Listen, Hakim, I'm pretty sure that's the best course of action. You see, that's why your survival rate would be at least twice as high in Eastern Europe. Because we have some really eccentric characters over there, shall we say. We're built different. And you know what's the funniest part? Is that throughout my entire childhood, I never was unfortunate enough to, like, get injured heavily. Like, I got scrapes and I got, you know, bruises and whatnot, you know, the standard stuff. But, like, I never actually had to go to a hospital type of injured. And the amount of crazy things I did, that's a miracle. And I'm not joking, it's legitimately a miracle. Because I would climb trees, I would, like, jump off the roofs, I would, like, climb fences, I would get chased by, like, wild animals occasionally, you know. I was essentially living the Bear Grylls life without the TV show. Without any sort of ramification for my stupidity, shall we say. I wasn't quite jumping in ice holes or climbing the waterfalls for no reason, but you know, it was pretty close. It was pretty close. But yeah, it was quite a time, quite a time. Well, Hakim, with your self-preservation instincts clearly intact, I'm not surprised, but for my case, it's just a miracle. For better or for worse, you know, like, clearly, whatever power is witnessing us, you know, Zeus, Odin, Big JC, like, whoever's listening, I feel like they had, they were looking after me, like, being like, you know what, that little boy, I like his spirit. Let's make sure he's alright. Because clearly, I wasn't doing it myself. Okay. Not too bad. Yeah, Hakim, I mean, football is a pretty diabolical sport. Because, like, my stepfather, he used to be, playing, like, semi-professional football when he was in high school. And he got, like, a really bad knee injury, and that essentially took him out. Like, it's all it takes, really. It's like, you could be, you know, out there playing the game, you know, having the dreams, aspirations, and then one bad fall, it's kind of all it takes. So you always gotta be careful, you know, especially if you're planning to, like, pursue it professionally in the future, you always gotta make sure that, you know, you safe and not try anything heroic, shall we say. Just make sure you're nice and well taken care of. I see, Liz. So you had to break into somebody's apartment just because they forgot the key. I see, I see. Is that what we call it nowadays? So you literally living the Spider-Man lifestyle. Without the minus webs, shall we say. I just imagine, you know, it's like a quiet Saturday afternoon. You know, birds are chirping. The sun is shining, and all you can see is just some wild Mexican lady just on the rooftop, you know, just climbing up somebody's window. And be like, okay, well, this is just a regular old afternoon in Mexico City. Nothing to see here, folks. Business as usual. Listen, Liz, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that would be quite a sight to behold. Some would even say they would pay good money to see it. Which may or may not be me. Because I would definitely be the kind of guy that would get like a megaphone or something and be like, do a flip! Maybe not to that extent, but you know, I would say something similar. Oh, jeez. Anyway. The window was locked, so did you have to actually break in? You make it sound even more exciting then. I didn't know there was a break-in. Okay, Liz. Well, now you are. You know that Tom Cruise might be looking for stunt double. I know the man does all his stunts himself, but he does get in age. You know, he does get to that point where he might have to consider. And I feel like you should put your resume in. You know, just say, your experience of climbing windows is immaculate. Win rate 100%. Never failed a single time. Did it a single time, but succeeded successfully. And you judging me for jumping off the roof, meanwhile climbing into people's windows? Unbelievable. What story high are we talking here? Is it like a skyscraper, or is it like a regular apartment building? Was locked with a stick. What kind of house are you breaking in? Are you breaking out like Hogwarts or something? Is it like magical broomstick that's keeping you at bay? You know, protecting against thieves? Did you have to cast a couple, you know, lumos on it to get it shoot away like a, you know, pesky cat? Like, what's happening there, Liz? I need to know. Oh wait, hold up. I need to put an apartment. But what floor? What floor are we talking? Is it like first floor, second floor, third floor? How tall are we talking? Yeah, but was it a magical flying broomstick, Liz? Could you have bested it in combat and allowed it to ride it at the end? Listen, Hakeem, Liz is climbing like 5-story buildings like nobody's business. She's just a regular Mexican City Spider-Woman. Just wilding out there. Second floor, Liz. Jeez. You see, what did I tell you? Spider-Woman right there. You know, Dailymotion needs to take pictures of her. Like, what was the guy's name? The angry reporter. He needs to go after Liz. Clearly, she got Spider-Man out of job at this point. With a prowess like that. Okay. probably should actually go with my Toshiro, because I think Toshiro will do more damage. I think my slasher team probably will be a little bit better. I would probably as well. I mean, just... Listen, Hakim, I feel like we're on the same page, because if I saw just a peculiar lady climbing up somebody's window, I would probably start asking questions as well. I feel like they're just a natural scenario, you know? Sometimes you have to ask questions. And I feel like this is one of them. Why is a lady climbing in somebody's window? Is she living there? Or is she just there, you know, to check up on the residents? Just give a quick peek, see how they do. Ah, Liz, so you're okay, Liz. You were almost becoming on Florida Woman scale type of story, you know? Remember how Greg told us a story about Florida man breaking into somebody's house, shaving the owner's cat's head and just leaving? I feel like you were this close to being the Mexico City woman breaks into somebody's house headline. Next morning, steals a bowl of candy and leaves everybody confused. That would be the headline. And then just your picture with a ball of candy, you know, climbing down. Looking like Spider-Woman. And you know what? If you wore a Spider-Woman costume, that would make it even better. You know what, Liz? I think getting some candy was the least thing you deserved in that circumstance. I feel like you should have asked for a little bit more than that. But I applaud your heroic spirit because, let me tell you something. If somebody asked me to climb in their window just to let them in, I would be like, listen, man, I ain't doing it. Even if it's only second story, that's still second story. I ain't climbing. That's way too much risk for little to no reward. How did you even manage to break in? That's what I'm curious in. If the window was like locked with a broomstick, how did you manage to break in? Did you use like some sort of lockpicking maneuver, or like what's happening? Because that's just impressive to me. Like, I'm genuinely impressed by your skill set. Because, you know, you might be rivaling Liam Neeson with your type of skill set. Hakim is just... I imagine Hakim is like the Keanu Reeves meme, you know, eating sandwich on a park bench, just contemplating his life choice and be like, why am I here? These people are so crazy. One of them jumps from the rooftop for fun during winter, another climbs in people's windows for candy. It's like, what am I doing here? Why even am I here? Ah, I see. The good old shake and loop and getting loose. Very nice, Liz. Very nice. Very ingenuity. Okay. Moving like a James Bond. Fair enough. I mean, as I said, I would pay a good amount of you know, doubloons to see Liz actually climb in one of those windows and trying to, you know, steal somebody's candy. Yeah, but what if the owner was, you know, trying to take you out, Liz? What if they just called the police and be like, this crazy lady just broke into my house and stealing my candy? I don't know who she is or why she's here. You always gotta be prepared for double cross, Liz. You can never trust anyone. I imagine the owner was like your hype group, you know, being like, come on, Liz, you can do it. You can break into my house. Just a little bit further, you know. Yeah. If you use the sledgehammer over there they have hidden behind my porch, I think you can break in very easily. And I just imagine, like, his neighbors just looking outside, or their neighbors, in case it's a lady, being like, what's happening? What's going on over there? Because it's one thing breaking into somebody's house, but it's a completely different scenario when you have when you are breaking into somebody's house and they're your hype group, you know, encouraging you to do so. That's a different kind of experience that I don't think you can have. I don't think it's the kind of thing that even money can buy, really, when you think about it. One chocolate, Liz? What kind of thief are you? Only one chocolate? I would have taken the entire bowl and run like the wind. One chocolate for your trouble like that, Liz? You're selling yourself short. Listen, Hakim, do you take Liz as a kind of lady that would take an easy way in? No. He's built different. It's those Latin American genes running in her blood, you know? She channeled her Mayan ancestors, how they used to, you know, climb the trees and, you know, ascend the mountains to prove their warrior spirit. She channeled that and climbed that window as an absolute champ. No ladder, no harness, no even a rope. Just pure grip strength, you know? She channeled those Genshin genes, just climbing a completely flat 90-degree surface. Just like making dents with her fingers as she was climbing. Truly a legend in her own making. A behemoth, unlike any. Listen, I know it wasn't your flat, which makes it even more funny. If it was your flat, it wouldn't be as funny. Listen, it's not about the chocolate, Hakim. It's about sending the message. Because I just imagine when Liz actually unlocked the window and you let the guy in, she was just like unwrapping chocolate bar slowly and was starting to eat it while mad dogging the owner, just looking at them in the eyes completely, you know, unbreakable eye contact, and just walking out of the flat, not even saying anything. Just chewing on a chocolate bar. You know, putting on the shades and maybe an explosion in the background. You know, the entire candy bowl that was left behind, she implanted like a little firecracker in there and just explodes as soon as the owner comes back. And then just walks out into the wind, never to be seen again. Disappears like a shadow. Only to be seen like a week later breaking into somebody else's house for another Hershey's Kiss or, you know, a Snickers bar. A true menace of Mexico City. A criminal mastermind unlike any. I mean, Liz, I'm pretty sure it's normal because, like, when I was a kid, my mom wasn't particularly thrilled on me climbing things either. That's just normal. Exactly, Hakim got a point. Liz would become the greatest general, the most fearsome warrior out there. She would re-establish like Roman Colosseum, you know, just to test her own strengths, and would just challenge like wild animals for a fight. I just imagine Liz going around her day, you know, minding her own business, and then just some very nice old man, and she's like, lady, stop right there. Look, my flat key, I kind of lost it, and could you please climb into that nice window for me and like open it for me behind? And Liz just, you know, took a look at the old man, took a look at the window, and in the deepest voice she could possibly say, I got this. And just proceeds to like climb in that window, you know, just grip strengths of an absolute behemoth, just climbing that thing, you know, looking at the window, seeing that broom, and just, you know, taking her fist and just making a hole in a window, taking it out, and as soon as she took it out, the entire window comes off. She just shakes it off, grabs the old man, you know, climbs down, grabs the old man, chucks him in a window, you know, and he just perfectly lands on like one of the seats near the table, climbs back up, sees a ball of candy, grabs, like puts her hand in, grabs only one chocolate bar because, you know, she's a very civilized thief, you know, the modern Robin Hood, if you will. Takes a chocolate bar, opens it up, doesn't look back, and the old man is like, oh, thank you very much for your help. Liz gives him a quick glance, while, you know, chocolate just smeared all over her face, you know, because she eats it in one bite. No problem, Dad! And just jumps out, you know? Never to be seen again. The old man just slowly huddles to the window, looks outside, and there's no one inside. And that's how the legend of the chocolate thief begins. The righteous chocolate thief. Liz, I'm giving you ideas, is basically what I'm saying. Okay, let's do the guild boss. Exactly, Liz, exactly. I know exactly what went down that list. You don't have to tell me. I already know. I probably can, but like it's gonna take a while, and to be honest, I probably will do it next week when Gin comes out, because on next Saturday we're probably gonna pull for him, and we'll do the event as well while we're at it, just to have something to do. But if I go some time, I'll probably do it later, because it's already like what, 11 o'clock, and I still have a bunch of like dailies to do. So we'll probably do those, and then just leave the event for next week, where we can grind it a little bit harder. Good, Liz, good. You see, as long as I can make your guys' day a little bit happier and a little bit more crazy, that's all I ask her. That's the mission succeeded, essentially. And the other climb set rooftops, you know? It's a yin and yang of the craziness. Somebody has to climb the rooftops for other people to jump off them. They're just a circle of life. Or a line, rather, you know? Just a straight line up and down. Listen, Hakim. It's just, you know, we come from a very different generation. Us old ones, you know, the ancient ones. We were born in different time, in different place, in different circumstances, but we all have only one brain cell, clearly, because every other one got lost in the process. You know, when we were getting baked in the oven, the brain cells department just kind of had a day off at that point, and we just all came out with like just one of them. They somehow sneaked in, you know? He was hiding somewhere in the corner of our craniums, and it just pops out. Every now and again. And that's how you know. That's how you know. I'm glad that I'm not the only one with wild adventures lists. I'm glad I could always rely on you to match my craziness with yours. I mean, I was always jealous of, you know, you see those rooftop like hangouts in all these animes, like in Japanese schools. I was always so jealous of people that actually had that, because I never had that. The rooftop of my school was just abandoned. You know, there was like pigeons everywhere, you know, it was debris of random things, probably from like storms 20 years in the past. There was nothing there. There was no benches. There was no like little fences to, you know, ensure that you couldn't jump off the rooftop. It's like, what was I supposed to do? You don't put fence, clear, you want me jumping off the rooftop. It's just a natural selection at that point. Or rather, natural process of elimination. Natural selection did kick into place at some points as well, but that was a different reason why. That was a very different reason. Okay. I finished so that's fine. Probably, Hakim. It probably would be like a Jackass episode where you would just see me jumping off the rooftops, doing like 360s of the ledge, just to jump in this piles of snow, and then there's gonna be just some unfortunate lad that tries to repeat it behind me, and just shatters his ankles, and I would be like, well, that was unfortunate. No, well, when I was doing it, it was like the phones were a thing, but it wasn't an era where you had to like film everything, you know? If it was done like nowadays, probably would have been recorded like 10 times over. Like, I have zero doubt it would be all over the internet at this point. But like in between like 2010s to 2013, like the social medias were always obviously a thing, but like there was no precedent of everything being recorded. Because, you know, people were just living their lives and, you know, just doing crazy things at their own discretion. Nowadays, everything is filmed. Like, every single moment of your life is probably on camera one way or another. If you are, like, you know, 10 or something. But back in my day, probably for the better, it wasn't on film. Because if it was, the amount of incriminating evidence that authorities would have on me would be staggering. And also, my parents would have probably been ashamed of me even more. Now they don't, but, you know, they wouldn't be particularly pleased, shall we say, with the things that I was doing behind their backs. I see, so you had to climb the rooftop to assert your dominance, Liz. I see, I see. The girl Spider-Woman was there to help the struggling patient, shall we say. That's a fair distinction, Liz. Fair distinction. Fair, fair. I mean, to be fair, I met many very nice American people. It's just, there's a lot of like, very interesting individuals out there. They're concentrating in Florida. Like, that state is a magical place full of Florida men. Greg, you grew up in Eastern Europe. Did you never have anything like that happen? Like, come on. I'm sure you did some crazy things as a kid. Especially growing up in, like, remote location like you did. You had to, like, always climbing things, going to, like, creeks, you know, going outside. No? Wasn't the case? Like, a lot of the things that I did as a kid, like, in retrospect, I do recognize it crazy, but, like, at the time, it was just a norm because there was, well, everybody was doing it. So, you know, it was one of those things where it's only crazy if you think about it. But if you don't, it's just part of your life. Oh, sorry to hear that, Greg. It's okay, don't worry. You still have many opportunities in the future to jump off rooftops in the piles of snow, you know, climb windows to help elderly old men. Well, look, from a positive side, Greg, at least you never got injured. You know? That's a positive. Because the amount of scrapes and like bruises I had was staggering. Like, my legs and arms were always covered in like blue, essentially, from like, all the like bruises and scrapes I would have. Six-story headstone hit. I remember you telling me that. And didn't you say you were fine afterwards? Liz was a renegade. I was just very fortunate that I have a very, like, supportive mother who, you know, she was always, like, very caring for my well-being, but I just didn't have the gusto to tell her what I was actually up to with my friends. But to be fair, most of the time I was relatively safe, I think. It was just the things I was doing weren't safe, shall we say. But I was safe while doing them. Oh, sorry to hear that, Greg. I thought you said that you were fine afterwards. I didn't know you actually got a bump from it. I mean, hopefully that didn't cause any sort of, like, damage or anything. It was just, you know, a freak accident, unfortunately. But I'm glad you're okay, Greg. I'm glad you're okay. Millennials? I mean, maybe. To be honest, I don't have that many, like, millennial friends myself. Majority of the people that I, like, hang out with like, Gen Z, so I don't have any crazy stories for the older generation, shall we say. I mean, that's probably for the better, Greg. If you don't remember anything, like, actually happening to you, I feel like that's a good sign that you're probably fine. Yeah, I know Liz, you know millennial. You're like the first generation of our kind. Because Liz was born in like 98, wasn't it? Which is like the precipice of Gen Z. She barely escaped from the status of millennial. Oh, I see, Greg. Well, at least as long as you don't feel like, you know, anything about you changed. 97, was it? Oh, yeah, right, 97. Man, Liz is old. Just kidding. But no. Wasn't it 87? Greg? I don't remember the meme, but I thought it was 87. Ah, 6 years old. Okay, so it wasn't like a recent one. Okay, fair enough. I mean, to be honest, I don't remember anything from my childhood that much either. Like, the earliest memories I have are like from primary school as well. No. I got that, Greg. I was just making sure that I'm getting the reference. Because, you know, me and my memes are archaic. I need you to make sure that we're on the same wavelengths over here. Because you youngins with your, you know, TikToks and YouTube shorts, hard to understand you sometimes. Not gonna lie. Two years old is crazy. Like, the earliest one I have is, I think when I was 5, maybe? How my mom took me to, like, a park with, like, there was, like, a fair going on. And I remember I was wearing, like, a Pikachu onesie and, like, Pikachu hat. And I was eating an ice cream. And I remember I went on this, like, ride with where it was like automated little cars in the shape of swans, and my mom basically was with me like riding one of those. So that's like the earliest memory I can remember, but that was probably because of the ice cream, let's be real. My love for ice cream stemmed from that point on. Listen, Greg, I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying, it's how we live, you know? That's how we live. Us Eastern European individuals, we built different. We come out from the factory straight away. Already one brain cell at a time. We don't get more. It's factory setting. Can't change it. You gotta pay more for DLC. Oh. But yeah, before that, I literally couldn't tell you. Like, my mom showed me an album. She kept like an album of all the like early pictures of me. And she showed me like a bunch of them. Yep. Pretty much, Greg. Pretty much. But I remember distinctly, my mom showed me a picture of me, like, at the age of 2 or 3, just sitting in a corner, smiling ear to ear with, like, a bunch of crayons scattered around me, and, like, a purple crayon in my hand, and, like, showing it to her. And all you can see in the background is just a bunch of, like, squiggles, and there was, like, a very pretty purple flower there drew in the background. And I was so proud of it that I was like, I guess showing my parents it. And my mom was like, well, it does look kind of cute, but you did ruin our wallpaper. So she took a picture of it, and she would show it to me occasionally, you know. If I did make her a little bit upset, she would use it as a blackmail material. She would bust out the album, and she would be like, oh, I remember when you were 2 years old. Very nice indeed. She never did that, but it would be funny if she did. Oh, jeez. But that was like the only memories I have of that time is through the photo album, which I feel like if you grew up in that kind of era, like early 2000s, your mom probably has a photo album of all your like most blackmail-worthy moments that she can just utilize against you at any given moment. Oh, what did you do, Liz? Did you use, like, crayons with uranium inside of them? Like, what happened? Oh. Well, you know, sometimes you gotta own up to your mistakes. I'm pretty sure if I was older, if I was like 5, my parents probably would make me do that as well, but just because I was so small, I feel like they just let it go. And also, the other factor is that I believe at the time it was like a new place that we just moved in, and they were planning to redecorate it anyway, so it wasn't that much of an issue because they kind of tore them down anyway because it was really old, like old, basic wallpaper, and they were gonna put like a new one anyway. So yeah. You never had crayons? What do you have, like, highlighters or something? Ah, you know what? I know what Greg had. Greg, what are those things called that they use in schools, like the white ones? Are those called crayons as well? Like, the big, chalk. I'm pretty sure Greg, like, had colorful chalk. Because in Eastern Europe, in every single school, there's like a massive white chunk of chalk that every teacher uses to like write on the board. And the smell of that thing is like forever ingrained inside my nostrils. I can smell it right now if I think about it. And it's awful. And there were like colorful ones as well. I never had those, but I knew some kids who like were drawing on streets with them. I see. Because that's like a big one in Eastern Europe. A lot of kids get chalk, and they go like on streets and just draw like random pictures on asphalt. Like basically on the pavement, just go on the streets and just start, you know, pretending like they're Picassos. Being a general nuisance to the public, but I never did that. For better or for worse. For better or for worse. Oh. Oh, Greg. Sorry to hear that. I mean, the thing about chalk is like, I don't know if you can relate, Greg. I always had my clothes like covered in school. Like every time I would like ride with it, one way or another, it would just end up all over my sleeves, all over my like, you know, trousers or pants. You know, some of you may know. It was horrible. I hated it so much, and it was everywhere as well. And it would be in the air as well, so you could smell it all the time. That's pretty much what we used to do as well, Greg. That's a given. Because, like, our teacher used to have a stash of chalk that on every lunch break, some of the lads would go up to it and just take, like, a couple pieces. And just go outside and, like, draw stuff. Graffiti walls. Liz was really living the life of a renegade. Oh yeah, school is like, especially elementary school, is basically when you discover that you can play with things that you're not even supposed to play with, really. Because I remember I had like silly rulers, and I'm not sure if they're still a thing, but it was basically a ruler that was made out of very like bendable plastic, almost rubber. It was like silicone based, I think, and you basically could bend it in like different shapes and whatnot. And a lot of the cases on like lunch breaks, there would be a bunch of lads that would just chase everybody around, usually girls, and would just you know, show their affection the only way they know how, by just like smacking them around lightly with them. I never participated in their game, but that was quite an experience, shall we say. I know, Hakim, trust me, I know. I experienced those firsthand. They were a plague of my existence, shall we say. Greg, that sounds like a typical Eastern European, you know, chain of command, unfortunately, because in my school, like, I was fortunate enough to never be, like, quote-unquote bullied, but I was teased a lot, because, you know, I was always a tall guy and, you know, easy target. And in a lot of cases, basically the hierarchy in Eastern Europe is whoever had the older brother was kind of like at the top. So sometimes if you had like a tussle with somebody who had an older brother, you would have to have a backup of your own. So I was fortunate enough that I was doing judo at the time, so I had a lot of people in my school that I knew that could kind of be my muscle if need be. I never relied on them, but it was like, it was good to know. So basically, if somebody did bully you, especially if it was an upperclassman, you know, you had to rely on your connections, unfortunately. Liz being president all the time, golly. Between her being a thief and a president at the same time, she was Robin Hood all along. I knew it. I don't... Look, I didn't learn martial arts to, like, scare people away. Because even at, like, elementary school, I was already, like, reaching 6 feet tall. So I wasn't an easy target to bully, which, you know, it is what it is. But for me, personally, the reason why I learned judo was because I just wanted to better myself. And also it taught me a lot of discipline. Like, I learned a lot of things like, you know, to not get into, like, pointless fights. Because before I started doing judo, like, seriously, I was a very reckless kid. I would get into, like, scuffles with people a lot. I would, you know, get physical in a lot of them, which I'm not proud of, but, you know, that just... As a very small child, I would get bullied a lot, and the only thing I knew how to respond was, you know, through a couple knuckle sandwiches. And then I remember I had a conversation with my dad about it when I was like 5 or no, we're talking like primary school stuff, or preschool rather, like kindergarten. And I had a conversation with my dad at the time, and he was like, look, I can put you in a judo class if you would like, and, you know, make you learn how to, you know, defend with yourself if you want to, and, you know, maybe learn a little bit more discipline, and keep your fiery temper under control if you want to. And I was like, you know what, that sounds good, and I went there, I met my sensei, who, to this day, I think if I never met him, I would never be the same man you see before you. I would be in a very different state of mind, and, yeah. All these years later, like 20 years later, here I am. But, as I said, I never really resorted to violence after that. I kind of always tried to mitigate things as much as possible. I still go into fights occasionally, just because, you know, middle school and high school is law of the jungle, essentially. You just can't avoid it. It's just how it is, you know. As humans, we just prone to annoy each other, and sometimes you have to get physical because of that. Unfortunate, but just the case. But what I learned a lot from, like, all those years of doing judo is patience. Because, like, patience is the one thing that allowed me to, like, avoid a lot of really dangerous situations at a time. I had, like, quite a few scuffles which I avoided and kind of turned for the sour. Like, one time, the thing that I remember the most is, like, when I was in UK in high school, there was a certain fight that I avoided narrowly because I had to go home early, and it was basically between two groups of people that I knew, and they kind of got really physical, and they hurt each other to the point where, like, the ambulance had to get called, and I maybe would have gotten involved because there was a couple friends there that I really liked. I probably would have gotten involved, and I kind of avoided that. I don't know if I would have got hurt, but, you know, there was a few cases like that, and there was, like, some scuffles that happened on, like, streets as well, where sometimes we would, like, hang out, and like a group of upperclassmen would just, like, walk up to us and start, you know, bossing us around sometimes. But it's all part of, like, you know, growing up and stuff like that. It's not something I'm proud of, but, like, you know, it made me a better person in the end, I feel like, because it taught me a lot of valuable lessons that I probably won't forget, which is, like, you know, try to stay cool-headed as much as possible, don't let your emotions guide you and stuff like that, you know, the standard stuff, but, like, sometimes you have to experience things that you don't really want to experience to, like, realize that all things are legitimate, unfortunately. And, yeah, it's, I'm making it sound like I went to, like, you know, Alcatraz type of school. It wasn't the case. Like, the school was fine. It was just, you know, as with any school, sometimes you get the good and sometimes you get the bad. And the good was that there wasn't any chalk inside. There was a first school where markers were a thing. I remember going to my first lesson in school, and I was prepared for chalk to permeate my nostrils and give me, like, a Winter Soldier type of flashback to the good old days, shall we say. And I saw markers inside. And the first time I saw markers being used for lessons, and I was like, am I in the future? Am I living the life? So that was a good. Anyway, hi there, Angel. Glad to see you. How you doing? Have you had a good rest? Hi there, Pratyush. Hopefully doing well. Frenzy, his balls does reset every week. So basically, every Sunday, at your service reset time, it resets, and you have basically a week to beat it. So try to grind your score as high as you possibly can. For all the good rewards, and then next week basically do the same. Oh, Greg, come on. Don't leave. Angel is just, you know, grumpy because he just woke up. That's your standard Angel. Give him an hour, he'll hop on a gacha game, you know, get his mojo going. I think you have Keyskip for Spirit, and you have, who was it? Mayuri for Strike. Listen, Angel, I'm just saying. Listen, Angel, I know you. Okay? I know you better than you know yourself at this point. I know exactly how many gacha games you play in. Didn't you say you were on coffee-free streak? I thought you stopped drinking coffee for a while. Are you back on a wagon? Yeah, unfortunately. I use the slasher team myself, which, you know, good and bad, I guess. Yes, Axel, I basically, like, you can take it for general, but I basically live in UK, right? So I stream every weekends at like 3 p.m. UK time on Saturday and Sunday. And I do plan to start streaming at about 7 p.m. on Fridays moving forward, because I do have a little bit freer schedule. So basically, you can take for granted that I'm going to be streaming on weekends, and Fridays are going to be kind of up in the air. I'll try my best to stream as much as possible. But unfortunately from Monday to Thursday I'm kind of busy, so I can't really stream. It might change depending on like my schedule, but the best way to find out like the stream schedule is either check the posts on the channel, or if you guys want you can join Discord, and there's like announcement tab there where you can check all the like schedules that Greg usually posts. And I'll try to do the same for like the channel ones, just to keep you guys in the loop. Toshi and Kaku? Toshi, I can agree. Kaku though, whew, that's a very peculiar choice. I'll try my best, Angel, because I do miss them, because Fridays just feel very special, you know? Because that's basically when everybody gets like the week off, everybody's nice and relaxed, everybody's ready for the weekends. And what better way to start than watching a British man lose his mind in a gacha game? So hopefully that will be the case. Hopefully. This week it most likely will be, because I don't really have much things planned. And what I do plan moving forward is play other games as well. Like we tried yesterday where wins meet. And ideally what I want is kind of having like 2-3 games that we can like kind of bounce around and play at different times. Just basically, it's probably gonna be where wins meet, because I kind of want to see the story on there. We kind of got to the part where it was really interesting, and I feel like we're probably gonna finish it on Friday, at least the first chapter, see where that leads. And then, you know, play Bleach, obviously, when the content is abundant. Unfortunately, right now, I'm kind of at a point where I can only do, like, weekly and dailies. And, basically just wait for, like, events to come in. And that's when we can do, like, the full stream, shall we say. Luckily, I have 2 accounts, so it kind of makes him more abundant in that regard, but still. And I don't know, for the third one, I was thinking of going back to like Wuthering Waves or something at some point. Maybe get that going. Listen, Hakim. Hakim, look. Genshin is off the table for now. For now. Look, Genshin is in a peculiar state right now where, like, there's not really anything exciting going on for me personally. Okay. If there is, like, a hype character comes out, you know, like Vark or something, I probably would do Genshin stream, okay? I probably would. But as of right now, I don't have the time or the patience to play it, to be honest. And I still even haven't finished, like, Fontaine. So even story-wise, I'm nowhere near, like, the latest content, so it's like, I would have to grind it, and I would have to finish it first, and it's just gonna take a while. I'll think about it. Well, Capitan releases a... I'm pretty sure that's when you coming back to Genshin. No, it's not off the table, I'm just joking around. It's just, I don't know. I'm kinda just not really in the mood to play it right now. Like, as I say, if there's something hype coming out, I might consider it. I'm not against Genshin, it's a fun game, it's just, I don't know. I'll think about it, Hakim, I'll think about it. If you guys want to see it, I'll consider it. You know, I'll play whatever, I'm not bothered. It's like, if you guys up to it, I'll do it. But, I don't know. Have to wait and see. I don't want to bother you, Liz, because you have your own things going on. I don't want to, you know, put too much pressure on you. No, Hakim. I don't think Genshin is a bad game. I just think Genshin right now, in the state that it is not something I'm looking forward to playing, shall we say. Because, to me, Genshin is entirely situational based on the characters they have released. And it's the only game that I think about it that way, because the story is not something I'm particularly intrigued about right now, because there's nothing really exciting going on. If I went to, like, Sensnaya, then maybe I would have been like, okay, let's check it out. But, for now... Look, I'm just saying how it is. I'm just saying how it is. Look, I play Genshin since, like, almost the beginning, so... I can't say I dislike that game. In like, jokes aside way, I think it's a fine game. It's just, right now is not what I'm looking for. Is that so, Angel? Okay, I might consider it then. I might consider it. I mean, we tried it yesterday for the first time. I'm still really early in the game. I had, like, a couple guys in chat help me out, like, guide me through the game. Like, we have, a resident, expert in the game, Winter. He hasn't appeared today yet, but he might show up a little bit later. And he kind of guided me throughout the game. And we played for, like, 10 hours. And to be fair, I found the game kind of fun. It's not like for everyone, I feel like, but the gameplay is fun, the story is really good, the exploration is really good, and the bosses are kind of fun, so I'll give it a shot like a few more times, like get into like maybe the end game, and then like judge it from there, but so far the early game has been really good. I think that was a pretty strong start. Because like to me, to play a game, it needs to be fun, otherwise I'm just not interested, and so far I checked out. I don't know, Liz, it will depend if enough people want to do that. You see 6 multiple characters, Hakim, in Genshin, wow. Yeah, jeez Louise. That's quite a commitment. The bosses are not that hard, Hakim, to be honest. Well, the bosses are hard, but like in if you ever played Souls games, it's kind of hard in that retrospect, where you probably will die the first few times, but like you can learn the patterns and you can kind of get the hang of it, because it has like it's heavily reliant on like counters and like dodges. So if you get those unlocked, you're gonna be fine. If you Hakim just looking at his like purchase history, and he's like, yeah, if you maybe like, you know, maybe 10, you know, 20, 30, I mean 40, man, 50, god, I didn't even know that many. Just every single 5-star before he quit. All the icons are 6 out of 6. Wow. That's dedication, Hakim, honestly. That's dedication. I can respect that. I can respect that. Angel, tame yourself. Come on. Contain yourself. I don't think Hakim played it till that. I mean, he might have. Like, he said he quit for like 2-3 years. So, I assume he never played, like, Fontaine or, what was the Pi region? I forgot. My brain blanked out for a second. Like, Mobica's Land. Absolutely no worries, Axel. It was a pleasure seeing you, and have a good rest, and I'll catch you next time. Thank you for joining. Oh, you actually played since then? Okay, never mind, never mind. I thought you said 2-3 years. Ah, fair enough, Hakim. I got a friend playing on my account as well. Isn't that right, Liz? Isn't that right? I just don't have the time to play them good, to be honest, but yeah. To be honest, I respect the hustle. I respect the hustle. Liz, Novelette is not an Archon. As many times as I told you before, and as many times as I wish that wasn't the case, unfortunately, Novelette is not an Archon. Listen, Angel. I've been saying this since day one of Fontaine, and people called me crazy. And you were among them. So don't you dare crawl back to me and say that I was right all along. Okay? Unbelievable. Do not tell me that you didn't say that, because you know you did. I always believe that Farina is a fraud. And Novelette go down dirty. I mean, C4 for Novelette is still pretty good, Hakim. Still pretty good. Hakim, come on. You can't be saying that. To be honest, it doesn't matter, really. I just like Novelette because I liked his, you know, Squirtle attack, where he just shotgun blast, like, power washes his enemies away. That was what I liked Novelette for the most. If people like Farina more, I can see that, you know? Like, all jokes aside, I can see that, but for me, Novelette is a boy. He was just such a fun character to play around with. Listen, Greg, it's not my fault that a lot of characters that I like just so happen to be gentlemen. I like female characters as well. It's just, I don't know what to tell you. A lot of characters that have really good lore, really good story development, and really big, rock-hard muscles, I just happen to be men. I don't know why. It just, you know, it's 6'4" as well, like a really tall gentleman. I don't know why. It just somehow it's man. Just kidding, just kidding. Exactly, Greg. Exactly. Appreciate us. Listen, Liz, it's not enough. It's not enough. I need enough wishes to see C6 Doltra when he comes out. Because he will be coming out. I need all the wishes. I need at least 1,000. To ensure that my Doltra endeavors will be fruitful. I've seen the skin, Hakim. It looked okay, but the problem is, it's probably gonna be just a 4-star skin. Like, it looked fine, but I just really hate the idea of 4-star skins in Genshin, because you're essentially paying 20 bucks for, like, a paint job, you know? It's like getting a chroma key skin in, like, League. It's just worthless. There's nothing new about it. So it's like, there's no new voice lines, there's no new animation, so what is the point? What is the point? Exactly, Hakim, exactly. Listen, I'll get maxed out Doltra whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, Liz. Level 100, probably by the time Doltra comes out, Genshin probably gonna have a level 200 cap, where you have to literally go into the bank vault and like empty a couple Switzerland banks just to get yourself a level 200 character. And if that's what it takes to get maxed out Doltra, I will do it. There's probably Angel gonna be right beside me doing it for Capitano, right next to me. And you know what? That's just how it is. That's just how it is. Listen, Greg, let's asking too much. If I had the time, trust me, I would. Oh, yeah, I do remember that, Hakim. And you know what the worst part is? They did actually release it in China. And it caused such a massive uproar, remember? That there was literally lines out the block flanking every KFC inside just to get the skin. And it got so bad to the point where people actually started stealing like combo cuts out of like Diluc, Noel, and like whoever else was there, just because they couldn't get the like codes or whatever it was with their chicken, because they ran out. So it was a massive disaster over there. But it was funny. It was funny. Exactly, Hakim. When Genshin 2 comes out, your account just erases itself. No refunds, no paybacks. Just start it all over again. I know, Angel, trust, I know. You'll be right next to me. While I'll be clearing out the vault, you'll be, you know, the car man. You'll be raiding the oil vehicle that will be standing in the backyard of the good old Swiss bank. And we'll be riding off in, like, the wind. Because, I mean, I think now it costs, like, what, 3k to max out a character? And that's not even taking into account, like, the weapons or anything else. With that, it's probably about 5k. And I feel like by the time the units that we hype for come out, their number is probably gonna 10x at bare minimum. Exactly, Hakim. You can download it. You can't play it, though. But you can download it. I know, Hakim. I know, trust me. Trust me, I know. Fair enough. Fair enough, Liz. Fair enough. But I don't think I would be that excited for a glider that I would be standing in line, you know, in KFC of all places, just to get, like, fried chicken and potentially some sort of, you know, cold or flu from the amount of people that were there, while getting a code for in-game glider. I don't think that would be the kind of hassle I'll be too excited for. If it was like a deluxe skin or something, you know, that was exclusive, I might have considered fighting, you know, my way through the KFC and getting the bucket of chicken with the code. But it was just a glider, you know, it was not really worthwhile. 2. Well, actually 3, because didn't Honkai Impact 3rd get like a second game? Because it's Honkai Impact 3rd, the second Honkai Impact 3rd, Honkai Star Rail, you know, the slightly, of course, Honkai Genshin, and the slightly, you know, more mature Honkai Zone Zero, you know? So about 5 or 6, you know, give or take. I know, Hakim, trust me. Trust me. Those men and women would do anything for a glider, it seems. Even stand in bitter cold, waiting for, you know, a bucket of KFC. I'm pretty sure the poor employees that were, like, forced into doing those, they probably thought the zombie apocalypse was hitting them with the amount of people just hovering over them, you know, breezing on their glass windows. Looking like something straight from Dead or Alive. Fair enough, Hakim, fair enough. You gotta get your investment back, you know? Get at least some clams back for your hard work. Oh yeah, I forgot about that game completely, Liz. That is true. I never played that one. But that is fair. I haven't, Greg, enlightened me what kind of shenanigans were they up to. Because now I'm curious. How many, you know, fast food establishments did the Chinese masters have to fight through in order to get the code? For like, you know, a couple Starjades and maybe a skin or two? Really? Interesting, Greg. Okay, I didn't know there was that kind of hustle. And what, did they get something for it? Or was it just like a show? Did they get like a code if they attended? Because that does sound kind of cool, but like... Fans made it. Ah, okay. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you meant, like, Hoyoverse actually made it. Okay, that's kind of crazy. That's an obsession on a whole different level. But I respect their dedication. You know, fan-made stuff like that, just... I respect it, you know? Fair game, fair game. I never played any Ultimate games, Liz. That's not the kind of hustle I'm into. Ooh, Hakim, come on. Come on. How could you say that? Think of all those gentlemen and ladies who rented Ferris wheels. Do you think all their effort was for naught? Nah, it's fine, Greg. Nowadays you can't escape from AI voiceovers. They plague in this realm like a plague unlike any. the second coming of bubonic plague, just in digital form, shall we say. I mean, to be honest, I'll take your word for it. I don't know much about, like, Chinese fandoms and all that. But I'll tell you something, they can be worse than the Western ones, that's for sure. They make huge events. I mean, look, I think it's cool, you know, when a bunch of people get together to do, like, some cool things like that. I think that's pretty neat. It all depends if it's, like, civil and, you know, nobody gets hurt. As long as it's that, I feel like that's cool. Kinda. And I feel like that's kind of cool, Greg, because, like, I'm glad that nowadays, you know, you don't have to, like, hide it, that you know, a little bit of an tackle or something, because back in the day, back when I was a kid, that wasn't really the coolest thing ever, you know, watching anime and, you know, playing video games. It was a bit nerdy, but nowadays it seems like, you know, everybody do it and it's okay. So I feel like that's cool. Because imagine somebody trying to do it like 20 years ago, they probably would get bullied relentlessly. And now it's just normal. And I'm glad we're progressing the right way, you know? When gamers can finally rise up. When suppression was too long. I mean, it does seem like it, Liz. Because, like, I would love to see, like, behind the scenes of how they make all those, like, theme parks and, you know, like, these big events, like, cosplay shows. Because when I was in Japan, there was a lot of, like, different cosplay events and, like, manga exhibits. There's actually even a manga museum near Tokyo, which you can go and, like, see all the original works of the different mangakas. And that kind of stuff I just find very fascinating. It's really cool to look at. I guess, Liz, I guess. We were the pioneers of our kind. Because, I mean, in Japan it was always normal because, you know, it's part of their culture. But in the Western part, we had to fight tooth and nail to make it cool. And now everybody takes it for granted. Unbelievable. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. Well, talking back in our time, unfortunately, liking anime and like video games to an extent wasn't really considered cool necessarily. It was considered like nerdy or, you know, like strange, weird, you know? So in certain cases we get bullied for that as well, because, you know, nobody wanted to hang out with nerds, because ew, you know, gross. And nowadays you don't really get that. I mean, you probably still can get it, but like it's not as prevalent as it used to be back in the day. Because, like, unless you surround yourself with, like-minded people, which, well, I try to do, who like same things as you do, a lot of the kids are not gonna take kindly to you. Because, like, I had, when I just moved to UK, I had, like, multiple friend groups that I was hanging out with, because I was, like, a nerd, but I also liked sports to an extent. So, I was, like, in basketball club, so I had a friend group who was like, not jocks necessarily, but like sporty kids, you know? And then I had a group of friends who were like kind of nerds, you know, like people who are good at studies or like people who play games a lot. And I hanged out with both of them, and it was a really big dichotomy because when I was hanging out with like the sporty group, all of them were talking about like football, you know, like girls that they liked and stuff like that. Meanwhile, I was just standing there, you know, just being like, nodding my head silently. Meanwhile, I was thinking, man, what am I gonna do on the raid today? You know, I was thinking like WoW or like League or whatever I was playing at the time, and it made me realize that like I am a nerd. But I was afraid of like mentioning it to that group until like much later, because I was afraid of them thinking that I wasn't cool or something, because you know, as a kid you always seek validation of people, and I had such much better time. It was like a nerdy group, because that's when I could actually be myself and be like, yeah, I love video games, I love anime, you know, I like cool like movies that are like nerdy, like science fiction or whatever, no? Like, that's cool stuff to me. And like, sports are boring, unless you play them. I like to play sports, and I never like watching them. Dating was like not even on my radar at the time either, so it's like, I just felt weird hanging out with them. But with the nerds, I just had a great time. And that's just kind of like a life lesson, that just be who you are, you know, hang out with people that you like, and whatever people think of you, that just let them be. That's a kind of life lesson you can only learn from experience. Take it from this old man. But I never go like outright bullied, I guess, for like an anime, but it was a common trend. That's fair, Haki. That's fair. It's just like, I was more of a nerd than I was like a sporty kid. I was both kinda, because like I did a bunch of sports and I was like working out a lot, but I just wasn't interested in the interests that involved those kinds of activities, shall we say. I never felt bad about it either. Like, I was never ashamed or anything. But it was more like, I just didn't bring up the interests that I actually had with certain groups of people, which I kind of feel like was a bit of a misguided thing for me to do personally, because if I just came clean straight away, I felt like it would have been so much easier, but at the time I felt like I had to fit in, because, you know, it was like my first year of high school as well, and I felt like, okay, I have to ensure that, like, you know, my social status is pretty good, you know, people don't think I'm weird and stuff, like, because, you know, as a kid you worry about those things and just how it is. But at the end of the day, if you are just being yourself, you know, you're having fun, you hang out with cool people that you like, if others don't like you, it is what it is. You can't please everyone. So yeah, take it from me. If you try to please everyone, you're gonna please nobody in the end, especially yourself. Especially don't change yourself for other people to like them, for them to like you more. That's a slippery slope that if you embark upon, you might not return. I don't know why I got philosophical all of a sudden at like 12 a.m. There's kind of time where like the weirdest thoughts pop out of my mind and we just go on tangents. Like in weirdest directions. I'm sure in like half an hour we're gonna start talking about, you know, food again. Listen, Greg, I'm too tired to argue with you on that. Yes, yes, philosophical indeed. Indeed. The man never misses an opportunity to paint me in a bad light. Unbelievable. That's fine, it's fine. Nah, I know, Greg, I know. I know. It didn't happen that long ago, to be honest, so people probably know about it. It's not even that old. It was just on one Bleach streams I was talking about something and my brain blanked out and I forgot how to speak. Which happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. That's just a fact, Liz. That's not even a joke. Okay. I completely forgot what I was even doing in the game for a second. Been going on tangents so much. I didn't block you for mods. Like, mods can post it. And you are a mod, Greg. I just didn't block it for you guys in case somebody asks for, like, Discord link or, you know, whatever else. History lessons. I mean, Liz did give us kind of a history lesson about, you know, the Hungarian king that they had. So, you know, that was pretty educational. Liz, do you have any other fun tidbits that you can share with the class? Emperor, okay, apologies, my mistake. Alright, fair enough, Greg, fair enough. Listen, Liz, just pick one, and, you know, the funnier it is, the better. No, it's absolutely fine, Liz. It's absolutely fine. Liz might be old in, you know, body, but she's not old in spirit. She'll give run for money to any younging out there. Listen, Hakeem, that's a trend. You know, when we get into the, like, 8-hour benchmark of the stream, that's kind of when my brain just shuts down and I just speak about whatever. Whatever comes to my mind, that's what we're speaking about. You're just gonna call her refined, you know? Or vintage, you know? That's another very posh word for something very antique. Hakeem, go on. You don't need to call her out like that. Liz tried her best, and that's what counts. That's what counts. It's okay, Liz. It's okay. That's what I did, Greg. That's what I did. I'm not making any new links. I just got the one that you gave me, Greg. Greg is our resident IT expert, you know, he just fixes everything that me or Liz break. intentionally or otherwise. Well, listen, I don't remember if I made one. I might have made one before, but that was a long time ago and I can't remember. Well, Dark is a sneaky one, you know. You can never trust a little guy. He always lurks in the shadows. You know, hunting for nearby pineapples in sight. If you ever want to lure out Dark, just throw a tactical pineapple in the nearest corner. He's gonna show up and slice it in half. That's how you know he's around. Or maybe I created when Liz wasn't able to. I don't remember, to be honest, but I might have done that then. I honestly don't remember. It has been too long. Too long. Greg like found an undermine of like 20,000 links that me and Liz created between two of us. Oh no, Greg is back with his tarot card. Now he's gonna predict that my fortune is gonna plummet even further. Unbelievable. The first time he predicted that I'm gonna be cold-hearted emperor. The second time he told me that I was gonna go through a shift in my life, but I'm gonna overcome it like an absolute champion. And now he's probably gonna say that I'm gonna be the reckoning of this world as we know it. Why do I always gotta go first? You know, the first time is always the cursed one. I went twice first, and every time I got the worst fate ever. Unbelievable. Greg is just gonna tell me that, you know, the earth's crust just gonna crumble beneath my feet, and the earth just gonna swallow me whole immediately. It's fine, I don't mind either way. Whatever. I already accepted my fate. I don't know, Hakim. Okay, what does that mean, Greg? I assume, considering those sound very nice, they're probably good. I swear, it's Greg is gonna be like, well, the sun is gonna come after you, and the justice shall reign throughout the world, where the sun is gonna scorch you with its billions of degrees for your impure sins that you have committed throughout ages. You also will find a coin tomorrow. What? Excuse me? Can you go back to the sun scorching me with billions of its degrees, please? What was that about? Yeah, you're gonna find a coin tomorrow? Yeah, that's cool, but what about the sun? Yeah, so the coin is gonna be at least like, you know, maybe there's a couple. You don't know. You don't know. Yeah, but what about the sun? Brigade just walks off. Anyway, anybody next? That's how it's gonna be. Joy, success will come your way. You'll feel fulfilled and in harmony. Alright, Greg. Well, fine. You proved me wrong for once. Fine. Fine, I'll take it, Greg. I'll take it. I need some good fortune for once. I've been in the trenches, you know, surviving. No single stroke of luck in sight. So I do need some good fortune. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll take what I can get. Now Liz is gonna get the opposite, because, you know, both of us can't have the good fortune. So Liz is gonna be now the cold empress. You know, reigning this world with an iron fist of justice. I mean, that's probably the first one I'll ever get, but you know, I'll take it, I'll take it. Hakim already regretting his life choices that led him to this point. Oh, jeez. Listen, Liz. We both are cursed with being yin and yang in this life. If one of us gets something good, the other one is bound to get something bad. If both of us get something good, the universe will collapse as we know it. And we can't afford such display, shall we say. High Priest as a chariot and the Emperor. So, is Hakim the cold Emperor now? Listen, Hakim, just hope for the best. Don't ask questions. That's how they get you. That's how Greg gets you every time you ask a question. And so you shouldn't. Okay, I guess let's do these again on this account. Why not? Well, Greg tells us her destiny, I'll just lose my mind with Snowball Fight for a little bit. Oh man, how did I miss that? Okay, hold up. There we go. Oh man. Hope we hit those. Okay, hold up. Can I hit this guy? Ah, missed it. That's okay. That's pretty good one as well, Hakim, to be honest. You know, as long as it's a good one, I think we take it. Now Liz definitely getting a bad one. All the good ones are out of the way. Unless Greg feels particularly generous today and gives only the good ones. Very nice. Very nice. Now do for Liz. Tell her how she's gonna be the, you know, the reckoning of this universe. Look, Liz, I believe in you, and you gotta believe in yourself, and that's how Greg gonna give you a good one. We're gonna finally shatter a curse together. Fair enough, Greg, fair enough. I'm not here to question the master. I apologize. I apologize. Okay. Come on. There we go. Oh, that didn't hit. High Priest is a magician and the Hangman. Okay, Hangman can be good. That sounds ominous. Ooh, jeez, Liz, brace for impact is all I gotta say. That sounds very ominous. Look, Liz, you're taking one for the team. You're taking one for the team, and I appreciate it, you know? You're taking the curse for me this time. Watch the Hangman being like the omen of good fortune, you know, when you hang your past and you embrace the future or something like that. Because I don't really know much about tarot cards, but as far as I understand, reverse cards are bad, and the upright cards are good, maybe? Pretty much, Hakim, pretty much. Or like a character in Dead by Daylight. One of the two. we go. Greg is cooking up the story there. While Liz is bracing for impact. Greg, go easy on this poor woman. She just went through a couple earthquakes recently. A narrow... But instead of change, it will be of create or prosper. While that sounds cheerful, you'll have to give something up to achieve that dream of yours. Okay, so that's not as bad as I saw. So basically, Liz needs to do equivalent exchange. Liz, watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood tonight, and I feel like that curse will dissolve itself. You know, you gotta do equivalent exchange. Just do what Elric would have done. Ah, interesting. So, was I right on my hypothesis, Greg? Because I don't know if that actually even makes sense, but is it right that all the, like, reverse cards, like, symbolize something bad? And, like, uprights card, something good? Ooh, Hakim. You don't ask those kinds of questions. That's how fate gets you. Ah, I see, Greg, I see. Because I'm fascinated by, like, tarot cards, because I never had, like, an experience with them personally. But it does seem kind of cool, if you can, like, read them and whatnot. Because they're just fascinating to me personally. Okay. Let's chuck one man into another man. Or did that guy cease existence already? Oh, I see, Greg. Addiction, modulated playfulness, and reverses freedom release. Ah, okay, interesting. Interesting. Liz was doing the equivalent exchange, Hakim. You gotta give the woman a moment. He was dealing with things. Liz, I feel like it wasn't, you know, the worst one. I feel the last two times I got the absolute worst possibly imaginable. And now I feel like we all got something good, in a way. Go you, Greg, go you. I just don't really know, I guess, Greg, why not? Why not? You know, sometimes a master shall become the student of himself as well. And tell his own fate. Oh, come on. Okay, got that guy. I'm just gonna smack this guy with another guy. And there's this guy with another guy. And there's this guy with the same guy. And just keep smacking them until there's no guys left. There we go. There we go. Oh, why can't I push this guy? Oh, did he get stuck? Got bogged out. Man. The chariot, the fool, and the reverse strength? Control sense of direction, innocence, a new beginning, self-doubt, and insecurity. Interesting. That's not too bad, I guess. I'm glad that none of us go like, you cursed forever for thousands of years, and so will your lineage be forever doomed for gloom. It's alright, Greg, no worries, it's alright. Exactly. You gotta hit the guy with another guy, but that guy, you gotta hit him with another guy. So, you know, the guys they hit originally don't collide with that guy. It's a very intricate procedure, you know? Not many know about it. You see how I hit that guy with another guy? Not anybody can do that. You see how I'm gonna hit that guy with another guy? I mean, that's just precision right there. And you see how I'm gonna hit this guy with that guy? I mean, that's science right there. And now we're gonna hit this guy with this guy. And then what you gotta do is you come here and you hit this guy with this guy. And you keep hitting this guy with this guy over there. And then what you're doing, you're coming back here, you're hitting this guy with that guy. And then when you have just this guy left, you just push him to a wall. That's all the tactics I'm telling you today, guys. Those are the kind of things they don't tell you in schools. I'm giving you this away for free. There we go, and that's how you get guy with another guy, and that's how you get the guys. I mean, you know my birth date, Liz. 16th of July, 2000. I actually, like, I know you can do, like, astrology with, stars and all that, but I don't know actually how it works, to be honest. Because, like, astrology and all this, like, mysticism stuff always fascinated me, but, like, I'm not smart enough to understand how it actually works. If there's, like, a principle behind it. But, it is interesting. It is interesting indeed. Actually, let's do this as well. I did on the other account, so might as well do a little bit of gambling. You know, nothing like a good old-fashioned gambling fun to bring everybody together. No regular straw. Okay, is it a special one? Interesting. Good, good. I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure, Liz. Because maybe you forgot, just like I did mine one time. Happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. Ah, so ancient rituals. Very nice, Liz. Very nice. Because, I mean, Greg is our, you know, crystal ball dweller, where, you know, he can peer into the future and see what it unloads. And Liz is going to be our astrologist, you know, they can peer to the stars and tell exactly how we're going to succeed or fail in the upcoming future as well. Because sometimes, you know, you got to have two fortune tellers tell you either the same thing to confirm that it's right, or tell you different things to make you worried even more. And be just paranoid altogether. Tonali. Interesting. I never heard of that, but that sounds kind of cool. I mean, look. She's right next to the Aztec, you know, Mayans. Liz knows it all. Because remember how Mayans predicted 2012? It's still coming. It's still coming. She's just regular Nostradamus over here. Oh yeah, like ancient, like tribes. Because I think to this day, isn't it believed that like Mayans and Aztecs used to have like super crazy advanced like architectural prowess and just like cultural stuff that even to this day we don't really know how they managed to achieve. Liz will bombard us with a bunch of predictions soon enough. Gonna offset all the good mood that Greg built up. Is it based on like astrology, like similar to like years, zodiacs, like you know the Chinese year ones, like the rat, the pig, the dragons, all those kinds, or is it completely different? Because I know in China they have like basically depending on which year you're born in, it's like represents your zodiac. Like you have for the months, they also have for year. And the only reason why I know that is because like dragon comes every 12 years, so I know my, but I couldn't tell you what comes after that. No idea. Okay, go there, Liz, go there. I was just wondering if there was like a different kinds of animals maybe, or something else. Okay. Oh, nice. 2 lines. Very good, very good. Ooh, 6 lines. Wow. We cooking. Okay. Ooh, Greg, how you gonna take that? Golly. Really, Hakim? I didn't know that. Interesting. Huh. That's fascinating way of looking at it, because you are technically alive already, like in your mother's womb. So it's not like a crazy outlook on it, to be honest. That does seem pretty reasonable, I'd say. I never heard of it before though, so that's kind of interesting. Oh yeah, the Aztec calendar. Yeah. I know about that one. Moon cycles, Venus. Yeah, pretty good. I think you're the same age, Hakim. It's just the only thing that separates you is the months. So, you gotta decide who is the top dog between you two, you know? Only one shall prevail. I know, Hakim. I'm only doing it just so I don't need to do it in my spare time later. That's literally the only reason. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my gold later. Just chuck a bunch of vinegar in there. I'm pretty sure now that you say Hakim is gonna be like a recurring event every week. There's gonna be new recipes that you know are gonna cook up from Hell's Kitchen, literally. Listen, Greg, I can help myself. Sometimes a man does need to cook. And I'm said man. No, Greg is not August. Greg, are you gonna say, or should I say it? You know what, I'll keep it between you two. You know, if Greg doesn't wish to say when his is, we'll keep it a little intrigue. I'll let him to decide. Oh, that's interesting, Liz. Sorry about that. I had to look at my phone because I didn't have the chance to read it. I didn't know in Korea they had that. That's pretty cool. That's fine, Liz. That's fine. No worries. I learned to cook, so I believe the first time I actually went into the kitchen was when my grandma was baking bread. I remember distinctly it was when I was about 6 or 7, maybe, somewhere there. And my grandma asked me to help her to like make the dough. And I think that was the first time I actually like quote unquote cook something. Like I technically didn't cook, I just helped to make the dough. But if you count that as cooking, then about 6 or 7. I don't remember exactly. If you're saying like proper cooking a dish, probably at the age of 8 or 9, because I with help, I cooked a dinner for my mom for Mother's Day when I was like I think 8 or 9. I asked my grandma to help me like prepare everything, and I made a very nice spaghetti for her. And for dessert, my grandma helped me to make panna cotta in like a little cup, and we had like a very nice Italian dinner, the 3 of us, and my mom was very impressed with me. Granted, probably 80% of work my grandma actually did, but I helped. I was chopping up, the vegetables for the, spaghetti. I was doing like the browning of the minced meat. I helped make the sauce. I helped mixing up like the creams and all that for the dessert. I was doing stuff. Spicy fried food. Ramen and Chinese dish. I think it's those 3. Let's do this. Oh, okay, that's too much. That's too much. There we go. I don't know, 1 and 3. I'll take it. But I think I actually started cooking like for myself, like properly, from the age of like, I want to say 13, 14. That's basically when I started going into the kitchen and like prepping my own meals. A little bit of a messy job, shall we say, at the beginning, but I got better with time. So I've been cooking for myself probably for the better part of a decade, I'd say. Because my parents were always like super busy, so I had to like get in the kitchen and make my own meals. Sometimes successful, sometimes not as much. But yeah. Yeah, Hakim, so you're older than Greg by a whole month. How do you feel about that now? What are your emotions at the moment? Ooh, Hakim. That's one way of looking at it, I guess. Milky flavor, that would probably be dorayaki, I guess. I mean, I feel like for a lot of people, like if somebody has summer bursts, it's like, wow, vacation, wow, holidays. So everybody likes summer birthdays. And during winter, if it's like December, everybody like, okay, Christmas. If it's like January and February, people are like, whatever. spring is usually when people, okay, like, nice weather, you know, blooming everything, the weather's great. Any autumn birthdays, people are usually like, just not it, you know, everybody just sad, it's cold, leaves are falling, everybody getting seasonal depression, and it's like, Greg is barely avoiding, you know, the seasonal depression. He's only on the precipice. So his birthday still kind of falls towards August. You can kind of bunch it up together. So Greg is in the fun part. Fair enough, Greg. Fair enough. I mean, to be honest, I was supposed to, like, come out of the oven, shall we say, in August. But I got a little bit too bored, so I came out in July. And that's just how it is. I mean, considering you're living literally in the middle of the sun's scorching rays, you might as well be living on the surface of it. I'm pretty sure your autumn is actually quite nice. Unlike for majority of other people. Okay, I need something sour, so let's do vinegar. You're welcome, bless you, you're welcome. Green texture like red hearts. Probably this. This. Okay. I'll take it. Something sweet. Probably dried citrus. Oh wait, hold up. Okay, that is a trick. And then... Okay, the sour. In February, wow. Liz was really not happy to be around there. Yeah, Liz lives in the good old Mexico City, you know. The Sun's HQ, shall we say. I do remember telling that, and I was like, wow, that's just impressive, you know? Okay, let's do that. Literally, Hakim. Literally. She's always on fire, whether she likes it or not. Sometimes figuratively, but sometimes literally. And you know what the unfortunate part is? The Liz can't stand heat either. She's a very enigmatic individual where she lives in the hottest climate known to mankind, essentially. And she just, you know, somehow skipped the evolution. Or being resistant to said heat. Something happened in between. And they're just life for you. They're just life. She's a cold-blooded creature. And unfortunately, the sunshine is just not working the trick. Seafood snack. I mean, Greg, that's the best place. That's the best place indeed. Let's go takoyaki. That's green colored thing, and then pizza. It's still in part of Mexico. My geography is not that good, to be honest. Exactly, Liz. Exactly. As long as you embrace it, it's all that matters. Okay. Let's go with this. And just add a bunch of chili powder. let's do 2 on 1. Okay, 1 is correct. We'll take that. We'll take that. That's all of them. Liz is gonna give you a grand welcome and everything. Just tell her when and she'll appear right behind you. Potentially followed by, you know, a flock of bats, which may or may not block the sun while she appears, but you know what? Don't feel pressured. She means no harm. Okay. I guess let's do these as well while we're at it. Why not? Let's do this. Guess Resaltiness was right. I mean, it is kind of a warning, you know? It is kind of. Liz would be a very welcoming host, but you gotta calm at your own discretion. Oh, 2 is not right, okay. Let's try 3 maybe. And open arms? Now that's dangerous, Liz. That's dangerous. What are you hiding in those arms, though? Is there a machete hidden behind it? I don't know. I would like to visit that part of the world, to be honest, because I never had a chance, unfortunately, to go like on holidays there or something. And it's kind of like one of the only locations where I only been like very momentarily. So I think it would be kind of fun. That's a good thing, Hakim. That's a good thing. Sometimes you gotta have a mental and physical backup. If things go sour, you know, if you have to fight a couple of ancient vampires, you always gotta be at the ready. You can never lay your gun down. Take that. Got also a little, I guess. I know, Liz. Look. I'm a busy man. What can I say? I would love to visit, though. I will probably in the future at some point, and when I do, I'll let you know. What do you mean crazy? It's all as crazy as you make it to be. Look, as I said, I'm a busy man. There's a lot of things to do. I don't remember the last time I actually went on like vacation by myself, to be honest. It has been quite a moment. This might be a good opportunity. I don't know. There we go. With the salt in them. Okay. That will do. Okay, no, not enough. Fine. Because to be honest, nowadays I'm not very travel in twos, shall we say, where I like traveling, but it's like finding the time and most importantly the energy to go. Because I don't know about you guys, when it comes to vacation, it's like the first day is always like you can't do anything because you come in, you're tired, you know, all you want is like sleep. And the last day of vacation is tired as well. So if you do go, you always gotta go for 2 weeks because if you don't, you essentially have only 7 days to spend there. And the last two, like the first and the last day, is essentially ruined because you can't do anything. Because, you know, you gotta prepare, you gotta do all your, like, chores, get your suitcase ready, or unpack. It's like, it's a whole shabanko. Especially if you by yourself. If you're not by yourself, you could probably make somebody else do it for you. But if you are by yourself, it's a little bit more tricky. I don't know, Liz, I don't know. You tell me, you tell me. Pretty much, Liz, pretty much. Because, like, I hate flying in general because it's a lot of hustle. If there could be like a service where somebody or something can just teleport me to a location I want to go, that would be ideal. I would love this so much. But like flying is just, I hate airports because I hate loud places like that. And it's like every time I go there, I just feel like I'm a zombie to begin with, and like the entire process is just so exhausting that by the time you get on a plane, you're like, okay, I finally can relax. You know, you're trying to go to sleep, and there's probably like people talking all around you, so you know, you put your headphones on, and sometimes, you know, you get some pesky little child behind you start kicking your seat, and you're like, you know what? Maybe Eren Yeager was right. In the brief moment. In that brief moment, you know, you have like... I think we're back. Are we back? Are we good? Yeah, we're good, okay. Apologies about that, guys. A little bit of technical difficulties. I started talking about traveling, and my stream decided to travel into the netherworld, never to be seen again. Okay, we're back. But yeah, it's like it's just such a long travel time, and I just always feel exhausted by the time I done with this. So I don't know. Okay, what can I add here? Probably ketchup. His sweetness. What is sweetness and spiciness? Tempura? Probably has salt. Yeah, has salt. What about dumplings? Okay, those work. Vinegar. That's good. I mean, that was kind of the case for me as well before I went to England. Because before then, the only places I kind of traveled was like local. Like Crimea was basically the place where we'd go on like summer vacations. And, you know, the western part was where we would go for like nature and the... Well, yeah, kind of the nature and the skiing stuff. And the eastern part was like forests and all that kind of retreats. So I never really went anywhere outside before like the age of 11, I believe. The 11 was the first time where I went to like Czechoslovakia. And after that, after I moved to like UK, that's when I started like traveling a lot and like going to different places. But before then, I didn't really go out much either. And just, you know, life in Eastern Europe for you. Crimea, like the bottom part of Ukraine list. And then I went to Czechoslovakia, which is like Czech Republic. That's what we call them. Let's do 3 and 3, I guess. Oh, sorry to hear that, Greg. But on the brighter side, you know, you're your own man now. You're an adult. So, you're gonna have hopefully a lot of chances in the future to go out there, explore the world, live your life to the fullest. And, you know, have many good memories to make. Listen, Greg, that's for now. That's for now. You're gonna make it big one of these days, you know? You're gonna look back on yourself in your ivory tower, you know? With your 10,000 Bugattis army. And your beckoning call. Surrounded by ducks everywhere. Seeing your porcelain throne. Made out of diamonds. Watching your kingdom below. I mean, Hakim, 19 is already an adult, unfortunately. I don't know what to tell you. If you're old enough to pay taxes, you're old enough to be an adult. That's just how it is. No, it's fine, Greg. Don't worry about it. It's absolutely fine. Life sometimes, you know, it is unfortunately unfair to you. We've all been there at one point in our life. But at the brighter side, at least you're a man that I feel like you can be proud of, you know? You're a great individual, a great friend, and you're a great person to be around. And that's what truly matters, Greg. Listen, Akeem, you're an old son of a gun. When are you retiring? Enough with the soft stuff. When you finally, you know, go into retirement home, you old man. Oh, just kidding, just kidding. Okay, let's see. Okay, 2 was correct. Listen, Liz, we're already past our prime. There's no helping it. There's no helping it. That's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Liz, as I said, we're ancient relics of forgotten times. We can't help it. And just, you know, we are who we are. I mean, long flights like that are like the worst. Because the thing is, you can't even sleep through all of them. Because I could barely sleep like maybe 2-3 hours at most on one of those. Realistically speaking, Hakim, I miss it from the perspective of not being like inundated with so many things to deal with. Like, you know, taxes and responsibilities and like ensuring that I stay alive. Which is pretty hard as it is. But you know, it's like with anything. There's good things and bad things, because like, when I was in my like 18, 19 years old, I was like working part-time. That just as I finished college, I was working part-time, you know, I was playing video games all the time. I was like hanging out with friends, working out quite a bit, so like, my life wasn't that drastically different, I'd say, because it's kind of the same as what I'm doing now. Just not to the extreme extent that I used to do it, because back in those days, I could pull all-nighters all day, play like video games. I would, you know, spend one day playing video games, the next one working, the third one like hanging out with people, and then back all over again, and then probably just passing out on Sunday from exhaustion, and then repeating it next week all over again. So I miss it from perspective that I had more energy, and like I was more like passionate about things, you know, because like every new game that came out I was like super excited for, and now it takes a lot of effort for me to get excited for not just games but many things in life, which is I guess just the age speaking. But I don't know, it's I wouldn't say I'm much more of a different individual than I used to be. I'm more mature, I guess. I don't know. Some may argue otherwise. Probably regressed if anything, but there's benefits to being like older and younger. It's like all depends what you're missing. Because like responsibilities are a big factor. They like you kind of have to accept realistically, but the responsibility comes with a little bit more freedom, because you know you're your own person. You kind of can do your own thing, try new things, you know, go different places, and like make yourself who you want to be, kinda. Well, not really, Hakim. It's like it really depends. It's like on one perspective you can see it that way, because a lot of people think of their best years like, you know, the late teens, like 18, 19, you know, but hitting 20s, like it's a little bit of a mixed bag of a feeling, because I knew some people back in like my college days who already had this stuff figured out. They already knew exactly what they were doing, and they had their entire life like planned out. They knew they were going to uni, and then, you know, they had like a childhood sweetheart or like a high school sweetheart that they're gonna marry, and you know they were planning to like study for these things, work in those places. Like maybe their parents were in the industry, and you know they were passionate about like football, basketball, so they're gonna do that as a hobby. And I was kind of jealous of those people, because I never knew what I was gonna do. I still don't know what I'm gonna do in like 2-3 years. Like, no idea. But people who have their entire life figured out, it's like a double-edged sword, because on one hand, you do know what you're doing, but at the same time, there's no like intrigue, there's no mystery, there's no like, oh, I'm not sure what's gonna happen, you know, in a year or two, where I'm gonna be, what I'm gonna be doing. So I kind of like that from perspective that every new like day, week, you know, months, year, it's kind of a different experience. But I'll say with age comes a little bit more freedom, a little bit more, you know, fun in its own right. Yeah. Nah, Haki, there's no such thing as like life over, to be honest. But Greg is already an old retired man on a long chair, you know, with a cane, shaking at the youth of society, being like, "Damn you kids! Get out my lawn!" But I know some people, they're still living like their best life at like their late 20s. You know, and life is all about what you make it. I know it's a very overused term, but it is kind of true, you know? Because on one hand, you know, if you're trying your best to live like a good life, no matter how like small or big it is, I feel like that's all you can ask of yourself. Exactly, Hakim, you're already an adult. I mean, Liz, I'm just being honest, you know? I always had that kind of perspective anyway. Because to me, like, when I was 18, I was fearing the time when I would actually become an adult. Because before I reached 18, like, I had some part-time jobs here and there, but, like, the realization of hitting adulthood just hit me like a truck. Because I still remember to this day my 18th birthday. And like, on my 18th birthday, my parents sat me down the next day. And they were starting to have like chat with me, like what I was planning on doing. Because, you know, I was fresh out of college. I got my education done. I didn't really want to pursue university. And they just want to know what I was up to, you know, just to make sure I was okay. You know, I didn't need any help. Or, you know, if I did, like what they can do to help. And it was like a realization that, oh man, I'm an adult now. I have to make something of myself. Like, maybe not something grand, but like, I have to do something with my life. And I genuinely, I remember I looked at my mom and my stepdad and I was like, I don't know. I genuinely told them that. I was like, I genuinely have no idea what I'm doing. It's like, at the time I still had like part-time job, but I didn't have like full-time employment. And I was like, I guess I'm gonna just try to figure things out. Just, you know, try to work for now and then see how that goes. And they were like, okay, fair enough. If you need help, just let us know. I was like, okay, cool. Glad we had this conversation, and thank you for reality check. That's fair, Liz. For me, just like, I was never like super mature as a kid. Like, I wouldn't say I was, you know, immature, but at the same time, I still had like the realization that I was approaching adulthood didn't hit me. Because I was still interested in the same things that I was interested in when I was 12. Like video games, you know, anime. Like working out was a big thing, which, you know, was a new part. Like hanging out with friends, you know, stuff like that. Like I never thought about anything else besides that. And that evening, I remember just sitting in my room, just listening to some music and be like, okay, what do I actually want to do? And that kind of was like the pushing point of me being like, okay, let's try to figure things out. And that's when I kind of start to get into, like, when I started getting my philosophy phase, where I go into like a lot of philosophical stuff, like Aristotle, you know, Plato, all those guys. Read a bunch of books and just trying to kind of understand myself for who I was, like what I wanted to do with my life, what I was interested in, what was my passion, goals, aspirations, you know, that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if your life revolves around just having fun and then out of nowhere you have to like start thinking about, oh, how am I gonna pay taxes? How am I gonna, you know, survive or do stuff? It's a very interesting conversation you probably would have with yourself. And maybe some other people, like if you're fortunate enough to have somebody that you can speak to in that regard, that's even better, obviously. But I probably couldn't have spoken to my parents about it, but I kind of felt like, okay, this is time for me to try to figure out who I am. That's how it be, Hakim, that's how it be. Yeah, Liz, you see, with me, I was responsible in a sense of I could take care of myself. But, like, I was not responsible enough to, like, forge my own path yet. It took me, like, a solid year until I was 19 to being like, okay, I know exactly what I'm kind of want to do now. Which is, you know, sometimes you need. Oh. Sorry to hear that, Liz. That's fair. I mean, those kind of thoughts do make you realize, like, different things and whatnot. And, you know, I feel like, you know, contemplating mortality in a way, which is the best way I can put it, is sometimes actually pretty good for you. Because, you know, you gotta sometimes think about those things and be like, just come in terms that sometimes, you know, you have to make decisions that you might not want to or not particularly want to face, shall we say. And at some point, you might not be able to do things that you want. And you kind of have to make the best of your life while you can. That's just how it is. I know, Hakim, trust me. I still have some friends who, like my age, that still kind of try and figure out life. You know, even I can't say that I have my entire stuff together. Because, like, I know what I'm doing now. But, like, is it something I want to do 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the line? I don't know. And then just how it is. Life is like a perpetual journey of self-discovery. You never can truly say that you know who you are, because at the end of the day, you from 5 years ago is not the same as you now. And you from 5 years in the future is not going to be the same as you are now either. It's going to be 3 completely different people. And depending on the choices that you make throughout those years, it's going to shape you who you are. It's going to change your character. Going to change your attitude towards life and outlook. And make you either better or worse person depending on how you look at it. That's just life. You know, it's all... Life is essentially a string of like perpetual decisions that you make that make you who you are. It's like a very elaborate light novel game, you know, where all you have to do is just make decisions and your life just shapes based on those decisions. And whether you get a good ending, a true ending, or a terrible ending, will all come down to that, those decisions. And just how it is. Pretty much, Greg. I mean, in a lot of cases, like, if you go through certain experiences, certain, like, encounters, certain situations, maybe you meet somebody in your life that changes your outlook on life, it's like, your life can change at any moment. Like, unless you're living the exact same life day to day, without any change whatsoever, your life can flip in a moment. Like, at one point you can have, like, you know, you could be lost, not knowing what you're doing, and the next thing you know, boom, the next day you meet somebody who, like, helps you out, you know, puts you on the right path, maybe gives you an advice, and you're like, okay, now I kind of know what I'm doing. Would it happen? Maybe. Is it possible? Probably. But, like, it's all about being the right time in the right place, I guess, kind of, and having the right mentality to boot it up. Kinda. I feel like with every decade, you probably reach that point where you kind of start asking yourself who you are. Until you reach probably a certain age, like when you officially probably old enough to be like, okay, you know what? This is who I am, and I'm fine with who I am. But until you reach that point, you're probably in a constant state of like self-discovery. I would imagine. Pretty much, Hakim, pretty much. I mean, it doesn't mean that, like, your past can intertwine with somebody else's. But in a lot of cases, you know, you gotta be your own person and forge your own path, no matter how hard it is. And at the end of the journey, you know, at least you can look back at yourself and be like, okay, this is who I was and this is who I am now. And then just evaluate based on that. I like how we go into philosophical conversations when we literally were talking about traveling like half an hour ago. Quite a big jump. That's what I'm telling you guys. After we reach like 8 hours mark, the conversation can get weirder and weirder and weirder. But I feel like these conversations are good to have. Good to have. That's one way of looking at it, Ozak. That's one way of looking at it. I mean, there's nothing quite like hearing a little bit of sadness and getting Aizen B2. That's always a good giver. And I mean, look, video games like have helped me throughout my life immensely as well. Like, they have been like a very integral part of my childhood and very integral part of my life in general, where they shape my creativity, they shape my like outlook on life a lot, and also like a lot of social interactions I used to have, because a lot of the friends I made throughout my life were based on games. And that's just how it is. Also, Liz, no worries, no worries. I'm glad I could be of help at least a little bit. We all gotta be like Uzek, you know? When life gets us down, all we have to do is look at Aizen's and be like, you know what? Life is pretty good. Well, kinda. My ADHD has been a curse and a blessing at the same time. I'm pretty sure a lot of us would, Uzek. A lot of us would. I would say I would be first in line to get, like, Isekai into a magical world where I can wield a sword and, you know, get a bunch of magical powers that I can just use for my own endeavors, shall we say. Listen, Liz, I was a busy man. I was streaming yesterday, I was streaming today. It's a lot of work to read. I'll read it tomorrow. I've seen it, but you know. On Friday, I was re-rolling for you. Yesterday, I was streaming, today streaming, you know. Busy life. I'll read it later, Liz. I'll read it later. Okay. It's fine. Nah, I know, Liz, I know. I just forgot, genuinely. Listen, Hakim, sometimes you have to do things that you don't want to. That's how you achieve the true enlightenment. Okay, let's do this and this. And let's do that one. I don't know, 2. Not quite. That would be quite unfortunate, to be honest with you. Like, unless you're on the side of the Titans. Because if you're on the side of the Titans, I feel like you might be able to squeak it out. I would much prefer a world like, maybe, I don't know, One Piece, or like, what's a very nice world to think about? Maybe like Fairy Tail or something. That's a pretty nice world. You know, magic is everywhere. Dragons and all that cool stuff. Attack on Titan, I don't think. I mean, knowing my luck, I'm probably gonna get isekai into like Goblin Slayer world or something as a goblin. Just right before the Goblin Slayer just slashes me in half. That's gonna be my saga in another world. And I am gonna get reincarnated back here again. To go for round 2, shall we say, or round 3, maybe. Okay, 3. Listen, Liz, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I actually never watched Goblins play, I just know about it. Annie? I see, Hakim has hots for somebody. The man doesn't even try to hide it. You know, I respect that, To be honest, I read Attack on Titan, and Annie does seem like a pretty cool character. That's a tough one, Yosek. That's a tough one. I would pick Yoriichi just because I feel like she's a very wealthy lady to begin with. Because she's an owner of literally the wealthiest clan in Soul Society. Besides maybe like Kuchi clan. She's one of the like top 4, I think. So I feel like money will come with her. You see, Hakim, you're not thinking about it. You're not engaging your noodle up there. You gotta think about it logically. So I'm picking Yoriichi and the wealth is gonna come with her. You see, that's the way I do it. You gotta be strategic about those things. You can't get deceived by easy gain Hakim. You gotta play the long game. You see, Uza got you figured out, Hakim. You always gotta think, never jump into conclusion immediately. Let's go. Man, how much soundness does this thing? I've been trying to get it for so long. I think I did try 4 yet, only. There we go. Oh, is that so, Liz? Very nice. You never told me that. Interesting. Okay, there's a few more. There's a few more by the looks of it. Annie is a pretty good, cool character. I do respect your choice in there, Hakim. Listen, Hakim, with my silvery tongue, I think she will be sharing the wealth. I'll take your for it. It has been a while, though. It has been a while. Oh, that's very sweet, Liz. Let's go 5 and 1. You know, I'm gonna change my strategy. I'm gonna start from 5 and then just scale down to 1. That's how I'm gonna get them all. So I'm guessing randomly. I mean, Liz, even getting an opportunity to do something like that is pretty cool in of itself, even if I've never seen the light of day. Ooh, that's gonna be the fight. Man, I wish I was as excited for anime characters as you guys. Unfortunately, my enthusiasm pales in your comparison. I unfortunately never had really any feelings for any Attack on Titan characters. I like them, but I was never like, oh, this is the one, you know? Levi is kind of my guy, you know? Levi, I can get behind. I like that little gentleman. I mean, Captain, excuse me. How could I? Listen, it was like, when you have, when you're able to beat somebody with literally just your legs like he did with Eren, I don't think you need to rely on height at that point. I think you have too much risk to begin with. Fair enough, Liz, fair enough. It's about how you use it, Liz, right? And let me tell you, Levi be using them legs like nobody's business. Have you seen his fight against Beast Titan? I mean, let me tell you. That's the kind of man you don't want to mess with. I guess it was like, I guess. But Levi's the kind of man that makes his presence known, you know? It's very hard to miss him. I wouldn't be able to tell you either, Hakim. Leo's probably the only one that knows. As a staggering giant that he is, she has the best answers. I mean, there is a case for a lot of them music, but I feel like it really case by case point. Because I know a lot of girls that like don't care about height at all. I feel like it's very situational. As long as your character is like, you know, charismatic and you know, you're very easy up to approach. Like, being funny is a very nice factor as well. I feel like you will be able to find yourself a very nice lady. Excuse me, Liz. A fun-sized giant. Excuse my rudeness right there. Yeah, pretty much. Like it's like the most common, I'd say. Listen. You know, listen. I wasn't scamming people. I was merely finding the shortcut towards getting the goods I wanted. I was young, I was full of vigor, I was full of ambition, and there were jacuzzis to be had, Hakim. I never took my ways to real life. It was all digital, so it doesn't count. Okay. Was that, as I said, the height at the end of the day, it's like, it's all about confidence. Because people like other people like confident individuals, whether you're a man or a woman, everybody likes a confident person. And as long as you like satisfy with your own self, that's kind of all you need, really. Like, all the other things are kind of pointless, to be honest. I like how Liz came into realization of being a fun size by herself. I didn't even need to say anything. But yeah, realistically speaking, it's like, being tall is good, but it also has its drawbacks. Because, like, you always get, like, back pain, and sometimes, you know, you bump the door frame like I do. Like, I swear to God, every time I go to Japan, those doors are not made for anyone below, like, above 6 feet, because I'd be feeling like Godzilla over there, and I'm not even, like, humongously tall. So, yeah. And also, finding clothes, like, I don't know if you ever tried to shop for, like, shirts or, like, jackets, but man, those things come short sometimes. And, like, finding a really nice fitting jacket for me is a nightmare. That's why I kind of always go for oversized stuff anyway, just to make it easier. Listen, it was like, it's all about practice. It's all about practice. Really, Greg? What size are you talking? Listen, I'm just giving you my perspective, because, like, you're making it sound like being tall is all the rage. I'm just giving you the hardcore truth. There is a lot of drawbacks. Ah, golly, come on. I'm not a giant, Liz. I'm just relatively tall. Like, jeez. 39? Okay, that is pretty small. Fair enough. Fair enough, Greg. You know what? I'll take you back. I take you back. But I'm just saying, like, it's not. Well, I have the opposite problem, to be honest, because my shoe size is 12. UK size. I forgot what it is in, like, European. But it's not easy to find my shoe size either. So I have an opposite spectrum. So we are one of the same, Greg. We are one of the same. I'm 6'4", Hakim. Greg is a very mighty individual. You know, he's a very tall gentleman, and he's just being shy about it. He's a mighty man with a mighty stature. Greg is a kind of individual that can be 7 feet tall or 5 feet tall at the same time. It all depends on how he feels. And it's a secret to his success. Because he can hide anywhere and be anywhere at the same time. I actually don't know what like 12 is. Let me Google that. 46 or 47, basically. That's my. So, as you can imagine, it's not easy to find shoes for myself. At least not very comfortable shoes, because I have a problem of having, like, sensitive feet. So, I can't really wear, like, leather shoes that much. Otherwise, I get, like, soles very easily. So I usually wear, like, sneakers a lot. And finding a good pair is a bloody nightmare. I don't know, it's just how I've been born, Greg. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't choose this life, it chose me, Greg. Fair, Ozek, fair. You gotta find yourself an Amazonian, you know, a Titan woman. Size 10 is pretty average. Yeah, that's pretty average. Because the thing is, in a lot of stores, they only go up to 11. Like, not a lot of them go higher than that. Because it's, you know, 12 is pretty unstandard. And the worst part is sometimes I do have to get 13 because, like, 12 could be a little bit tight. Really depend on, like, the kind of shoe. But it's not always the case. I don't know, Greg. I don't know. That's just how my feet been born. I don't know what to tell you. Really? I mean, in Sweden, to be honest, there's a lot of tall people. That is fair. That is fair. But 5'9" is not that bad. It was like it's decent. Like, there's no need to be like ashamed of it or like worry about it. I think it's a perfectly acceptable height. Liz, I think the shoe sizes for men and women is a little bit different. I don't think it's the same. Listeners, I'm just telling you, it's okay. You don't need to worry about that. You neither short nor you tall. You're perfectly acceptable. That's all you need to know. Because, like, you don't have Napoleon complex, and that's kind of all you need. Actually, I remember reading a story that Napoleon wasn't even that short. He was actually above average back in his day. And I believe it was because one of the cartoonists made fun of him for being like short, and that's why everybody now throughout history just think Napoleon was like mega short, which is so funny. Fair enough, Uzak, fair enough. Oh, wait, hold up, I added too much. Forgot. Let's just have this. Nah, they're just being mean, or like, they're just being mean. Majority of people, like, I know plenty of people who are about your height, and, you know, it doesn't really bother them that much. Like, yeah, there are taller people than them, but there are shorter people than them as well. It's like, all you gotta do is just focus on your good qualities and kind of just push them forward more than anything. If you are, you know, on the insecure side about, like, your appearance, just try, like, different style of clothes, maybe, different haircuts. Like, obviously you can't really do much about your height, but, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. As long as you're happy with who you are, that's the only thing that matters. But yeah, because I think in UK, the average one is like 5'8". So you're above average here at the bare minimum. Well, you know what you can do? You can get those, like, platform shoes. You know, the disco shoes? They give you, like, at least 5 inches in height. And just get yourself a pimp cane and a purple hat, and just embrace your new persona. You can be that, Osaka. Do you like purple? Oh, no. I heard about those, Hakim. It's like, no. Those would give me heebie-jeebies. I honestly don't think it's worthwhile gambling, like, your actual health away for, like, an extra inch or something. It's, no. That's just no. Because, like, I understand that some people are probably, like, extremely insecure about stuff like that. But those, like, operations are probably so bad on you, on, like, your joints and everything, that it's like, no. Nope. Because I remember those used to be, like, all the talk of the town in, like, a few years ago. And I'm pretty sure they debunked them to be all, like, a scam. Aren't they? Oh, Angel is here. Knee surgery got mentioned and Angel is here. What a time to show up. Yeah, Hakim, I don't think so either. It's a nightmare, honestly. Like, any sort of, like, surgery situation, unless you have to do it, I just very skeptical about them. Because, like, it's not really worth gambling literally your well-being away just to appear slightly better to others, I guess. Oh. Well, I mean, you can just copy his style then, Useki, you know? The pass has already been paid for you. Because he was dressing really nicely. Like, some of his suits were very classy looking. Angel, come on, don't stand shaming people for their height. Unbelievable. Listen, Osek, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Worked out for him, you know? He's became one of the most famous musicians in the world. Oh, jeez. in 3 maybe? No, absolutely no worries, Uzak. Was a pleasure seeing you as always. Get a good night resting you, and I'll catch you later. I'll probably be heading out at some point in a bit as well, because I'm kind of slowly but surely losing my gold. Also, Angel, are you still playing gacha games? I thought you went to bed already. This guy just can't help himself. Oh yeah, I really doubt even people like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson or, you know, Brad Pitt. Like, I'm sure every single individual you can think out there has at least 1 or 2 insecurities out there. There's no perfect people. They're just impossible. I see, Angel. I see. Let's go get again. Have you actually seen Brock with hair? Okay, hold up. Let me pull this up. Hold up. This is a boy. This is Dwayne. This is a guy. I mean, you tell me, does he look better without hair or with hair? I'm not gonna say anything, but the evidence are present right in front of you. So, you know, make your own judgments. I mean, you do got a point there. You do got a point. I know. And it's like some people are just better looking bald. Like, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and I feel like Jason Statham are definitely those 2 people where I just can't picture them with hair of any kind, really. And, you know, they're rocking that shiny head look. And just how it is. Nothing wrong with it, but as I said, they're just how it be. Okay, let's try 2, I guess. Appreciate it was like. Okay. Kevin Hart, ooh. But I mean, Kevin Hart kind of embraces it, you know? He kind of uses it as a fuel for his comedic act. So, you know, it's all about what you make out of it. And I feel like if you make the best of it, then, you know, nobody can weaponize it against you. It's all about wearing your weaknesses on, you know, on your chest. Proudly. Because if you try to hide them, that's when it stings. But if you embrace them, nobody can hurt you with them. Let's do 1. Okay. We'll go here. Ooh, it's 6 already. Wow. -6. Jeez Louise. Oh, if you are tired, Greg, absolutely no worries. Absolutely no worries. It was a pleasure seeing you as always, big man. Get a good night resting you, and I'll catch you later. Don't mind Angel, he doesn't mean no harm. Exactly. I keep speaking truth. Oof. And just gonna... Greg's just gonna drop that shell bomb and just leave. What a man. No worries, Greg. As I said, pleasure seeing you as always. Get good night rest. Oh man. Go to other one. Okay, there we go. Got that one down. I think there's 3 more to go. Alright. There's a bunch of salt. Okay, that's not enough salt. Need more. Actually, I probably can keep adding there. That makes sense. Oh, absolutely no worries, Hakim. I'll be running up soon enough after I'm done with this monstrosity of an event. You know, cooking in all his portions of deceit, shall we say. I'll just hang out with Angel until I slowly but surely drift away from this realm. But it was a pleasure seeing you as always. Get a good night rest on you, and hopefully everything goes well in school for you. Alright. Let's go with 4. I'll take that. I'll take that. Okay. That's too much. Just a bunch of vinegar in there. When in doubt, just vinegar it out. So, did you not sleep at all, Angel? Did you just stay awake all night? And just hoping for the best? Because if you have, I feel like you kind of cooked. Like, I hate to say it, but... I don't know. You slept for 4 hours. Yeah, I don't know if that's enough, Chief. I don't know if that's enough. Ah, I see. So you had, like, a lot of rest before. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean... lately, when I go to bed, you're awake, and when I wake up, you are awake as well. So to me, you kind of never sleep at all. And I don't know how you manage to do that, but it is quite impressive. It is quite impressive. Okay, let me pour a bunch of vinegar in there, I guess. Okay, go 7, that's correct. Experience, huh? Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, I've been there at some points, you know? During my youth, I used to not sleep at all, but now, I get tired even after staying 24 hours awake. In fact, I woke up today at like 11, I believe, and I'm already feeling the tiredness. And it hasn't even been like, what, 20 hours? We're only working with 13 hours of being awake, and I already... no, actually more. I can't calculate. 15 hours of being awake. And I'm still feeling the after effects. And just weakness, you see, Angel. Treasure the youth while you have it. Okay. So this stuff.